Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Madame Curie. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard a great deal lately about a magic substance called uranium, the key to radioactivity and atomic power. Yet half a century ago, from that same substance came a discovery that promised untold benefits to man and added greatly to our knowledge of atomic energy. Our play tonight from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's epic screenplay, Madame Curie, deals not only with that thrilling search for radium, but with a man and woman whose love for each other was as great as their love for humanity and truth, and who both fought with sacrifice and courage. Little wonder that this drama called for two of the screen's outstanding stars, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon, who tonight appear in their original screen roles as Madame Curie and Pierre, her husband. The greatest roles, I think, that we've ever seen them in together. In a sense, the story of Madame Curie is a never-ending one, the eternal quest for new and better things to serve mankind. Certainly that quest is deeply rooted in our North American way of life, whether it applies to rockets pointed at the moon, to music, books, motion pictures, or to a simple luxury like Lux toilet soap. We're sticklers for perfection. And the millions of women who depend on Lux soap for their beauty care are testimony of that urge to settle only for the very best. I know their insistence on Lux soap is well rewarded. On with our play and the first act of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson in the title role and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. As our theater lights are lowered, the curtain rises. Paris in the 1890s. At the world-famous Sorbonne University, Professor Perrault is lecturing to a group of students. Among them, intent and eager, is a young girl, Maria Sklodowska.
Go out alone into space. Go out alone. Learn to be alone with nature, with a ray of light, a drop of rain, and a piece of earth. Then you'll learn to think alone as they did. Men like Newton and Galileo. Probably it will not be your good fortune to reach so high, to catch a star on your fingertips, but the rewards of investigation, of exploration.
To catch a star on your fingertips.
Not far from the university is the scientific laboratory of Dr. Pierre Curie, where Dr. Curie has just disclosed a highly unscientific opinion.
What was that you said, Doctor?
I said, David, that tea parties are an instrument of the devil.
Oh, yes, sir.
I am a fool. I must be polite but firm. Polite but firm, yes, definitely.
Well, if I've done something wrong, sir, if I've been whistling, I was not aware of it, sir.
I abominate whistling in the laboratory.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but you have not been whistling. David, I went to a tea party yesterday at Professor Perrault's. As a result, a pupil of Perrault's will be working with us for a short time.
Yes, sir.
A special assignment, something to do with the study of the magnetic properties of steel.
Well, that should be very interesting, sir.
Unfortunately, the pupil is a girl.
A girl, sir?
Yes, I've got it written down here somewhere. Let me see. Oh, yes, Marie Sklodowska. She's a girl.
Oh.
Well, I didn't know until it was too late. Always the continual struggle against woman, David.
Yes, sir. And women scientists are particularly unattractive, sir.
In the world of abstract research, woman is a menace.
Oh, there's no doubt of it, sir.
So put Miss Sklodowska in the corner. And, look, be sure to inform her how important silence is to laboratory concentration.
Yes, sir.
I trust whistling is not a national characteristic of the Poles.
She's Polish, sir?
Yes. Oh, the magnetometer in the storeroom, Perrault says she'll need one.
I'll get it now, sir. I'm very sorry for your troubles, Dr. Curie.
Thank you, David.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm looking for Dr. Curie's laboratory.
Oh, you're looking for... But you're not. I mean, you can't be. Well, I'm Dr. Curie's assistant.
Oh, then perhaps you'll direct me, please.
Well, I certainly will. I certainly will. Well, what do you think of that? You know, Dr. Curie has asked me to look out for you.
Oh?
Oh, indeed. Well, here we are. Here she is, Dr. Curie. Ran straight into her the first thing.
Good morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Dr. Curie.
Well, I'm sure David will see that you are properly installed, mademoiselle. I'm quite absorbed with my work here, as you can see.
Dr. Curie, I appreciate this chance more than I can say.
Oh, not at all, not at all. And I do hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Do you think this desk will do, mademoiselle?
Oh, it's excellent, thank you.
Better get a little more light. Shades. I'm sorry, Dr. Curie.
It's quite all right.
That still isn't enough light.
Please don't bother.
Oh, but Dr. Curie wants you to be comfortable. I'll sorry, sir.
Yes, David?
I'd better take my hat and coat off, I
Oh,
think.
allow me. I'll hang them up in the cupboard.
Really, monsieur, there's no need to. That's all.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Dr. Curie. Just hanging up her coat. Oh, my office is just upstairs, mademoiselle. I hope you won't hesitate to call on me if...
Very kind, thank you.
Oh, and I better give you some advice where to eat around here. There's a very nice little restaurant just...
Really, monsieur, I don't think we should talk, Dr. Curie.
Well, I just thought you'd like to know where to eat.
Yes, but
I'll take you there today myself.
Please don't trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. I'll come down for you at noon. Oh, sorry, Dr. Curie.
I'm sorry, too, Dr. Curie. I'll try and be as inconspicuous as possible.
That will be very kind of you, mademoiselle. Very kind. Oh, mademoiselle.
Good evening, Dr. Curie.
Standing here in the entrance?
The rain. I've been waiting for it to stop.
Rain? Oh, yes. Well, good evening. But you have no umbrella, mademoiselle. Perhaps I can help you.
Oh, I don't want to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble at all. No trouble at all.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Not at all, mademoiselle. I'll be very happy to accompany you to your lodging.
May I ask another question, Dr. Curie? It's a simple matter, but I find it very puzzling.
Yes?
In the symmetry L sub Q and 2L sub Q, you include only those rotations which are integral multiples of 2 pi over Q.
But 2 pi times k over q excludes the identity transformation if k is not an integer.
Yes, for the finite k, that applies.
Well,
But in the limit L sub infinity, a difficulty seems to arise.
I don't see why.
Well, if you consider the matter rigorously, I think you might... Oh, this is where I live.
Yes. I think I see what you mean, mademoiselle. Well, I'll have to look into this.
Goodbye, Dr. Curie.
Of course.
And thank you.
Of course, yeah. Oh, mademoiselle, may I say your conversation is very scintillating?
Thank you.
Extremely daring hypothesis.
You want to get killed? Why don't you look where you're going?
I beg your pardon. The limit L sub infinity. Limit L sub infinity. Yes, of course. Good morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Dr. Curie.
I've just been to my publisher's, my book.
Oh, it's out.
Yes, just off the press.
How proud you must be.
I thought perhaps you might like to have a copy.
I would very much.
Well, then it's yours, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all. Well, I'd better get down to work. Oh, the book, mademoiselle.
Yes?
I inscribed the book to you, mademoiselle, on the flyleaf.
Oh, to Mademoiselle Sklodowska, with respect and friendship of the author.
I believe that's the usual procedure.
I'm very flattered, Dr. Curie.
Oh, not at all. Ah, Dr. Becquerel.
I hope I'm not intruding, Curie, but could you step over to my laboratory? I think I've happened on something of great interest.
Well, of course. What is it? Aren't you coming, mademoiselle?
If I may.
You don't mind, doctor, if mademoiselle...
No, delighted. I think you'll agree it's really most extraordinary. Oh, this way.
I don't understand, Dr. Becquerel. This photographic plate obviously is light-struck.
Yes, light struck. But the amazing thing is that it became light struck lying in this drawer with a piece of rock.
A closed drawer?
Yes, in total darkness.
But how is that possible?
I don't know. I told you about my experiments, my idea that certain minerals might store up light and energy from the sun.
Well, your experiments have been successful.
I just don't know. You see, I didn't even know the rock was in the drawer with the photographic plate.
Then how do you explain...
Well, now look at this plate. This was no accident. This was deliberate. I took this second plate, placed a key on it, and over the key I set this same piece of rock. Now, what do you see?
A picture of a key.
That rock, Dr. Becquerel. May I ask what it is?
It's called pitchblende, mademoiselle.
You mean, then, that there is something about pitchblende that gives off rays of its own, rays powerful enough to affect a photographic plate?
That, monsieur, must be so.
It's incredible.
It's as if there were a piece of the sun locked up in this rock. A piece of the sun locked up in a rock.
Get it out of my head. I try to concentrate on my work, but it's impossible.
Dr. Becquerel's discovered it?
Yes, of course. How did you know?
Because all week I've been thinking about it, too.
Very strange.
What could it be? What could be the nature of the radiation?
Perhaps we shall never know.
It's the most exciting problem. David's promised to write and tell me how it develops.
Write to you? Why?
Because my work here is done, Doctor, and I'll be studying. My examinations come up in less than 2 weeks.
So soon? Well, I hadn't realized.
It's the middle of June. The term's nearly over.
The middle of June. You know, I always used to look forward to my summers in the country. My parents have a small place at Sioux, and I used to take long walks through the woods there.
Soon I shall be walking in the country. My father loves to walk.
Your father? Here in Paris?
Oh, no, Doctor. In Warsaw.
Warsaw? But you're not thinking of going to Warsaw.
Well, had you forgotten that if I pass my examinations, I'm going back to Poland to teach?
But I knew that was your idea, but, everything is changed now. You're making experiments of your own.
I know, and I shall miss Paris.
Oh, I hadn't planned on this at all. How can you abandon science when you're making such progress? You have talent, a definite talent, and it's your duty to use it. Oh, mademoiselle, I beg you to reconsider.
That's very kind of you, Dr. Curie. I'm really flattered. But I'm afraid I can't give up the entire plan that I've had for so long. I thought, of course, that you knew.
I do not understand how anyone with a scientific mind can entertain the thought of abandoning science.
Dr. Curie, I had meant to ask you. I suppose you wouldn't care to attend my graduation.
Well, I should enjoy very much seeing you get your degree, but, I have there's always such a crowd.
Oh, I understand. I feel exactly the same way myself.
Oh.
Well, I shall be coming in again, of course, to see to a few things. Goodbye, Dr. Curie.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Come in. Dr. Curie.
How do you do?
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. I looked all over for you at the graduation ceremonies.
You were there?
Yes, I'm very proud of you, mademoiselle. First in your class in physics.
Oh, thank you. I never dreamed that I would... I was even afraid that I mightn't... I am so glad that you were able to be there.
You've been packing?
Yes, I'm leaving for Poland on Tuesday.
Then you haven't reconsidered.
I'm afraid not.
Yes, I see. Well, then I presume there'd be no time for something I had in mind. That is, I thought it might be nice for you to take away with you something of the Paris countryside. I thought, that you might like to spend the weekend with my parents. But, of course, I see that would be impossible because you'll be busy packing and doing one thing and another, I suppose. Yes, the idea is quite preposterous.
The idea is not preposterous at all. I should like to come. Very much.
You would?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, then. Well, then. This was Jack's room when he was home. My brother's.
Oh, it's charming.
I hope you rest well, my dear.
All I ever seem to say to the Curies is thank you. Please let me say it again. Thank you for the lovely day. I've been very happy.
Really, you should stay, mademoiselle. We'd love to have you with us for a time.
I'd like very much to stay. But my father's expecting me.
It's no use, Mother. She's determined to go to Poland, and apparently, as far as she's concerned, science can be forgotten.
I did try to explain to you. I thought you understood.
I do understand. I'm sorry.
Well, good night, my dear.
Good night, Madame Curie.
Good night, Mademoiselle.
Good night.
Pierre, you shouldn't have spoken to her like that.
She's a very obstinate girl, Mother.
Well, after all, Poland's her home.
What's that? What are you talking about?
Still up, Father?
Who's obstinate? Me?
No, Mademoiselle Stradowska.
Saw that the first moment I clapped eyes on her.
Won't listen to reason.
Closes her mind like a clam.
And she's so intelligent about other things. Well, good night, Mother. Father.
Good night,
Good night.
Pierre.
Good night.
Good night.
Blind as a bat.
Who?
Who? Your son, of course.
Eugene, what's that? Someone's walking about.
That's your brilliant son. He's been pacing up and down in there for an hour.
But maybe he's ill.
Go to sleep, Mama. He's thinking.
Thinking? What about?
What about? Does he ever think of anything but science?
Oh, yes. I guess you're right.
I'll never have a grandchild. Never.
Oh, but of course. Why haven't I ever thought of that before? Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle Skidowska! Are you awake, Mademoiselle?
What is it? What is it? Something wrong?
Mademoiselle, excuse me, but I find it impossible for you to leave Paris.
But what on earth?
No, please. I must talk to you. During these past 2 weeks, when you've not been coming to the laboratory, I found everything very confusing. It's impossible to do my work. In short, it's impossible to go on without you. But now, suddenly, something has become very clear to me. Mademoiselle, I am helpful to you in the laboratory, am I not? Am I not? Didn't you say that?
Oh, yes.
A few times I've been able to make suggestions which you have found valuable.
Of course, Dr. Curie. But
Well,
what is that?
Now, whereas I am inclined to be nervous and impatient, you are quite the opposite. You have a clear mind, you are tenacious, you will never give up. It's an excellent combination. I might compare it with the chemical formula NaCl, sodium chloride. It's a stable, necessary compound. So, if we marry on this basis, our marriage would always be the same. No distractions, no fluctuations, none of the uncertainties and emotions of love.
But I...
Oh, I know how you feel about love. It's my own conviction. For the scientist, there is no time for love. But it's stupid to believe in generalizations. In our case, it would be a wonderful collaboration. A wonderful collaboration. Don't you feel that?
I feel that.
And as for Poland, what little good you could do there, you could make up here tenfold on your own ground, science.
Science. Oh, what do you think I should do?
It would be a very fine thing, I believe, to pass our lives together with our common scientific dream, to work together constantly in our search, and any discovery that we should make, no matter how small, it would deepen the friendship we already have for each other and increase the respect we mutually feel.
I can imagine no respect or friendship greater than I have for you now. I can imagine no future so full of promise as the one you offer.
Then I suggest that you stay on in Paris with me.
I believe you are right. I should like to remain in Paris very much.
Thank you. Well, good night, Mary.
Good night, Pierre.
Oh, I forgot something. May I kiss you, Mary?
Please do, Pierre.
You are very lovely.
Thank you.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the second act of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Hollywood is a magic city where success stories are frequent and numerous. Here's one, however, that is really unusual. A young actress in a minor role in a great musical production plays it so beautifully that the director of her picture has a special scene written in for her. Let me introduce the talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer starlet, Miss Helene Stanley.
Oh, it was so exciting to have a part in Holiday in Mexico, Mr. Keeley. And I had a special reason to be thrilled playing that extra scene.
What was that, Helene?
You see, I'm a 17-year-old girl who imagines herself in love with Walter Pidgeon, who plays the role of an American ambassador. It wasn't hard to play that scene because I've always been mad about it.
You and countless other feminine fans. Seriously, Helene, I understand you have special qualifications to be in a picture that stars such noted musicians as Xavier Cugat and Jose Iturbe. Aren't you quite musical yourself?
Well, I play the piano, and I've studied singing, too. And that's why it was particularly fascinating to be in the same picture with the lovely young singing star, Jane Powell.
I'd say Miss Stanley had other qualifications that contribute to the success of Holiday in Mexico. The picture is in Technicolor, and Helene's auburn hair and creamy complexion. Well, I heard an envious young lady say just the other night, Helene, that you have the loveliest complexion she'd ever seen. Like magnolia petals. Those were the words she used.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley, for passing on that very nice compliment. You might tell the young lady that my complexion care is very simple. I'm sure it would work for her, too.
I told her that. Said I was sure you're a Lux girl.
Yes, that I am, Mr. Kennedy. Lux toilet soap is my daily beauty standby. Alona Massey, one of the stars of my picture, tells me she always uses Lux soap. And she's really glamorous.
Thanks, Miss Stanley. I'm sure your own beauty and talent will bring you even greater success. Lovely women everywhere find that depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this gentle white soap, why not get some tomorrow? Use it for a luxurious bath soap, too. It's thrifty. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We bring you the second act of tonight's play, starring Greer Garson as Madame Curie and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. It's a month later. On a peaceful summer evening, Marie and Pierre Curie sit on the deck of the small river steamer that bears them back to Paris from their honeymoon.
The music is lovely, isn't it?
Lovely, yes. Pierre, when we get back to Paris, what shall I work on?
Isn't there anything that particularly interests you?
Oh, I thought a number of things interested me. But now somehow...
Yeah?
Well, I can't seem to get it out of my mind. What Dr. Becquerel showed us, the pitch blende.
What about it?
Pitch blende gives off rays. Yes, but what is this energy? Where does it come from? I suppose I'm being very foolish.
Some of the greatest achievements of science have come through that same sort of challenging foolishness.
But I wouldn't know how to start, Pierre. I wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, maybe I'll be able to help you.
I'm so very glad we're married to each other, Pierre.
So am I, darling. Hello, darling.
Pierre!
Hello, darling. Oh, I lost the market list you gave me. I couldn't remember if you said carrots or turnips, so I got both.
I think we'll survive, dear. Your mother likes carrots and your father likes turnips.
And here are the flowers for the cook.
Oh, thank you, Pierre.
Marie, what's the matter? I know you hated to leave the laboratory so early today, but tomorrow's coming.
Oh, if only there was something I could look forward to tomorrow. I'm so discouraged, Pierre.
What is it? Exactly, what is it that's wrong?
I don't know. My measurements. They don't mean a thing. I know I must be making a mistake somewhere, but I don't know where. I've checked them 200 times.
Look, I'll go over them with you in the morning, dear. Now, let's not even think about the laboratory tonight. Promise?
I promise.
Right.
Hurry now. Off with your coat and help me with the dinner.
Now, Marie, if you ate some of those turnips instead of just staring at them, you wouldn't look so peaked.
Just ignore him, my dear, while you look lovely.
She's too thin. Pierre isn't treating her right.
I know I'm not, Father. Between the house and the laboratory, well, it's too much.
Women don't belong in laboratories. Women should stay home and have children.
Oh, dear, he's off again.
A woman without a child is a parasite, a bloodsucker. Marie, are you listening to me?
Of course, Father. A woman without a child is a bloodsucker.
But he didn't mean you, my dear.
She's just the one I did mean.
But I am going to have a child.
Marie, when, my dear, when?
Soon, I hope.
Marie,
Well, the prospective father's going to say something at last.
Marie, the electrometer. Are you sure the insulation was dry?
Yes, Pierre.
He's getting quite chatty lately, isn't he?
Did you check the ground connection?
Why, no, I thought you gave it to me in good condition.
Well, sometimes it works loose.
Pierre, that could be possible, couldn't it? In that case, my measurements may be correct.
Yes.
Oh, Pierre, that must be it. That must be it.
If we could only get to the laboratory right now, we could... Oh.
All right. Go ahead and check it.
Father, it's just that, well, Maria's had so many setbacks in her work, and...
Don't stop to explain. Leave your guests and go.
Oh, please forgive us for running off like this. It's just that I've been waiting for so many months.
Of course, dear. You and Pierre run along.
I'll just be a second. Pierre, my coat, quick.
Oh, why didn't I think of that ground connection weeks ago?
You know, Mama, sometimes I think that son of yours is slightly demented.
It was awfully nice having dinner with you, Father.
And nice having dinner with you, too. Happens every time. Every time.
But are you sure, Pierre? Are you sure?
No, there's nothing wrong with the ground connection, Mary. I was wrong.
I was so sure we'd find it.
Mary, you've tested all the elements. You sure of that?
Yes, I'm positive.
Would you like to show me how you made your measurements?
You wouldn't mind?
Of course not.
All right, then. Here, this rock. This is a piece of crude pitchblende. Oh, I've done this so many times I've lost count. Anyway, we know that the rays come from the uranium and the thorium contained in this crude ore.
Correct.
I put the crude pitchblende in this mortar.
Has the mortar always been clean?
Always, and I grind it up. Here in this dish is ground pitchblende.
Oh.
Now I place it in the electrometer, and... Oh, will you draw the blinds, Pierre? Now I close the specimen case in the electrometer so there'll be no draft.
Good.
And now I charge the electrometer. Now we'll find out how much energy the rays in the pitchblende have. Is that right?
Right. Now, what's the needle register? Ready?
Ready?
All right, read.
The needle stops at 8.
8.
The same reading I've always had. Now, here is pure uranium extracted from the same amount of pitchblende. Put this in exactly the same place, close the specimen case, charge the electrometer. Now we'll find out how much energy the rays in the uranium have.
Right.
Ready?
Read.
Needle stops at 2. Same as always. We know then that the pitchblende with the uranium and thorium comes to 8, and with uranium alone, it reads 2. Now we'll test the thorium.
From the same amount of pitchblende?
Of course, put that in exactly the same place, close the specimen case, charge the electrometer.
Right.
Ready?
Read.
The needle stops at 2.
2. I don't understand. When the uranium and the thorium are in the pitchblende, the reading is 8, but individually they only total 4.
Then where are those 4 missing points? That's what I don't understand. I don't understand.
You've made a chemical analysis of all the elements in the pitchblende?
Of course, it's all on the blackboard over there. Uranium oxide, 75%, thorium oxide, 13%, lead sulfide, 3%, silicon dioxide, 2%, calcium oxide, 3%, barium oxide, 2%, iron oxide, 1%, magnesium oxide, 0.99%, other extraneous matters, 0.01%.
Yes.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Our universe is composed of definitely known substances, isn't it? Elements that are fixed forever, inert, unchanging. We know that, don't we?
All of our science is based on that, yes.
Pierre, what if there were a kind of matter in the world we never dreamed of? What would that mean?
It would mean that our whole conception of the nature of matter would have to be changed.
It's cold in here.
What are you thinking? Tell me.
I don't quite dare.
Go on, say it.
What if we did not make a mistake in our measurements? What if there exists a matter that is not inert, but alive, dynamic? Look on the blackboard. Other extraneous matter. Do we dare think that our 4 missing points are in that 1/100th of 1%? Here. What if we've discovered a new element? An active element.
A new element.
The residue of the pitchblende. What was left over after I extracted the uranium and thorium, it must be contained in that residue.
Where is it?
Here, in this filter paper.
Put in the electrometer. Marie, if your 4 missing points are in this residue, our whole notion of the universe will be changed. Ready?
Ready.
Read.
Give me a hand. Look here. 4. The indicator needle goes to 4.
You found them. The 4 missing points. Oh, Marie. Marie, It's all been arranged. We're to see the directors of the university tomorrow. Just think, after all these months.
Oh, they will give us a laboratory, Pierre. They will.
Of course they will. Marie, what have you been doing?
Oh, just writing in my diary.
Your diary? The same old notebook covered with gray linen that you used in school. I trust I have been favorably commented upon?
Not a syllable.
What's more important than I?
Well, lots of things. For example, gooseberry jelly. If you're so curious, I'll read it to you. Today I took 8 pounds of fruit and the same weight in crystallized sugar. After an ebullition of 10 minutes, I passed the mixture through a rather fine sieve. I obtained 14 pots of very good jelly. Not transparent, which took perfectly.
Amazing. Let me see now what else you've written here. The baby is walking very well these days on all fours.
Mm-hmm.
Her vocabulary continues to startle me. Saturday morning she said, "Gogly, gogly, go." Later that day in the laboratory, Pierre and I discovered polonium. Marie, gooseberry jelly in full detail and 1 line for polonium. What a rare woman you are.
A woman who cooks like a scientist and practices science, I'm afraid, like a cook.
Indeed. Just wait till tomorrow. Just wait till the directors hear what you've done. I make a prophecy, Marie. They'll build the finest laboratory in France, all in your honor.
Madame Curie, you and your husband here ask that we, as directors of the University of Paris, furnish you with new laboratories and new equipment.
Yes, monsieur, based on the reports which we have given you.
You claim that you and Dr. Curie have detected the presence of a new element. Unfortunately, you furnish us with no convincing proof.
We have demonstrated its existence experimentally. We've carried on our research intensively, except for 5 weeks in the autumn. In September, my daughter was born, and a week later, my husband had the misfortune to lose his mother. The rest of the time, we have devoted entirely to research.
And yet, in these 8 or 9 months, you have come no closer to any proof as to the existence of, what's the name you've given it?
My wife has named it radium, monsieur.
Oh, yes, radium.
This work would require a great deal of time, Dr. Curie?
Yes, of course, Professor Roger.
And Madame Curie, in spite of her acknowledged abilities, is young, inexperienced, and a woman.
Gentlemen, it is perfectly true that Madame Curie is young, that she has not had the experience most of us have had, that she is a woman. But let me impress upon you, she is a most unusual woman. I might say, well, a most unusual woman. I can assure you, gentlemen, that she is a remarkable scientist, as scrupulous as she is brilliant, and furthermore...
That's enough.
Oh.
We understand that you are convinced as to the reliability of Madame Curie's investigations.
Entirely. And I have put aside my own research to devote all my time to collaborating with her.
Dr. Curie, the most we can do is to offer you the use of the shed near the School of Physics. It's not the most suitable place for your investigations, but it's the
shed?
best...
The shed, gentlemen. If this abominable shack is available, it's only because no one else can be found who's willing to work in it. The roof leaks. It has no floor but the wet ground. In summer, it is as stifling as a hothouse, and in winter, it freezes. And do you imagine that I would permit my wife to work under these appalling conditions?
Yeah,
if you do, gentlemen, believe me...
Gentlemen, with my husband's permission, we shall be very glad to accept the shed.
We shall be very grateful to have the shed, gentlemen. At first, it was sheer physical labor, infinitely too arduous for Marie. But through the bitter winter days between us, we put into operation an entire chemical plant. From the mines of Bohemia arrived the pitch plant.
8 tons of it, sack after sack, which Pierre carried on his shoulders to the tank from which we planned to extract all known elements until only a few ounces remained. Out of 8 tons, a few ounces of radium.
The months ran into years, till there came a day at last when we'd reduced the original 8 tons to 2 final elements. One was barium, and the other the precious, elusive radium.
Yes, the end of our task was in sight. All that remained was to separate these last 2 survivors, barium and radium. This was the problem, somehow to separate barium and radium. The electrometer's charging, Pierre.
Close the specimen case.
Read it, Pierre. Read it.
No separation, Marie, no separation.
No separation.
No separation.
No separation.
No separation. November the 10th, 1899. Second experiment. No separation. July the 16th, 1900. 458th experiment. Radium still refuses to be separated from barium. We've done all we can. We can do no more.
Pierre, we're ready to try again.
No, we're not ready. How much longer do you think you can drive yourself like this? How much longer do you think I can stand by and watch you destroy yourself, kill yourself?
We're ready, Pierre.
No, the world is done without radium till now. What does it matter if it isn't isolated for another 100 years?
I can't give it up. If it takes 100 years, it would be a pity. But I'm going to see how far I can go in my lifetime.
Give me the beaker.
Thank you, Pierre. Here.
Marie, your hand.
My hand?
Yeah, those burns.
Oh, they're nothing, Pierre, really nothing.
But how did you...
I'll tend to them later.
You'll see a doctor about them tonight. Tonight.
Yes,
tonight.
darling, yes, tonight. You ready now?
I'm ready. Experiment 459.
About these burns, Madame Curie. You say they haven't given you any pain much?
Only a little irritation, Doctor, at times.
I don't want to alarm you, Madame Curie, but it's possible that these burns might develop malignantly if you continue to expose them to these experiments.
Malignantly?
They might develop into a cancerous nature.
I see.
It is my advice, Madame, that you abandon your experiments immediately.
Thank you, Doctor.
But cancer. Oh, my darling. Your hands. Your poor fingers.
He only said the burns might develop.
Might develop into cancer.
No. He said they might possibly develop into a cancerous nature, but only if exposed to our radium. So if we're careful, there's nothing to be frightened about.
I won't allow you to take such risks. I won't permit it.
Pierre, listen to me, please. There's something I must say to you, and then you shall decide as you wish.
Very well.
Since I left the doctor's, I've been thinking. If radium has power enough to affect healthy tissue like mine, power enough to destroy tissue, Pierre, if it has this power, why hasn't it also the power to destroy unhealthy tissue? Do you realize what this might mean? It could heal, Pierre. All manner of diseases, maybe.
Like cancer, even?
Yes, Pierre, it might even do that.
But, Marie...
Oh, Pierre, can't you see how unimportant little things like this are compared with what it might mean? It might prevent great sicknesses, even deaths, Pierre. We can't stop now. We can't.
Promise me, Marie. Promise me you won't do
I promise to take care of myself, darling. I promise to use every possible precaution.
We'll try again, Marie.
Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you.
In a moment, we'll be back with Act 3 of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Ladies and gentlemen, a high honor is to be awarded this evening to the employees of Lever Brothers Company, our sponsor. 3,000 miles away in a New York studio are the president of the National Safety Council, Mr. Ned H. Dearborn, and the president of Lever Brothers Company, Mr. Charles Luckman. Come in, Mr. Dearborn.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our story is a thrilling one, Mr. Keeley, because it deals with saving human lives. Since its founding in 1913, the National Safety Council has worked to convince people that accidents cause suffering, cost money, and cost lives. Although accidents still happen, we have accomplished much, because well over 300,000 lives have already been saved by organized safety work. The member companies in our organization are constantly eliminating accidents, not only through safety devices on machines, but by training everyone in their employ to safe habits. It costs the companies behind this organization a great deal of money and time and patience to accomplish results. Their hearts have to be in it. I'm very happy that Mr. Charles Luckman, the president of Lever Brothers Company, is one of our most vigorous crusaders for safety. And now, Mr. Luckman, it gives me the greatest pleasure to present you, as president of Lever Brothers Company, this certificate, the Award of Honor for Distinguished Service to Safety. And with it, I present also the National Safety Council's S pennant. The white star on it indicates that your company has won the Council's highest award twice. A truly notable achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Dearborn, and thanks also to the National Safety Council. You're so very right in what you've said. The story you have to tell of saving human lives is thrilling. And in order to succeed in reducing accidents as close as possible to the vanishing point, everyone must have his heart in it. I am with you and the National Safety Council completely and without reservation. I'm accepting this award with great happiness on behalf of all the members of the vast Lever family throughout the United States. This is so very definitely a family enterprise. No single person in the business can make it succeed all by himself. No single individual can protect himself if others around him are careless. But on the other hand, and this is so important, no real degree of safety can be attained unless each and every individual operates as though he himself were entirely responsible for the safety program. I take my hat off to all members of the Lever family. They have set up a record that is dramatically excellent, not only in and of itself, but in comparison with the other large firms in our industry, it is outstanding. I say this only to point out to the Lever people listening in how fine is their accomplishment. I feel that I can safely pledge to you that all of us in the Lever organization will continue to do our utmost to work safely, play safely, live safely, and promote safety, both for ourselves and for others. Thank you, Mr. Luckman, and all our heartiest congratulations. We continue into Act 3 of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson in the title role and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. Mary's fingers healed, and though they didn't find a way to separate radium from barium in a single process, they did discover a method of removing barium little by little in infinitesimal amounts.
Do you know what this will involve, Mary?
I know.
Evaporations, countless evaporations, crystallizations. It will take months and months.
And maybe years, Pierre. But someday nothing will be left but radium.
So they began the thousands of separate operations, crystallizing and recrystallizing, until what was once 8 tons of pitch blende was now contained in a solitary bowl, half filled with a colorless liquid. Hour after hour, they wait for it to crystallize.
Pierre, what time is it? We must have fallen asleep.
It's 5 o'clock.
Oh, it must be crystallized by now. Our radium, it must be there.
Take the lid off the bowl, dear.
You look first, Pierre. Well, tell me. Pierre.
Look.
Nothing. It's empty. Not a trace of anything, not a grain. Only the stain. What's happened? What's happened, Pierre? Where's our radium? What have we done? Where is it?
I don't know.
What did we do that was wrong? What could we have done?
We've done nothing wrong.
I can't stand it, Pierre. We worked for years and years and years. It must be there. It must be there. 4 long years in this shed. 4 long years.
There. Now we're going home, Mary. We're human beings. We have a child and a home, and we're going to them.
What's the matter with Mommy, Daddy? Why didn't she finish the story? Doesn't she feel good?
She's tired, darling. So tired her eyes couldn't stay open any longer.
Would you tell me a story?
Yes, darling, if you'll close your eyes.
Talk quietly, Daddy, so we don't wake up Mommy. What's the story about?
Well, it's about a strange and wonderful treasure that was locked up in an enchanted stone.
Isn't there a princess in it?
Yes, a beautiful princess with golden hair. She looked very much like your mother.
And a prince, too?
No, only a man who lived all alone until the princess found him.
Did they love each other?
Very much.
My eyes are closed, Daddy.
Well, one day the princess told the man about this wonderful treasure, so they decided to search for it together. The princess knew that if they could get it out of the stone, it might let people see the wonderful things that they had never been able to see before. So they worked very hard for a long, long time to try to rescue the treasure from the stone. But they grew very tired, and at last they knew they would never be able to free the treasure from the enchantment of the stone. But they weren't sad about it, because they knew that no matter how many disappointments they had, they would always go on together, having the courage to take the many disappointments because they were together. And they lived happily ever after.
Pierre, you awake?
Darling, I thought you were asleep.
I can't sleep. I can't accept it, Pierre. The radium.
Sometimes there are things you just must accept.
If only I knew why we failed. Months and months ago, we knew we'd found the right process. Now, at the very end, why should it fail?
I don't know. I do not know.
Pierre, that stain on the bowl.
Stain?
What we were expecting to find was a definite amount of radium, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Something we could see and feel, about as much as a pinch of salt, you said.
Yes.
Pierre, what if it's merely a question of amount? What if there's so little radium in proportion to the amount of material that even now we couldn't see it? What if that stain, even if it were the merest breath...
Go on.
Pierre, could it be that stain is radium? I'm getting up. I'm going to the laboratory right now. Hurry, darling.
It's so dark in here. Wait, I'll find a lamp.
Pierre!
Yes?
Look, on the table. Bowl.
Marie.
It's glowing.
The bowl is glowing in the dark. Do you know what that means?
It's there. The radium, it's there.
The stain in an empty bowl.
It's there. It's there! It's there! Oh, Pierre, it's there! It's there!
Woman scientist discovers amazing new element.
Scientists predict new era with discovery of radium.
Curie's turned down millions for secret of radium.
Doctor and Madame Curie give gift of radium to humanity.
Curie is to receive Nobel Prize for radium.
Marie?
Yes, dear? I thought you were dozing.
Know what I'm doing?
You're sitting in a chair in a beautiful garden far from Paris, and you're having the first rest you've had for years.
You know what else I'm doing? I'm walking through the new laboratory the university is giving us. Oh, it'll be wonderful to get back to work again. We've lost so much time.
Oh, Pierre, the time we spent down here hasn't been lost. We've got our strength back again.
Yes, that's true. We were ill, both of us, more than we knew. You know, when we first came here, I used to have some fantastically morbid thoughts.
How do you mean?
Well, I had a feeling I didn't have much time to lose, that my days were, that I mustn't waste them.
Pierre, what a horrible thought.
Marie, why, it's just because I was so ill. Oh, now, come, darling, don't take it so seriously.
Oh, it frightens me.
I'm sorry I mentioned it. It was nothing.
Pierre, if one of us should ever go, the other couldn't go on alone. It couldn't be expected of us, could it?
You're wrong, dear. If one should go, the other must work on just the same. But I, for one, have no intention of going anywhere except to our wonderful new laboratory. Just think of it. After all this indolence, only one more week to wait.
Pierre.
Yes, dear.
There's something I want to tell you, darling.
Well?
Somehow I just can't find the words. Pierre, are you proud of me at all?
Marie.
Because I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud that sometimes I think I'll burst. You're a very great man, Pierre. Not the way the world means, but just you. Your kindness, and your gentleness, and your wisdom. I love you, Pierre, so deeply. I never dreamed that... I'm so thankful, Pierre. That's what I wanted to tell you. That's what I hope you've always known.
But what does it say in the newspaper, Grandpa? Tell me.
Well, give me a chance. France has seen fit to bestow upon this famous scientific couple a truly great honor in return for their services to science and mankind. Well, young lady, you duly impressed?
Mm-hmm.
The president and faculty of the University of Paris will present Pierre and Madame Curie with a fully equipped laboratory and staff. Well, that's to carry on the many experiments they have opened the gateway to. There will be a formal presentation of the laboratory at 6:30 tonight, at which the world-famous couple will appear. Well, not bad, huh? Not bad.
It's terrible.
Daddy!
Hello, darling. What's the matter with this house today? The place is in a turmoil and a rainstorm.
Now, sit down and relax, Pierre.
Relax. Where's Marie? I can't find her anywhere. A house without a woman, I don't understand. Marie!
But she's upstairs, Daddy.
Upstairs at this hour?
She's having a fitting on her new dress for the ceremonies tonight. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Oh, good. That's a very sound idea.
Well, just remember, I didn't tell you.
How am I going to remember anything today?
Pardon, is Dr. Pierre here?
This is him. What do you want? Oh, that's the seamstress, Pierre.
Oh.
Madame Curie, doctor. She would like to see you.
You like the gown, Pierre? Really?
Oh, I do very much, Mary. You ought to have some kind of a little ornament, hadn't you?
Oh, nonsense.
Yes, something bright. I've seen them on women, and they look very nice.
Don't look at me like that. You make me self-conscious.
No, I was just thinking. Evening dress becomes you so. But there you are. We just haven't had any time, have we? Oh, listen to that. Our beautiful day ruined. It's pouring.
It'll stop, dear. Don't worry.
Well, I must be going. I have 100 things to do today. I've made a list, and I want to clean everything up and start fresh at the new laboratory in the morning.
Just don't be late, Pierre. Professor Perrot's calling for us at 6.
I'll be here.
And don't forget your rubbers.
I won't.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye, Marie. Have anything else you could show me? Earrings, perhaps?
Oh, yes, monsieur. These, for example. Very lovely.
Yes, they are. And what are these?
These are garnets, monsieur.
Really? Well, I hardly know which to...
It could depend on the lady, monsieur. Is she blonde or...
Oh, blonde, definitely. Not too blonde. Well, her hair is sort of a gold, you know?
Gold?
Yes. And her eyes are gray. Very calm and gray, and her coloring is very, very lovely. Sort of a smooth skin and nice, delicate coloring. And, well, I don't know whether it would be of any help to you, but I believe the lady is quite beautiful.
Oh, yes, monsieur. I would say the garnets, by all means. Well, here are the earrings, Doctor, all wrapped up. It's been such an honor, Dr. Curie. I didn't know at first it was you.
Thank you for your help. She liked the earrings, I'm sure. Good day, monsieur.
Look out! Watch where you're going! Hey, look out! Look out!
And it's my painful duty to tell you, Madame Curie, that your husband has been the victim of a street accident. He was instantly killed. He could have suffered no pain.
Dr. Perot is here to see you, Marie. Marie, it's your old teacher, dear. Dr. Perot. See, just the same. She just sits, seeing nothing, hearing nothing.
Marie, forgive me if I intrude, Marie. I do so as Pierre's old friend and your old friend. Marie, think what Pierre would have wished you to do. Somewhere within yourself, you must find the strength to carry on his work, and your own. Marie, 10 years ago, you told me so often you were impressed by something I said when you were in my class. I spoke of Newton, Galileo, and I said that probably none of you would reach so high to catch a star in your fingertips. I was wrong. I have truly seen you reach into the high places of knowledge and catch a star on your fingertips. Marie, there are more stars.
There is nothing more for me. Pierre is gone. They brought this home, his watch and chain, this piece of paper with reminders.
CBL at Institute regarding precautions against accident to laboratory workers. Go to printers, buy earrings for Marie.
He was killed in front of a shop, buying earrings for me.
She faltered for a moment, yes, but then took up again the work for which she was born. A quarter of a century later, the University of Paris observed the 25th anniversary of the discovery of radium. On that occasion, frail but still bright-eyed and eager, was the wife of Pierre Curie.
No one of us can do much for science or humanity. Yet each of us, perhaps, can catch some gleam of knowledge, which, modest and insufficient of itself, may add to man's dream of truth. It is by these small candles in our darkness that we see before us, little by little, the dim outlines of that great plan that shapes the universe. And I am among those who think that for this reason, science has great beauty, and with its great spiritual strength, will in time cleanse this world of its evils, its ignorance, its poverty, its diseases, wars, and heartaches. Many years ago, an obscure poet of my native land set forth a creed which I have never forgotten. May I repeat his words to you now? Look for the clear light of truth. Look for unknown, new roads. Even when man's sight is keener far than now, divine wonder will never fail him. Leave then the dreams of yesterday and build the temples of the future.
A great play calls for great artists, and here are the stars who gave us such a memorable evening. Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Thank you, Bill. I'm sure Walter and I will always remember the pictures we made together.
How could a man forget a girl like you, Greer?
Greer, the last time you were on this stage, the Gallup poll had voted you for the second time America's favorite actress. And I know you're a leading contender for the same title this year.
Well, I'm very grateful to the theater goers, Bill.
For that matter, I imagine Greer's the most decorated star in Hollywood.
I can tell you a secret. Her statue, sculpted in wax, has been placed in Madame Tussauds.
Today's play was recorded in the 1950s and is set in Italy. We present Howard Marion Crawford and Brian Wilde in The New Catechism, adapted for radio from a short story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The New Catechism.
Ah, Benchley, sir. Got my message. Come along in.
Thank you, Kennedy.
Hang your head up. Now, what's in your bag?
Oh, a few odd things I thought might interest you.
Righto. Bring it into the study. But you know my motto, pleasure before business. Let's have a drink first.
All right, thank you. So long as you don't expect me to keep pace with you.
Come along in.
Oh, warm tonight, isn't it?
Well, it's soft and pretty warm at this time of the year in Rome. I like it anyway.
Do you mind if I open a window?
Oh, that's the idea. You open a window and I'll open a bottle. That's fair division of labor, huh? Oh, come on, you brute. Have you seen the Continental edition of the Courier?
No.
Well, it's that I want to see you about.
No, I'm afraid I've been working all day in my room.
Oh. Well, now, we've got something to celebrate.
Oh.
Salute.
Cheers. Cigarette? Yeah. Oh, no, of course you don't. Well, what do you mean we've got something to celebrate?
Now, you listen to this, me lad. Where is it now? It's in the gossip. Yes, here we are. I'm told the two young Englishmen in Rome are shedding new light on an old subject. Archaeology, it seems, isn't the exclusive province of old gentlemen with long beards and short sight. I like that bit. Now listen to this, then. Edmund Kennedy's recent daring reconstructions of the baths of Caracalla has excited admiration and controversy. I hear that savants are heading for Rome to see the wonderfully imaginative model he has made. The ingenuity he has displayed may well give fresh impetus to the science of antiquities. Another Englishman in Rome, Charles Benchley, is working on the theory that there are fresh discoveries to be made under the foundations of the eternal city. It is generally agreed that the ancient catacombs, the underground cemeteries in which the early Christians buried their dead, have long since yielded up their lost secrets. But Benchley, I hear, is stubbornly pursuing his idea that there are fresh underworlds to be conquered. So far, without result. Now, what do you think of that?
I think it's pretty cheap stuff. It was quite inaccurate. It's full of feeble little cracks and cliches. I mean to say, the eternal city, new light on an old subject. Oh, this is smart Alec journalism. Oh, not that I'm belittling the work you've done, only...
Only what?
Well, I think that this sort of thing only cheapens our work. I wonder where the paper got hold of this stuff.
I thought perhaps you might have inspired it.
I? Good heavens, no. Oh, no, I assure you, Kennedy, I'd never dream of such a thing. No, I believe that our sort of work should be done almost by stealth until we are ready ourselves to publish results.
Oh, I don't know. A little bit of publicity never did anyone any harm. Besides, it's expected nowadays. I'm a brilliant young man, Benchley, and my ingenuity and imagination have given fresh impetus to interest in archaeology. Well, damn it, man, why should film stars get all the limelight? Aren't we doing work of lasting value? By unraveling the past, we forecast the future. No, here's to publicity.
Well, perhaps you're right. I expect I'm too diffident.
Yes, of course you are. If you're not careful, you're going to develop into one of those old men with long beards and short sight who practically live at the British Museum.
Well, certainly I sometimes wonder how long I shall stick it in Rome.
Oh, to be in England now that October's there, huh?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, that's not how I see it. I like Rome, I like my work, and I like my freedom. Do you honestly tell me you'd go back to the stuffy conventions of the suburbs?
Well, there's a good deal to be said for the suburbs.
There's a good deal too much said in the suburbs, if you ask me. Oh, what would the neighbors say if they saw you sitting at a table in, Streatham High Road drinking Chianti?
Well, it would be a little unusual, wouldn't it?
Exactly, but it isn't here. And the girls, my dear fellow. Oh, the girls. How many flashing-eyed charmers would you count on a tour around Tooting Beck Common?
Quite a number, surely.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. But in Rome. Now, I must say Italian women appeal to me. That one in Ricci's bar, huh? The beautiful Lucia with the luscious curves.
I don't think I've spoken to an Italian girl since I came here, except the servants, of course.
Well, why not make the best of both worlds, as I do? Don't you believe when they say you can't have your cake and eat it? You can, you know. You can.
But I'm not much good at philandering. Besides, it costs a lot of money. You're pretty lucky, you know, Kennedy. I mean, private income and all that. Look at this flat. A real appartamento discreto.
Hey, it's nice, isn't it? I doubt if there's a better in the city.
One could say that you had everything. Reputation, money, good looks. I'm afraid I envy you sometimes.
Well, I'm not complaining.
Well, really, I'm not complaining either, though. You'd laugh if you knew how many lira I spend per month on my camera per una persona.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I say, don't think I ought to have any more.
Go on, man. You're only young once.
Oh, well, thanks. Oh, thanks, that'll do. I say, Kennedy.
Yeah?
There's something I rather want to mention to you.
Go right ahead.
I had lunch today with Gregory.
Oh, that ass.
Well, he said something about you that I took pretty strong exception to. In fact, I got very angry with him.
Oh, I wish I'd been there to see you angry.
Oh, no, you'd be surprised.
Well, go on. I know Gregory doesn't like me. Well, what did he say? Not that I give a damn.
Oh, perhaps I'd better shut up. It's the wine. Well, he began to talk about that pretty English art student who didn't come back to Rome after the vacation.
Which art student?
Mary Sutherland. Oh, no, that's not her name. Sanderson, isn't it?
What did Gregory say?
He told me to ask you where she was. Then he went on to tell her, well, an unpleasant story about you. I must say I got damned annoyed with him, and I told him I didn't believe a word of it.
That's very loyal of you, but I still don't know what he said.
I'd like to. Well, he said that you took Miss Sanderson for a holiday and then abandoned her. Said she went back to England broken-hearted because you refused to carry out your promise to marry her. He said there was a deal scandal being talked of.
He's got it all wrong.
Well, I told him I wouldn't believe it. But you can't afford to let Gregory go about spreading slander like that. You ought to do something about it. Shut him up or prosecute him.
Why should I trouble doing anything of the sort?
Oh, it's none of my business, of course. I merely thought that if you didn't contradict such lies, people will assume that they're true.
Now, why should I care? If Mary and I had a burnt-out love affair and parted by mutual consent, that's our business, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
Love, my dear fellow, is a big word. It covers a great many shades of feeling and emotion. Mary's a sweet and charming girl, but we decided it was simply a passing affair. Well, we did have a wonderful time together at Bellagio on Lake Como. That was a lovely place, especially in the spring.
Teddy, I'm so glad we came here, aren't you?
Yes, Mary.
Don't you think this is the most beautiful place in the whole world?
Yes, it's pretty good, I must say.
Pretty good. That's a nice piece of understatement. Just go around in a circle, darling, so that I can see Bellagio, then Cadenabia, then Verena, without even having to stir off my cushions.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. I shall be quite heartbroken when we have to leave tomorrow. No, that's not quite true.
Even perfection has to come to an end, eh? Oh, yes, I agree.
In a way, darling, I'm anxious that this perfection should come to an end.
Are you?
Yes. What you said to me when we first fell in love is quite true. You remember you called me a Puritan?
So I did.
You were quite right. That's what I am at heart, a conventionally minded Puritan. I've been happy here in a kind of way, but I shan't be really easy in my mind till we reach London and get married.
Look, Mary, I want to talk to you about that.
Oh, I know what you're going to say. A few perfunctory words spoken over our heads by the parson can't possibly change him. I know that's so. But I still want to have the words spoken over us.
Darling, certain complications have cropped up.
Complications?
Yes, I can't possibly go to London with you, I'm afraid. Not at present, anyhow.
That was the arrangement, Teddy. Mother and Father expect us on Wednesday.
Yes, I know. But I shall have to ask you to go on alone tomorrow from Milan while I go back to Rome. Well, of course, I'll join you later.
But I don't want to turn up without you. I'll wait till you can come. What's happened?
That letter I had on Friday, I didn't want to spoil our holiday by telling you, but it was from Professor Voss of Berlin. He's coming especially to see me in Rome next week.
But you can put him off for a few weeks.
Not a man of Voss's standing. It would seriously damage my career not to meet him.
Your career? Doesn't it occur to you that you're damaging mine? Teddy, you can't possibly mean this. But they're getting ready at home.
Yes, I said I'd carry out my promise later.
Don't say that as though you had the slightest intention of doing it. I couldn't believe you'd treat me in this way. I can't believe it yet. Teddy, what do you mean?
Now, don't start to get excited and make a scene. I'm only asking you to wait a little, and then I'll come to London and...
Teddy, are you backing up?
Mary, I wish you'd try to be sensible and listen to me
Then the whispers
carefully.
in Rome were true. I see now that Richard Gregory was trying to warn
What are
me.
you talking about?
And I didn't have the slightest suspicion of you. I thought you were in love with me.
Of course I was.
Was?
Well, I think you must see for yourself that we aren't quite as keen on each other as we thought.
How easy you must have found it. It never occurred to me to believe that you could say all those lovely things and not mean a word of them.
Well, we were attracted to each other at
You
first.
asked me to marry you and said you'd come home with me and meet my parents and have the wedding in London.
Look, Mary, we might as well face
Then you had a brilliant idea. On our way home, you said, why not let's have a week at the most wonderful and beautiful place in the world, the Lodgio.
Well, you're perfectly agreeable.
Perfectly agreeable. Is that all you can say?
I really don't see the need for all this drama.
Now we've had our holiday and we're not going to be married. Another conquest for Mr. Kennedy.
I've already said I'll come as soon as I can get away. My work is very important.
That's what I thought of my life and my future. Rather important to me. But they don't seem to mean anything to you.
Well, of course they do. When you come back to Rome in September...
I shall never come back to Rome. Never. And I hope I shall never see you again.
Oh, I say, look here, Mary.
Put me ashore, please.
I think you're behaving in the most extraordinary way.
Put me ashore.
What were you going to say about Lake Como?
My dear Benchley, when you know a little more about the world, you'll realize that a man doesn't discuss this sort of thing.
Oh, I see.
I'd say no more about it. Now then, what about opening your case and seeing those specimens of yours, eh?
Oh, yes, certainly.
I say. What are these? Oh, tiles.
I thought they'd interest you.
But where did you get them?
In a place I found. Forgive me, but I'd prefer not to be more explicit at this moment.
And what's this? Bottle?
That's what I'd say.
But it's cruder than anything I've ever seen.
Oh, my view exactly.
And the incisions on these inscriptions. I've never seen characters like them before. Surely they're very early and primitive.
My dear chap, it's the most exciting place. Crude, primitive, yes. Those are the words. I don't believe that any eyes except mine have seen this place for many centuries.
Is it true, then, that you've discovered a new catacomb?
Yes.
Are you sure that it isn't in Bosio's standard work?
Positive.
Well, this is going to put you on the map, Benchley.
Perhaps. I don't know. That's not the aspect of the thing that interests me at the moment.
But how did you come to light on it? Damn it, man, I thought that every catacomb in Rome had been catalogued 100 years ago. Is it just an odd, undiscovered gallery in one of these...
It's a complete new catacomb. It's quite enormous in extent and incredibly complicated. I've known of its existence now for quite some months. I stumbled on the clue by accident when I was in the university library.
Yes, go on.
Well, there are treasures down there that no one but myself has ever seen. Marvelous amphorae, mostly perfect. There are some tremendously interesting murals that I haven't had time to inspect properly yet, and a perfectly wonderful chapel somewhere near the center of the whole warren. It's hopeless to try to describe the place. It must be seen to be credited.
All right, let me see it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Kennedy, but I can't quite bring myself to let anybody in on this one. Not quite yet.
Then why did you mention it at all?
Oh, it's silly of me. I know. I expect this excellent spumante of yours is responsible.
But damn it all, old boy, you can surely trust me. I'd be the last man on earth to blab about it to anyone.
Well, you know my ideas. Say nothing to anyone until you're sure of your conclusions.
But from what I gather, it would take one man years to explore and catalogue the place.
Oh, years, yes. Oh, that's right, years. In fact, it couldn't be done by one man, never. There's miles of it. Miles.
Well, whereabouts is it?
It's near the Great Aqueduct.
Sounds like a discovery of the first importance. These inscriptions alone will make a sensation. Benchley, you're a lucky devil.
Well, not exactly lucky. I've worked on the thing rather hard for some time. I must tell you how I lighted on the entrance. It's quite a detective story.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me.
No, it'll take too long. Not tonight.
Oh, it's too bad, rousing my curiosity like this. If I'd been lucky enough to be the discoverer, I'd have taken you into my confidence.
You really?
But of course.
Well, I don't want you to think I distrust you.
Well, then, just let me take one look at you.
Oh, really, Kennedy, you're awfully persuasive.
Look, come on. I tell you what. I'll let you blindfold me as soon as we get near the place.
Would you?
Certainly. And you can do the same after we leave. Now, is that fair enough?
Well, I don't know. Well, perhaps I wouldn't mind showing you the catacomb under those conditions. No, it sounds childish.
Good, fine. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
What do you mean tonight?
Well, of course, why not?
Oh, but I haven't come prepared.
What do you need?
Nothing really, except a good torch.
Look in that drawer over there. I got a flashlight there that throws a terrific beam.
Oh, yes. Oh, the very thing for the job.
Well, you don't seem to have an excuse left.
No, I don't, do I? Though I must say, I hadn't intended to. Oh, well, all right, then. Actually, I'm quite keen myself. I haven't been down for a couple of days.
How do we go, taxi?
No, I think not. If you don't mind, I'd rather walk. I've been inside all day in a little fresh air.
Fine. Walk suits me. Let's move then.
Oh, it seems an awful time of night to go, but... Oh, well, all right.
Now, can I take this damn handkerchief off now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, where on earth are we?
It's an abandoned cowshed. I've rented it from the owner, and I keep the place padlocked, as you see.
And the entrance to the catacomb? Is it inside here?
Under the straw here. If you will hold the torch.
All right.
Thanks. There.
So this is the entrance?
There are 20 steps down, but wait a minute first. I've got to put my harness on.
Oh. So that's what all this roller towel arrangement, all the stout string on it is, eh?
Well, you see, as the catacomb is still largely unexplored, and as it's a perfect rabbit warren, I take this precaution.
You tie the string
around my waist, you see, like this.
Yes.
And no matter where I wander to, I can be sure of getting back.
That's ingenious.
Well, I had some pretty narrow escapes at first until I got some handle of the layout. There's an incredible number of passages which divide and subdivide in a most bewildering way.
How do you find your way at all if it's so complicated?
Oh, well, there's a certain system to it, of course. And I've made a few marks of my own here and there to guide me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty expert in getting around nowadays, but if a stranger blundered down here, I wouldn't give a button for his chances. Ah, well, I'm ready. Now, give me the torch, will you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go down. Wait till I get to the bottom, and I'll shine the torch up.
Okay.
Righto, come on. Take it carefully.
Don't worry. I am. Yes, I see what you mean. Well, if this is the entrance chamber, well, there are at least a dozen passages radiating from here for a start.
Oh, yes.
Oh, where do we go?
Oh, this way. Now, don't let's loiter to look at things meantime, because the real marvels are in the central chapel, and it's quite some distance away.
Oh, what a place. Cracked brown walls and rows of tombs. Here, wait a minute. Let's look at this. You see this inscription here? Pax. What is it? Pax Tincum.
Ah, yes.
And here's another one. Pax Tibli. This is certainly a very early dating place.
Oh, I think it may prove to be the earliest of them all. But let's push on. There are far more wonderful things to be seen.
Ah, you know your way around here beats me. The passages everywhere. The place is an absolute labyrinth.
It gets more confusing further on.
Yeah.
Now, round this way.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this on top of this tomb? A bracelet?
Oh, yes. Oh, but I can show you mirrors and combs and armlets and earrings and buckles and brooches and all the usual domestic paraphernalia left by relatives near the tombs of their friends. Oh, and of course, the usual toys and dice and money jars, some with coins in them.
Oh, this is marvelous. Oh, I wish we could stop a moment.
No, not this visit. Now, wait a moment. Yes, we turn left here. It's funny, but this little bit always baffles me for a moment.
Oh, this discovery will absolutely make your name, man.
Yes, perhaps. Now, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this a wall painting?
Yes. Oh, but it's nothing compared with what I show you. Now, keep pressing on, Kennedy, please. All this is small stuff so far. There's rather a fine tomb over there. Yeah. We'll have a closer look on the way back.
Yes. This is far more wonderful than Sant'Agnese.
Oh, undoubtedly. To the right, yeah?
Huh?
Don't loiter, please, Kennedy.
Yes, well, damn it all, man. It's so tempting. Hey, wait a minute, I'll lose you. Hey, wait. Oh, this is utterly bewildering.
Now, down this little slope now. Now, steady.
Right.
Right?
Yes, I'll be on. That's it.
Well, I hope the battery in your torch is a good one.
Yes, it's new, thank goodness. We'd be in the spot if it went out.
Oh, there's always this training.
Well, how far are we going? We seem to have come quite a long way already.
Well, I've never measured the distance, but it's a goodish way before you reach the center. I've never yet discovered the limits of the place. Now, don't talk to me for a minute. This is the most difficult place of all. Yes, this way. It's not so far now.
Well, this beats me. I've never seen such a network of intersecting passages. I can't think how you know your way about it.
Oh, I practically lived down here for the last 3 months. Now, in a minute, we come to the place I've been talking about. It's a large, circular hall with a great square pedestal of porous rock topped by a slab of marble. Here we are. Look.
It's wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Why, that's a Christian oath.
That's what I think.
It might easily be the first one of its kind in existence.
I hope it may be.
Look, shine your torch on this end of the marble wall, will you?
There?
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Look. Here is the little consecration cross cut in the corner. This circular hall was used as a church. It may be one of the very first to exist.
Precisely. Now, look at some of the bodies buried in the niches of the walls.
Huh?
Go on, look at them. They'll surprise you.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, this is tremendous. Why, these must be some of the early popes and bishops of the church.
Yes.
Here's one of the mitre. Another one with a crozier. Oh, this is the most interesting thing I've ever come across.
It's unique, I think.
When we get this place explored and mapped out, it'll cause a sensation. The very earliest Christians must have worshipped here when their religion was still prescribed. Yeah. That's why they made the labyrinth so unusually complicated, of course.
At a rough guess, I'd say there are about 1,000 possible wrong turnings between this wall and the entrance.
What? That's a sobering thought.
You've no idea what real darkness is like until you get down here. I tried it once as an experiment and it scared me stiff. Look, I'll just switch off the light for a moment and let you see.
That's horrible. It's not just an ordinary darkness, is it? It seems to press on you.
mothers you. That'll do, Benchley. Switch on again.
You sound quite uneasy.
Switch on the light, man.
No, wait a minute first. Do you notice how, when the light's off, you lose all idea of where sounds are coming from?
Yes. Yes, I do. Your voice seems to be coming from every side of me. Switch on the light, man.
No, I don't think I will. I think I leave you in the dark to find your own way back.
What? Good God, man, have you gone mad?
Not at all.
Then what the devil are you playing at? Sit down with this damn nonsense. Where are you? Where are you?
Don't hurry, Kennedy. You've all the time in the world. And when you sit down occasionally for a rest, just ask yourself whether you treated Mary Sanderson fairly.
Mary Sanderson? What is this? What are you saying? Where are you, man? You seem to be getting further away. Put on the light.
I know a deal more about Mary's ruined life than you think. I was in love with her. I'm just on the point of overcoming my shyness and asking her to marry me when you took her away on that little holiday to Lake Como.
For God's sake, man,
You slipped out of that hole pretty easily, didn't you, Kennedy? Now see if you can get out of this one.
Oh, no. The Benchley! He can't. Benchley! God, my God. Benchley!
In The New Catechism by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by R.J.V. Seller, Kennedy was played by Howard Marion Crawford, Benchley by Brian Wilde, and Mary by Pauline Yates. The producer was R.D. Smith.
England, 1529. King Henry VIII is on the English throne. Cardinal Wolsey is Lord Chancellor, the most prestigious office in the land. Sir Thomas More is Speaker of the House of Commons, one of the most intelligent and influential men in England, and, moreover, the King's friend. A man for all seasons.
It is perverse to start a play made up of kings and cardinals in speaking costumes and intellectuals with embroidered mouths with me. If a king or a cardinal had done the prologue, he'd have had the right materials. And an intellectual would have shown enough majestic meanings, coloured propositions, and closely woven liturgical stuff to dress the House of Lords. Well, I'll give you a proposition of my own. Now, where's my steward's costume? There's company to dinner. Duke of Norfolk and Master Richard Rich. Ah, here we are. Matthew, the household steward of Sir Thomas More, a common man, a 16th century butler. The 16th century is the century of the common man, like all the other centuries. And that's my proposition.
The wine, please, Matthew.
It's there, Sir Thomas.
Is it good?
Bless you, sir. I don't know.
Bless you, too, Matthew. Every man has his price.
Master Richard Rich.
But yes, in money, too. No. All pleasure, titles, women, bricks and mortar, there's always something. Childish. Well, in suffering, certainly. By a man with suffering? Impose suffering and offer him escape. Oh, for a moment I thought you were being profound. Good evening, Matthew.
Evening, sir.
No, not a bit profound. It then becomes a purely practical question of how to make him suffer sufficiently. Richard, you should go back to Cambridge. You're deteriorating. Well, I'm not used. Do you know how much I have to show for 7 months' work? Work? Work. Waiting's work when you wait as I wait. Hard. For 7 months, that's 200 days, I have to show the acquaintance of the Cardinal's outer doorman, the indifference of the Cardinal's inner doorman, and the Cardinal's Chamberlain's hand in my chest. Oh, and also one half of a good morning delivered at 50 paces by the Duke of Norfolk. Doubtless he mistook me for someone. He was very affable at dinner. Everyone's affable here. Also, of course, the friendship of Sir Thomas More. Or should I say acquaintance? Say friendship. Well, there. A friend of Sir Thomas and still no office? There must be something wrong with him. I thought we said friendship. The Dean of St. Paul's offers you a post. With a house, a servant, and £50 a year. What? What post? At the new school. A teacher. Well, a man should go where he won't be tempted. Look, Richard, see this goblet? Look. It's beautiful. Italian. Do you want it? Oh, why, no joke. Keep it. Sell it. Well, thank you, of course. Thank you, but it was sent to me a little while ago by some woman. Now she's put a lawsuit into the Court of Requests. It's a bribe, Richard. Oh. So you give it away, of course. Yes. Well, I'm not going to keep it. And you need it. But of course, if you feel it's contaminated... No, I'll risk it. Why not be a teacher? You'd be a fine teacher, perhaps a great one. And if I was, who would know it? You, your pupils, your friends, God. Not a bad public, that. Oh, and a quiet life. You say that. Oh, Richard, I was commanded into office. It was inflicted on me. Can't you believe that? It's hard. Be a teacher.
I tell you, Alice, he stooped from the clouds.
We'll settle this, my lord. We'll put it to Thomas. No falcon could stoop from a cloud, could he?
Well, I don't know, my dear. It sounds unlikely.
There.
I've heard. Well, I've seen falcons do some very splendid things.
But how could he stoop from a cloud? He couldn't see where he was going.
You see, Alice, you're ignorant of the subject. A real falcon don't care where he's going.
That's curious.
It was the very first cast of the day. The sun was behind us, and from side to side of the valley, like the roof of a tent, was solid mist.
Oh, mist?
Well, mist is cloud, isn't it?
No.
The opinion of Aristotle is that mists are an exhalation of the earth.
He stood 500 feet. Like that. Like an act of God, isn't he, Thomas?
He's tremendous.
Tremendous.
What was that of Aristotle's, Richard? Nothing, Sir Thomas. It was out of place.
I've never found much use in Aristotle myself. Not practically. Great philosopher, of course. Wonderful mind.
Exactly, Your Grace.
Eh?
Master Rich is newly converted to the doctrines of Machiavelli.
The Italian. Nasty book, from what I hear.
The doctrines of Machiavelli have been largely mistaken, I think. Indeed, properly apprehended, he has no doctrine. Master Cromwell has the sense of it, I think, when he says
You know Cromwell?
Slightly, Your Grace.
The Cardinal's secretary?
No.
What?
It's a fact.
When, Howard?
2-3 days.
A farrier's son?
Well, the Cardinal's a butcher's son, isn't he?
It'll be up quick and down quick with Master Cromwell.
Yeah.
Letter for you, Sir Thomas. Oh, thank you, Matthew. Talk of the Cardinal's secretary and the Cardinal appears. He wants me. Now.
At this time of night?
The King's business.
The Queen's business?
More than likely, Alice, more than likely.
What's the time? 11 o'clock, sir. Is there a boat? Waiting, sir. Go to bed, my dear.
Yes.
You'll excuse me, Your Grace.
Of course.
Richard. Certainly. Now, you'll go to bed. Dear Lord.
Dear Lord.
Give us rest tonight. Or if we must be wakeful, cheerful. Careful only for our soul's salvation. For Christ's sake. Amen. And bless our Lord the King.
And bless our Lord the King.
Amen. Goodbye, my dear.
Take care, Thomas.
Bye. Howard, are you at Richmond?
No, down the river.
Then good night. Sir Thomas, I wondered if... Oh, Your Grace. Here's a young man desperate for employment. Something in the clerical line.
Well, if you recommend him...
No, I don't recommend him, but I point him out. He's at the New Inn. You could take him there.
All right. Come on.
My lord. Sir Thomas, thank you. Be a teacher, Richard. Your Grace.
It's 1:30. Where have you been?
1 o'clock, Your Grace. I've been on the river.
Since you seem so violently opposed to the Latin dispatch, I thought you'd like to look it over.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
Before it goes...
Your Grace is very kind. Thank you.
Well, what do you think of it?
It seems very well phrased, Your Grace.
The devil it does. And apart from the style, Sir Thomas?
I think the council should be told before that goes to Italy.
Would you tell the council? Yes, I believe you would. You're a constant regret to me, Thomas. If you could just see facts flat on, without that moral squint, with just a little common sense, you could have been a statesman.
Oh, Your Grace flatters me.
Don't frivol. The king...
Yes.
He's been to play in the muck again.
Indeed.
Thomas, the king wants a son. What are you going to do about it?
I'm very sure the king needs no advice from me on what to do about it.
Thomas, we're alone. I give you my word. There is no one here.
I didn't suppose there was, Your Grace.
Oh. Do you favor a change of dynasty, Sir Thomas? Do you think 2 Tudors is sufficient? God's sake, Your Grace. Then the king needs a son. I repeat, what are you going to do about it?
I pray for it daily.
God's death, he means it. That thing out there is at least fertile, Thomas.
But she's not his wife.
No. Catherine's his wife, and she's as barren as a brick. Are you going to pray for a miracle?
There are precedent.
Yes. All right. Good. Pray. Pray by all means. But in addition to prayer, there is effort. My efforts to secure a divorce. Have I your support, or have I not?
A dispensation was given so that the king might marry Queen Catherine for state reasons. Now we are to ask the Pope to dispense with his dispensation also for state reasons.
I don't like plodding, Thomas. Don't make me plod longer than I have to. Well?
Then clearly all we have to do is approach His Holiness nursery.
I think we might influence His Holiness's answer.
With this dispatch?
With that, and in other ways.
I've already expressed my opinion on that.
Then good night. Oh, your conscience is your own affair. But you're a statesman. Do you remember the Yorkish Wars?
Very clearly.
Let him die without an heir, and we'll have them back again. Let him die without an heir, and this peace you think so much of will go out like that. Very well, then. England needs an heir. Certain measures, perhaps regrettable, perhaps not. There is much in the church that needs reformation, Thomas. All right. Regrettable, but necessary to get us an heir. Now explain how you, as Councillor of England, can obstruct those measures for the sake of your own private conscience.
Well, I believe when statesmen forsake their own private conscience for the sake of their public duties, they lead their country by a short route to chaos. And we shall have my prayers to fall back on.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? To govern the country by prayer.
Yes, I should.
I'd like to be there when you try.
Yes.
Who will deal with all this paper after me? You, Fisher, Suffolk?
Fisher for me?
Aye, but for the king. What about my secretary, Master Cromwell?
Cromwell?
You'd rather do it yourself?
Me rather than Cromwell.
Then come down to earth. And until then, allow for an enemy here.
As your Grace pleases.
As God wills.
Perhaps, your Grace.
More. You should have been a cleric.
Like yourself, your Grace.
Allow me, Sir Thomas.
Thank you. Is Lady Alice in bed?
Yes, sir.
Lady Margaret?
No, sir. Master Roper's here.
At this hour? Who let him in?
He's a hard man to keep out, sir.
Where are they?
Here, Father.
Good morning, William. It's a little early for breakfast.
I hadn't come for breakfast, sir.
Will wants to marry me, Father.
Well, he can't marry you.
Sir Thomas, I'm to be called to the bar.
Oh, congratulations, Roper.
My family may not be at the palace, sir, but in the city they...
Roper? The answer's no. And will be no, so long as you're a heretic.
That's a word I don't like, Sir Thomas.
It's not a likable word. It's not a likable thing.
The church is heretical.
Dr. Luther's proved that to my satisfaction.
Luther's an excommunicate.
From a heretic church. Church? It's a shop. Forgiveness by the florin. Job lots now in Germany. Yes, and divorces.
Divorces?
Oh, half England's buzzing with that.
Half England? The Inns of Court may be buzzing. England doesn't buzz so easily. Listen, Roper. 2 years ago, you were a passionate churchman. Now you're a passionate Lutheran. We must just pray that when your head's finished turning, your face is to the front again.
Don't lengthen your prayers with me, sir.
No. One more or less. Is your horse here?
No, I walk.
Well, take a horse from the stables and get back home. Go along.
May I come again?
Yes, soon.
Good night, sir.
Is that final, Father?
As long as he's a heretic, Meg, that's absolute. Nice boy. Terribly strong principles, though.
Now, it's somewhere here. Yes. Whether we follow tradition in ascribing Wolsey's death to a broken heart, or accept Professor Larkham's less feeling diagnosis of pulmonary pneumonia, its effective cause was the king's displeasure. He died at Leicester on the 29th of November, 1530, while on his way to the Tower under charge of high treason. England's next Lord Chancellor was Sir Thomas More, a scholar, and, by popular repute, a saint. His scholarship is supported by his writings. Saintliness is a quality less easy to establish, but from his willful indifference to realities, which for obvious to quite ordinary contemporaries, it seems all too probable that he had it.
Rich, what brings you to Hampton?
I came with the Duke last night, Master Cromwell. They're hunting again.
It's a kingly pastime, Master Rich. I'm glad you found employment. You're the Duke's secretary, are you not?
My work is mostly secretarial.
Or is it his librarian you are, I bet?
I do look after His Grace's library, yes.
Ah. Well, that's something. And I don't suppose you're bothered much by His Grace in the library. It's odd how differently men's fortunes flow. My late master died in disgrace, and here I am in the King's own service. There you are, in a comparative backwater. Yet the new Lord Chancellor's an old friend of yours.
He isn't really my friend.
Oh, I thought he was.
In a sense, he is.
Well, I always understood. He set you up in life.
Master Cromwell, what is it that you do for the King?
Yes, I should like to know that, Master Cromwell. Signor Chapuis. You've met His Excellency, Rich, the Spanish ambassador, the Duke of Norfolk's librarian.
But how should we introduce you, Master Cromwell, if we had the happiness?
Oh, sly. Do you notice how sly he is, Rich? Well, I suppose you would call me the King's ear. It's a useful organ, the ear, but in fact it's even simpler than that. When the King wants something done, I do it.
For example, Master Cromwell?
Beware these professional diplomats. Well, now, for example, next week at Deptford we are launching the Great Harry. 1,000 tons, 4 masts, 66 guns, an overall length of 175 feet. It's expected to be very effective. All this you probably know. However, you may not know that the King himself will guide her down the river. Yes, the King himself will be her pilot.
The King?
He will have assistance, of course, but he himself will be her pilot. He will have a pilot's whistle upon which he will blow, and he will wear, in every respect, a common pilot's uniform, except for the material, which will be cloth of gold. These innocent fancies require more preparation than you might suppose, and someone has to do it. Meanwhile, I do prepare myself for higher things. I stock my mind.
Master Cromwell, don't we all? This ship, for instance, it has 56 guns, by the way, not 66, and only 40 of them heavy. After launching, I understand the King will take his barge to Chelsea.
Yes.
To Sir Thomas More's. Will you be there?
Oh, no. They'll talk about the divorce. The King will ask him for an answer.
He has given his answer.
The king will ask him for another.
Sir Thomas is a good son of the church.
Sir Thomas is a man.
No sign of him, my lord.
God's body, Alice, he must be found.
He must be in the house. He's not in the house, Mother. Then he must be here in the garden.
He takes things too far, Alice.
Do I not know it?
It will end badly for him.
I know that, too.
My lady...
Where is my father?
No, sir.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus.
My lady, the king.
Yes, fool. And if the king arrives and the chancellor's not here...
my lady, it's not my fault.
Lady Alice, Thomas will get no good of it. This is not how Wolsey made himself great.
Thomas has his own way of doing things, my lord.
Yes. Thomas is unique. But where is Thomas?
Thomas! Father,
my Lord Chancellor, what sort of fooling is this? Does the king visit you every day?
No, but I go to Vespers most days.
He's here.
But isn't this visit meant to be a surprise?
For you, yes, not for him.
Father,
You propose to meet the king disguised in a cassock as a parish clerk? A parish clerk, my Lord Chancellor. You dishonour the king and his office.
The service of God is not a dishonour to any office. Believe me, my friend, I do not ridicule the honour His Majesty is doing. Your Majesty does my house more honour than I fear my household can bear.
No ceremony, Thomas, no ceremony. Passing fancy. I happen to be on the river. Look, mud. I fear we come upon you unexpectedly, Lady Alice.
Oh, no, Your Grace. That is, yes. But we are ready for you. Ready to entertain Your Grace, that is.
The river's given me an appetite.
Oh, if Your Grace would share a very simple supper.
It would please me very much.
This is my daughter Margaret, sir. She has not had the honour to meet Your Grace.
Why, Margaret, they told me you were a scholar.
Answer, Margaret.
Among women, I pass for one, Your Grace.
I'm something of a scholar, too. Did you know?
All the world knows Your Grace's book, asserting the 7 sacraments of the Church.
Ah, yes. Between ourselves, your father had a hand in that. Hey, Thomas?
Here and there, Your Grace, in a minor capacity.
He seeks to shame me with his modesty. Look, we'll follow Lady Alice. Thomas and I will follow.
Yes, Your Grace.
Wait. Margaret. Are you fond of music?
Yes, Your Grace.
Blow this whistle. Oh, blow. Harder. I brought them with me, Lady Alice. Take them in.
Yes, Your Grace. Come, Meg. Let us attend to the
Listen to this, Thomas. Do you know it?
No, Your Grace.
Listen up. Listen. Be seated, Thomas. You are my friend, are you not?
Your Majesty.
And thank God I have a friend for my Chancellor. Readier to be friends, I trust, than he was to be Chancellor.
My own knowledge of my poor abilities.
Now, I will judge of your abilities, Thomas. Did you know that Wolsey named you for Chancellor?
Wolsey?
Aye, before he died, Wolsey named you, and Wolsey was no fool.
He was a statesman of incomparable ability, Your Grace.
Was he? Was he so? Then why did he fail me? Be seated. It was villainy, then. Yes. Villainy. I was right to break him. He was all pride, Thomas. A proud man, pride right through. And he failed me. He failed me in the one thing that mattered. The one thing that matters, Thomas, then or now. And why? He wanted to be Pope. Yes, he wanted to be the Bishop of Rome. I'll tell you something, Thomas, and you can check this for yourself. It was never merry in England while we had cardinals amongst us. Touching this matter of my divorce, Thomas, have you thought of it since we last talked?
Of little else.
Then you see your way clear to me?
That you should put away Queen Catherine, sire. Oh, alas, as I think of it, I see so clearly that I cannot come with your grace, that my endeavour is not to think of it at all.
Then you have not thought enough. Great God, Thomas, why do you hold out against me in the desire of my heart, the very wick of my heart?
There is my right arm. Take your dagger and saw it from my shoulder, and I will laugh and be thankful if by that means I can come with your grace with a clear conscience.
Oh, I know, Thomas, I know.
Your Majesty, I crave pardon if I offend.
Speak, then.
When I took the Great Seal, your Majesty promised not to pursue me on this matter.
Ah, so now I break my word, Mr. Moore. No, I'm joking. I joke roughly. I often think I'm a rough fellow, yes. A rough young fellow. Be seated. That's, magnolia. Yes, we have one like it at Hampton. Not so red as this, though. I'm in an excellent frame of mind. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. You must consider, Thomas, that I stand in peril of my soul. It was no marriage. She was my brother's widow. Leviticus, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. Leviticus chapter 18, verse 16.
Your Grace, but Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy is ambiguous.
Your Grace, I am not fit to meddle in these matters. To me it seems a matter for the Holy See.
Thomas, does a man need a pope to tell him when he sins? It was a sin, Thomas. I admit it. I repent. And God has punished me. I have no son. Son after son she's borne me, Thomas, all dead at birth or dead within the month. I never saw the hand of God so clear in anything. I have a daughter. She's a good child, a well-set child. But I have no son.
If your Majesty
It is my bounden duty to put away the Queen, and all the Pope's spectres and Peter shall not come between me and my duty. How is it that you cannot see? Everyone else does.
Then why does your Grace need my poor support?
Because you are honest. What's more to the purpose, you are known to be honest. There are those like Norfolk who follow me because I wear the crown. There are those like Master Cromwell who follow me because they are jackals with sharp teeth and I am their lion. And there is a mass that follows me because it follows anything that moves. And there is you.
I am sick to think how much I must displease your Grace.
No, Thomas. I respect your sincerity. Respect? Oh, man, it's water in the desert. How did you like our music? That air they played, it had a certain... Well, tell me what you thought of it.
Could it have been your Grace's own?
Discovered! Now I'll never know your true opinion. And that's irksome, Thomas, for we artists, though we love praise, yet we love truth better.
Then I will tell your Grace truly what I thought of it.
Speak.
To me it seemed delightful.
Thomas, I chose the right man for Chancellor.
Yet I must, in fairness, add that my taste in music is reputedly deplorable.
No, your taste in music is excellent. It exactly coincides with my own. Touching this other business, mark you, Thomas, I'll have no opposition.
Your Grace.
No opposition, I say. No opposition. Your conscience is your own affair, but you are my Chancellor. There, you have my word. I'll leave you out of it. But I don't take it kindly, Thomas. And I will have no opposition.
I am your Grace's loyal minister. If I cannot serve your Grace in this great matter of the Queen...
Queen? I have no Queen. Catherine is not my wife. No priest can make her so, and they that say that she is my wife are not only liars, but traitors. Mind it, Thomas.
Am I a babbler, your Grace?
You are stubborn. If you could come with me, you are the man I would soonest raise. Yes, with my own hand.
Oh, Your Grace overwhelmed me. 8 o'clock, Your Grace.
Oh. Lift yourself up, man. Have I not promised? Shall we eat?
If Your Grace pleases. What will Your Grace sing for us?
8 o'clock, you said. Thomas, the tide will be changing. I was forgetting the tide. I'd better go.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
I must catch the tide, or I'll not get back to Richmond till the... No, don't come. Tell Norfolk. Lady Alice, I must go. I want to catch the tide. Tell the truth, Lady Alice, I have forgotten. In your haven here, a time flows past outside. Affairs call me to court, and so I give him my thanks and say, good night.
Good night, Your Grace.
Good night, Your Grace. What's this? You crossed him.
Somewhat.
Why?
I couldn't find the other way.
You're too nice altogether, Thomas.
Woman, mind your house.
I am minding my house.
But, Alice, what would you want me to do?
Be ruled. If you won't rule him, be ruled.
I neither could nor would rule my king. But there's a little area where I must rule myself. It's very little. Less to him than a tennis court.
Oh.
Look, Alice, it was 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, Lady Anne likes to dance.
Oh.
I think so.
And you stand between them.
What stands between them is a sacrament of the church. I'm less important than you think, Alice.
Thomas, stay friends with him.
Whatever can be done by smiling, you may rely on me to do.
Oh, you don't know how to flatter.
I flatter very well. My recipe's beginning to be widely copied. It's the basic syrup with just a soupçon of discreet impudence.
I wish he'd eaten here.
We shall be living on that simple supper of yours for a fortnight. Alice, set your mind at rest. Your husband is not the stuff of which martyrs are made.
Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Will Roper, what you want?
William, I told you not to.
I'm not easily told, Meg.
I asked you not to.
Sir, I wish to speak to you. My spirit is perturbed.
Yes, it will. Why?
I've been offered a seat in the next Parliament.
Oh, Will.
Ought I to take it?
No. Well, that depends. With your views on church reformation, I should have thought you could do yourself a lot of good in the next Parliament.
My views on the church, I must confess. Since we met, my views have somewhat modified. I modify nothing concerning the body of the church. The money changers in the temple must be scourged from thence, with a scourge of fire if that is needed. But an attack on the church itself? No. I see behind that an attack on God.
Roper.
The devil's work to be done by the devil's ministers.
For heaven's sake, would you remember my office?
If you stand on your office.
I don't stand on it, but there are certain things I may not hear.
Sophistication. It's what I was told. The court has corrupted you, Sir Thomas. You're not the man you were. You have learned to study your convenience. You have learned to flatter.
Alice, you see, I have a reputation for it.
God's body, young man, if I was the Chancellor, I'd have you whipped.
Master Richard here, Sir Thomas.
Oh, no.
Good evening, sir.
Richard?
Good evening, Lady Alice.
Good evening.
Lady Margaret.
Good evening, Master Rick.
Do you know William Roper the Younger?
By reputation, of course.
Good evening, Master.
Rich.
Oh.
You have heard of me?
Yes.
In what connection? I don't know what you can have heard. I sense that I'm not welcome here.
Why, Richard, have you done something that should make you not welcome?
Why? Do you suspect me of it?
I shall begin to.
Cromwell is asking questions. He's continually collecting information about you.
I know it. Stay a minute, Matthew.
Yes.
He's one of his sources.
Of course, he's one of my servants.
Senior Chapuis, the Imperial Ambassador.
Collects information, too. That's one of his functions.
You look at me as though I were an enemy.
Why, Richard, you're shaking.
I'm adrift. Help me.
How?
Employ me.
No.
Employ me.
No.
I would be steadfast.
Richard, you couldn't answer for yourself, even so far as tonight.
Good evening, Sir Thomas.
Arrest him.
Yes.
For what?
He's dangerous.
He's a libel. He's a spy.
Yes, arrest him. Father, that man's bad.
There is no law against that.
There is God's law.
Then God can arrest him.
Sophistication upon sophistication.
No, sheer simplicity. The law, Roper, the law. I know what's legal, not what's right. And I'll stick to what's legal.
Then you set man's law above God's.
No, far below. But let me draw your attention to a fact. I'm not God. The currents and eddies of right and wrong, which you find such plain sailing, I can't navigate. I'm no voyager. But in the thickets of the law, oh, there, I'm a forester. I doubt if there's a man alive who could follow me there, thank God.
While you talk, he's gone.
And go he should if he was the devil himself until he broke the law.
So now you'd give the devil benefit of law.
Yes. What would you do? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil?
I'd cut down every law in England to do that.
Oh? And when the last law was down and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper, the laws all being flat? This country's planted thick with laws from coast to coast. Man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil benefit of law for my own safety's sake.
I have long suspected this. This is the golden calf. The law's your God.
Oh, Roper, you're a fool. God's my God. But I find him rather too subtle. I don't know where he is nor what he wants.
Yes. It may be that I am a little intoxicated, Rich, but not with alcohol. With success. And who has a strong head for success? None of us gets enough of it, except kings, and they're born drunk.
Success? What success?
Yes.
Collector of revenues for York?
You do keep your ear to the ground, don't you, Rich? No, better than that.
A high constable?
Better than that.
Better than high constable?
Much better. Sir Thomas Paget is retiring.
Secretary to the council?
'Tis astonishing, isn't it?
No. Most call, one sees it. It's logical.
No ceremony, no courtship. Be seated. As His Majesty would say. Yes. See how I trust you.
Oh, I would never repeat or report a thing like that.
What kind of thing would you repeat or report?
Well, nothing said in friendship. May I say friendship?
If you like. Do you believe that you would never repeat or report anything, etc., etc.?
Oh, yes.
No, but seriously.
Yes.
Rich. Seriously.
It would depend on what I was offered.
Everyone knows it. Not many people can say it. Well, congratulations.
On what?
I think you'd make a good collector of revenues for York Diocese.
What do I have to do for it?
Nothing. It isn't like that, Rich. There are no rules. With rewards and penalties, so much wickedness purchases so much worldly prospering. Are you sure you're not religious?
Almost sure.
Get sure. No, it's not like that. It's much more a matter of convenience, administrative convenience. The normal aim of administration is to keep steady this factor of convenience, and Sir Thomas would agree. Now, normally, when a man wants to change his woman, you let him if it's convenient and prevent him if it's not. Normally, indeed, it's of so little importance that you leave it to the priests, but the constant factor is this element of convenience.
Whose convenience?
Oh, ours. But everybody's, too. However, in the present instance, the man who wants to change his woman is our sovereign Lord Harry, by the grace of God, the 8th of that name, which is a quaint way of saying that if he wants to change his woman, he will. So, that becomes the constant factor. And our job as administrators is to make it as convenient as we can. I say our job on the assumption you'll take this post at York I've offered you.
Yes.
It's a bad sign when people are depressed by their own good fortune.
Oh, no, I'm not depressed.
You look
depressed.
I'm lamenting. I've lost my innocence.
You lost that some time ago. If you've only just noticed, it can't have been very important to you.
That's true. Oh, my, that's true, it can't.
We experience a sense of release, do we, Master Rich? An unfamiliar freshness in the head as of open air.
Collective revenues isn't bad.
Not bad for a start. Now, our present Lord Chancellor, there's an innocent man.
The odd thing is, he is.
Yes, I say, he is. Tell me, Rich, this goblet that he gave you, how much was it worth? Come along. Rich, he gave you a silver goblet. How much did you get for it?
50 shillings.
Could you take me to the shop?
Yes.
Where did he get it? It was a gift from a litigant. A woman, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which court? Chancery?
It was a request.
There. That wasn't too painful, was it?
No.
Now, that's all there is, and you'll find it easier next time.
What application do they have, these tidbits of information you collect?
None at all, usually.
But sometimes.
Well, there are these men, you know, upright, steadfast men who want themselves to be the constant factor in the situation, which, of course, they can't be. The situation rolls forward in any case.
So what happens?
If they've any sense, they get out of the way.
What if they haven't any sense?
What, none at all? Well, then they're only fit for heaven. But Sir Thomas has plenty of sense. He could be frightened.
Don't forget he's an innocent, Master Cromwell.
I think we'll finish there for tonight. After all, he is the Lord Chancellor.
You wouldn't find him easy to frighten. You've mistaken your man this time. He doesn't know how to be frightened.
Doesn't know how to be frightened? Why, then he never put his hand in a candle, did he? Oh!
You enjoyed that. You enjoyed it.
Years have passed. It's now the middle of May, 1532. During that time, a lot of water's flowed under the bridge, and among the things that have come floating along it is... here we are. The Church of England, that finest flower of our island genius for compromise. That system, peculiar to these shores, which deflects the torrents of religious passion down the canals of moderation. That's very well put. Typically, this great effect was achieved not by bloodshed, but by simple act of Parliament. Only an unhappy few were found to set themselves against the current of their times, and in so doing to court disaster. For we are dealing with an age less fastidious than our own. Imprisonment without trial, and even examination under torture, were common practice then.
Must you wear those clothes, Will?
Yes, I must.
Why?
The time has come for decent men to declare their allegiance.
Of what allegiance are those designed to express?
My allegiance to the Church.
Well, you look like a Spaniard.
All credit to Spain, then.
You wouldn't last 6 months in Spain. You'd have been burned alive in Spain during your heretic period.
I suppose you have the right to remind me of it. That chain of office that you wear is a degradation.
I've told you, if the bishop's in convocation submitted this morning, I'll take it off. It's no degradation. Great men have worn this.
When do you expect to hear from Canterbury?
About now. The Archbishop promised me an immediate message.
I don't see what difference convocation can make. The Church is already a wing of the palace, is it not? The King is already its supreme head, is he not?
No.
You're denying the Act of Supremacy.
No, I'm not. The Act states that the King
is supreme head of the Church in England.
Supreme head of the Church in England so far as the law of God allows. How far the law of God does allow it remains a matter of opinion, since the Act doesn't state it.
A legal quibble.
Call it what you like. It's there, thank God.
Very well. In your opinion, how far does the law of God allow this?
I'll keep my opinion to myself, Will.
Yes? Well, I'll tell you mine.
Don't. If your opinion's what I think it is, it's high treason, Roper. Will, you remember you've a wife now, and may have children.
One
do you remember that?
To keep myself discreet.
Then I'd rather you forgot it.
You are either idiots or children. All saints, my lord.
Father, Signor Chapuis has come to see you.
Your Excellency. All saints, my lord. All saints. That's it, of course. Saints. Roper, turn your head a bit. Yes, I think I do detect a faint radiance. You should have told us, Will. Come, my lord. You too at this time are not free from some suspicion of saintliness.
I don't like the sound of that, Your Excellency. William, Margaret, the Imperial Ambassador is here on business. Would you mind?
Oh, of course.
What do you want?
Rumor has it that if the church in convocation has submitted to the king, you will resign.
I see. Supposing the rumor to be right, would you approve of that?
Approve, applaud, admire.
Why?
Because it would show one man, and that man known to be temperate, unable to go further with this wickedness.
And that man known to be Chancellor of England, too?
Believe me, my lord, such a signal would be seen...
Signal?
Yes, my lord. It would be seen and understood.
By whom?
By half your fellow countrymen.
Really?
Sir Thomas, I have just returned from Yorkshire and Northumberland, where I have made a tour.
Have you, indeed?
Things are very different there, my lord. There they are ready.
For what?
Resistance.
Sir Thomas, excuse me, sir. His Grace the Duke of Norfolk. It's all over, sir. They've decided to...
One moment, Roper. I'll do this. Thomas.
Oh. I was on the point of leaving, Your Grace. Just a personal call. I have been trying to borrow a book, but without success. You're sure you have no copy, my lord? Then I'll leave you. Gentlemen, ladies...
Goodbye,
Sir Thomas. I'll do it, Roper. Convocation's knuckled under, Thomas. You have to pay a fine of £100,000. And, we've severed the connection with Rome.
The connection with Rome is nice. The connection with Rome. Did anyone resist?
Bishop Fisher.
Lovely man.
Your Grace, this is quite certain, is it?
Yes. Funny company, Thomas?
It's quite unintentional. He doesn't mean to be funny. Help me with this chain.
Not I.
Shall I, sir? No, thank you, Will. Alice?
Hellfire! God's blood and body, no! Son, Master Moore, you're taken for a wise man. Is this wisdom? To betray your ability, abandon practice, forget your station and your duty to your kin? And behave like a printed book?
Margaret, will you?
If you want.
There's my clever girl.
Well, Thomas, why? Make me understand. Because I'll tell you now, from where I stand, this looks like cowardice.
All right, I will. This isn't reformation. This is war against the Church. Our King, Norfolk, has declared war on the Pope because the Pope will not declare that our Queen is not his wife.
And is she?
Cautious. Yes, cautious. I'm not one of your hawks. Have I your word that what we say here is between us and has no existence beyond these walls?
Very well.
And if the king should command you to repeat what I have said?
I should keep my word to you.
Then what has become of your oath of obedience to the king?
You laid traps for me.
No. I show you the times.
Why do you insult me with these lawyers' tricks?
Because I am afraid.
And here's your answer. The king accepts your resignation very sadly. He is mindful of your goodness and past loyalty, and in any matter concerning your honor and welfare, he will be your good lord. So much for your fear.
You will convey my humble thanks to the king.
I will. Good day, Alice.
Goodbye, my lord.
I'd rather deal with you than with your husband.
So there's an end of you. What will you do now? Sit by the fire and make goslings in the ash?
Not at all, Alice. I expect I'll write a bit. I'll write, I'll read, I'll think. I think I'll learn to fish. I'll play with my grandchildren when son Rope has done his duty. Alice, shall I teach you to read?
No, by God.
Son Roper, you're pleased with me, I hope.
Sir, you've made a noble gesture.
A gesture? It wasn't possible to continue, Will. I was not able to continue. I would have if I could. I make no gesture. By God, I hope it's understood. I make no gesture.
Poor silly man. Do you think they'll leave you here to learn to fish?
If we govern our tongues, they will. Look, I've a word to say about that. I have made no statement. I've resigned, that's all. On the king's supremacy, the king's divorce, which he'll now grant himself, the marriage he'll then make. Have you heard me make a statement?
No. And if I'm to lose my rank and fall to housekeeping, I want to know the reason. So make a statement now.
No. Alice, it's a point of law.
Thomas!
Accept it from me, Alice, that in silence is my safety under the law, but my silence must be absolute. It must extend to you.
In short, you don't trust us.
Look, I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm Cromwell. I'm the king's head jailer, and I take your hand and I clamp it on the Bible, on the blessed cross, and I say, woman, has your husband made a statement on these matters? Now, on peril of your soul, remember, what's your answer?
No.
And so it must remain. Oh, it's only a lifeline. We shan't have to use it, but it's comforting to have. No. When they find I'm silent, they'll ask nothing better than to leave me silent. You'll see.
But he makes no noise, Cromwell. He's silent. Why not leave him silent?
Not being a man of letters, Your Grace, you perhaps don't realize the extent of his reputation. This silence of his is bellowing up and down Europe. And now, may I recapitulate? He reported the ambassador's conversation to you, informed on the ambassador's tour of the North Country, warned against a possible rebellion there.
He did.
We may say, then, that he showed himself hostile to the hopes of Spain.
That's what I say.
Bear with me, Your Grace. Now, if he opposes Spain, he supports us. And with a little pressure, he can be got to say so. And that's all we need, a brief declaration of his loyalty to the present administration.
I still say let sleeping dogs lie.
The king does not agree with you.
What kind of pressure do you think you can bring to bear?
I have evidence that Sir Thomas, during the period of his judicature, accepted bribes.
What? God damn it, he was the only judge since Cato who didn't accept bribes. When was there last a chancellor whose possessions after 3 years in office totaled £100 and a gold chain?
Sir Richard, it is, as you imply, a common practice, but a practice may be common and remain an offence. This offence could send a man to the Tower.
I don't believe it.
Richard, you know His Grace, the Duke of Norfolk?
Indeed, yes. We're old friends.
Used to look after my books or something, didn't you?
Come here. This woman's name is Catherine Anger. She comes from Lincoln, and she put a case in the Court of Requests in...
A property case, it was.
Be quiet. A property case in the Court of Requests in April 1526.
And got a wicked false judgment.
And got an impeccably correct judgment from our friend Sir Thomas.
No, sir, it was not.
We are not concerned with the judgment, but with the gift you gave the judge. Tell this gentleman about that. The judgment, for what it's worth, was the right one.
No, sir. I sent him a cup, sir. An Italian silver cup I bought in Lincoln for 100 shillings.
Did Sir Thomas accept this cup?
I sent it.
He did accept it. We can corroborate that. You can go. Go.
Is that your witness?
No. By an odd coincidence, this cup later came into the hands of Master Rich here.
How?
He gave it to me.
Can you corroborate that?
I have a fellow outside who can. He was Moore's steward at that time. Shall I call him?
Don't bother, I know him. When did Thomas give you this thing, Rich?
I don't exactly remember.
Well, make an effort. Wait. I can tell you. It was that spring. It was that night we were there together. You had a cup with you when we left. Was that it?
It may have been.
Did he often give you cups?
I don't suppose so, Your Grace.
Well, that was it then. And it was April. The April of 26, the very month that cow first put a case before him. In other words, the moment he knew it was a bribe, he got rid of it.
The facts will bear that interpretation, I suppose.
Oh, this is a horse that won't run, Master Secretary.
Just a trial canter, Your Grace. We'll find something better.
Look here, Cromwell, I want no part of this.
You have no choice.
What's that you say?
The King particularly wishes you to be active in the matter.
He's not told me that.
Indeed. He told me.
But why?
We feel that since you are known to have been a friend of Moore's, your participation will show that there is nothing in the nature of persecution, but only the strict processes of law, as indeed you've just demonstrated. I'll tell the King of your loyalty to your friend. If you like, I'll tell him that you want no part of it, too.
Are you threatening me, Cromwell?
My dear Norfolk, this isn't Spain.
Is this another personal visit, Chapuis, or is it official?
It falls between the two, Sir Thomas.
Official, then?
No. I have a personal letter for you.
From whom?
From King Charles. You will take it?
I will not lay a finger on it.
It is in no way an affair of state. It expresses my master's admiration for the stand which you and Bishop Fisher of Rochester have taken over the so-called divorce of Queen Catherine.
I have taken no stand.
But your views, Sir Thomas, are well known.
My views are much guessed at. May I? Alice? Alice?
Thomas?
This is a letter from King Charles. I want you to see it's not been opened. I have declined it. You see, the seal has not been broken.
I do, Thomas.
I wish I could ask you to stay, Your Excellency. The bracken fire is a luxury.
One I must forego. May I say I'm sure my master's admiration will not be diminished?
I am gratified.
Your Excellency. Luxury.
Well, it's a luxury while it lasts. There's not much sport in it for you, is there? Alice, the money from the bishops. I wish, oh heaven, how I wish I could take it, but I can't.
I didn't think you would.
Alice, there are reasons.
We couldn't come so deep into your confidence as to know these reasons why a man in poverty can't take £4,000.
Alice, this isn't poverty.
Do you know what we shall eat tonight?
Yes, parsnips.
Yes, parsnips and stinking mutton for a knight's lady.
But at the worst, we could be beggars and still keep company and be merry together.
Merry?
I merry. Oh, don't you see, if I'm paid by the church for my writings...
This had nothing to do with your writings. This was charity, pure and simple, collected from the clergy, high and low.
It would appear as payment.
You're not a man who deals in appearances.
Oh, am I not, though? If the king takes this matter any further with me or with the church, it will be very bad if I even appear to have been in the pay of the church.
Bad?
If you will have it, dangerous.
But you don't write against the king.
I write, and that's enough in times like these.
You said there was no danger.
I don't think there is, and I don't want there to be.
There's a gentleman here from Hampton Court. You're to go before Secretary Cromwell to answer certain charges.
Charges?
Well, that's all right. We expected that. When?
Now.
That means nothing, Alice. That's just technique. Well, I suppose now means now.
I'm sorry to invite you here at such short notice, Sir Thomas. Good of you to come. Will you take a seat?
Thank you.
I think you know Master Rich.
Indeed, yes, we're old friends. That's a nice gown you have, Richard.
Master Rich will make a record of our conversation.
Good of you to tell me, Master Secretary.
Believe me, Sir Thomas... No, that's asking too much. But let me tell you all the same, you have no more sincere admirer than myself. No need to write yet, Rich.
If I might hear the charges.
Charges?
I understand there are certain charges.
Some ambiguities of behavior I should like to clarify. Hardly charges.
Make a note of that, will you, Master Rich? There are no charges.
Sir Thomas, you know, it amazes me that you, who were once so effective in the world and are now so much retired from it, should be opposing yourself to the whole movement of the time.
It amazes me, too.
The king is not pleased with you.
I am grieved.
Yet, do you know that even now, if you could bring yourself to agree with the universities, the bishops, and the parliament of this realm, There is no honour which the king would be likely to deny you?
I am well acquainted with his Grace's generosity.
Very well. Sir Thomas, Sir Thomas, in the May of 1521, the king published a book, a theological work. It was called A Defence of the Seven Sacraments.
Yes, for which he was named Defender of the Faith by His Holiness the Pope.
By the Bishop of Rome, or do you insist on Pope?
No, Bishop of Rome, if you like. It doesn't alter his authority.
Thank you. You come to the point very readily. What is that authority? As regards the church in other parts of Europe, for example, the Church of England, what exactly is the Bishop of Rome's authority?
You will find it very ably set out and defended, Master Secretary, in the King's book.
The book published under the King's name would be more accurate. You wrote that book.
I wrote no part of it.
I do not mean you actually held the pen.
I merely answered, to the best of my ability, certain questions on canon law which His Majesty put to me, as I was bound to do.
Do you deny that you instigated it?
It was from first to last the King's own project. This is trivial, Master Cromwell.
I should not think so if I were in your place.
Only two people know the truth of the matter, myself and the King. And whatever he may have said to you, he will not give evidence to support this accusation.
Why not?
Because evidence is given on oath, and he will not perjure himself. If you don't know that, you don't yet know him.
Sir Thomas More, is there anything you wish to say to me concerning the King's marriage with Queen Anne?
I understood I was not to be asked that again.
Evidently you understood wrongly. These charges
are terrors for children, Mr. Secretary, not for me.
Then know that the King commands me to charge you in his name with great ingratitude, and to tell you that there never was, nor never could be, so villainous a servant, nor so traitorous a subject as yourself.
So I am brought here at last.
Brought? You brought yourself to where you stand now.
Yes. Still, in another sense, I was brought.
Oh, yes. You may go home now, for the present.
Thank you, Master Cromwell. Richard.
I don't like him so well as I did, Rich. There's a man who raises the gale and won't come out of harbour.
Father! Father!
Do you know, sir? Have you heard?
We've been looking for you, Father.
There should be a new act through Parliament, sir.
Act?
Yes, sir, about the marriage.
Oh.
Father, by this act, they're going to administer an oath.
An oath? On what compulsion?
It's expected to be treason.
What is the oath?
It's about the marriage, sir.
What is the wording?
We don't need to know the wording. We know what it will mean.
It will mean what the words say. An oath is made of words. It may be possible to take it or avoid it. Have we a copy of the bill?
There's one coming out from the city.
Then let's get home and look at it.
But, sir...
Now listen, Will, and Meg, you listen too. God made the angels to show him splendor, as he made the animals for innocence and plants for their simplicity. But man he made to serve him wittily in the tangle of his mind. If he suffers us to fall to such a case that there is no escaping, then we may stand to our tackle as best we can.
But, sir...
And yes, Will, then we may clamour like champions if we have the spittle for it. And no doubt it delights God to see splendor where he only looked for complexity. But it's God's part, not our own, to bring ourselves to that extremity. Our natural business lies in escaping. So let's get home and study this bill.
Now look, I don't suppose anyone enjoyed putting him in prison any more than he enjoys being there. Well, not much more. Jailer. It's a job. The pay scale being what it is, you have to take a rather common type of man into the prison service. But it's a job like any other job. A bit nearer the knuckle than most, perhaps.
What, again?
Sorry, sir.
Oh, what time is it?
Just struck one, sir.
This is iniquitous.
Sir.
All right. Who's there?
The Secretary, the Duke of Norfolk, and Archbishop Cranmer.
I'm flattered. Lead me to them.
Sir Thomas, you have seen this document before?
Many times.
It is the Act of Succession, These are the names of those who have sworn to it.
I have, as you say, seen it before.
Will you swear to it?
No.
Thomas, we must know plainly whether you recognize the offspring of Queen Anne as heirs to his majesty.
The King in Parliament tells me that they are. Of course I recognize them.
Will you swear that you do?
Yes.
Then why won't you swear to the act?
Because there is more than that in the act.
Is that it?
Yes.
Then we must find out what it is in the act that he objects to.
Brilliant.
Your Grace, may I try?
Certainly, Archbishop. I have no pretensions to be an expert in police work.
Sir Thomas, it states in the preamble that the King's former marriage to the Lady Catherine was unlawful, she being previously his brother's wife, and the Pope having no authority to sanction it. Is that what you deny? Is that what you dispute? Is that what you are not sure of?
Thomas, you insult the King and his council in the person of the Lord Archbishop.
I insult no one. I will not take the oath. I will not tell you why I will not.
Then your reason must be treasonable.
Not must be. Maybe.
It's a fair assumption.
The law requires more than an assumption. The law requires a fact.
Is it material why you won't swear?
It's most material. For refusing to swear, my goods are forfeit, and I am condemned to life imprisonment. You cannot lawfully harm me further. But if you were right in supposing I had reasons for refusing, and right again in supposing my reasons to be treasonable, the law would let you cut my head off.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well done, Sir Thomas. I've been trying to make that clear to His Grace for some time.
Oh, confound all this. I'm not a scholar, as Master Cromwell never tires of pointing out. And frankly, I don't know whether the marriage was lawful or not, but damn it, Thomas, look at those names. You know those men. Can't you do what I did and come with us for fellowship?
And when we stand before God, and you are sent to paradise for doing according to your conscience, and I'm damned for not doing according to mine, will you come with me for fellowship?
So those of us whose names are there are damned, Sir Thomas?
I don't know, Your Grace. I have no window to look into another man's conscience.
Sir Thomas, you don't seem to appreciate the seriousness of your position.
I defy anyone to live in that cell for a year and not appreciate the seriousness of his position.
Yet the state has harsher punishment.
You threaten like a dockside bully.
How should I threaten?
Like a minister of state, with justice.
Oh, justice is what you're threatened with.
Then I'm not threatened.
Master Secretary, I think the prisoner may retire. Unless you, my lord...
No, I see no purpose in prolonging the interview.
Then, good night, Thomas.
Might I have one or two more books?
You have books?
Yes.
I didn't know. You shouldn't have.
May I see my family?
No. Jailer?
Sir?
Have you ever heard the prisoner speak of the King's divorce or the King's supremacy of the Church or the King's marriage?
No, sir. Not a word.
If he does, you will of course report it to the Lieutenant.
Of course, sir.
You will swear an oath to that effect?
Certainly, sir.
Archbishop?
Place your left hand on this and raise your right hand. Take your hat off. Now, say after me. I swear by my mortal soul.
I swear by my mortal soul.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
That I will report truly anything said by Sir Thomas More.
Against the King, the Council, or the State of the Realm.
Against the King, the Council, or the State of the Realm.
So help me God.
Amen. Amen.
And there's 50 guineas in it if you do.
Yes, sir.
That's not to tempt you into perjury, my man.
No, sir. 50 guineas isn't tempting. 50 guineas is alarming. If he left it at swearing... But 50, that's serious money. If it's worth that much now, it's worth my neck presently. I want no part of it. They can sort it out between them. I feel my deafness coming on. Wake up, Sir Thomas.
What?
Your family's here.
What? Margaret! You can visit me! Meg! Alice! Roper! For God's sake, they've not put you in here!
No, sir, just a visit. A short one.
Jailer, let them in. Can you do that?
Yes, sir. I'm allowed to.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Thank you.
Father.
Oh, good morning.
Oh,
Oh, good morning.
Tom.
Good
Tom.
morning. Good morning, Will.
Husband, how do you do?
As well as need be, Alice. Very happy now. It is an awful thing. Oh, except it's keeping me from you, my dear. It's not so bad. Remarkably like any other place. Yes. Too near the river.
We brought you some things. Some cheese. And custard. And these other things.
A bottle of wine.
Oh, is it good, son Roper?
I don't know, sir.
Well? Sir, come out. Swear to the act. Take the oath and come out. Is this why they let you come?
Yes. Meg's under oath to persuade you.
That was silly, Meg. How did you come to do that?
I wanted to.
When a man takes an oath, Meg, he's holding his own self in his hands, like water. And if he opens his fingers then, he needn't hope to find himself again. Some men aren't capable of this, but I'd be loath to think your father one of them.
So should I.
Then?
There's something else I've been thinking.
Oh, Meg.
In any state that was half good, you would be raised up high. Not here, for what you've done already.
All right.
It's not your fault the state's 3/4 bad.
No.
Then, if you elect to suffer for it, you elect yourself a hero.
That is very neat. But look now. If we lived in a state where virtue was profitable, common sense would make us good, and greed would make us saintly, and we'd live like animals or angels in the happy land that needs no heroes. But since, in fact, we see that avarice, anger, envy, pride, sloth, lust, and stupidity commonly profit far beyond humility, chastity, fortitude, justice, and thought, and have to choose to be human at all, why then perhaps we must stand fast a little, even at the risk of being heroes.
But in reason! Haven't you done as much as God can reasonably want?
Well, finally, it isn't a matter of reason. Finally, it's a matter of love.
You're content, then, to be shut up here with mice and rats when you might be home with us?
Content? If they'd open the smallest crack, I'd be through it. 2 minutes to go, sir.
No.
What would you like to know?
No.
Till 7 o'clock, sir. Sorry.
No.
2 minutes. Now, listen. You must leave the country. All of you must leave the country.
Leave you here?
It makes no difference, Meg. They won't let you see me again. You must all go on the same day, but not on the same boat. Different boats from different ports.
After the trial, then?
There'll be no trial. They have no case. Do this for me, I beseech you.
Yes.
Alice, I command it.
Right.
Alice, if you can tell me that you understand, I think I can make a good death if I have to.
Your death's no good to me.
Alice, you must tell me that you understand.
I don't believe this had to happen.
If you say that, Alice, I don't see how I'm to face it.
It's the truth.
You're an honest woman.
Much good may it do me. I tell you what I'm afraid of. That when you've gone, I shall hate you for it.
Well, you mustn't, Alice. That's all. You mustn't. You...
As for understanding, I understand you're the best man I've ever met or I'm likely to. And if you go, well, God knows why, I suppose. Though as God's my witness, God's kept deadly quiet about it. And if anyone wants my opinion of the king and his council, they've only to ask for it.
Sorry, sir. Time's out.
Okay,
Thomas, Never know. You must understand my position. Now, come along. This is getting the ball in his We got that. Goodbye. No trouble. Alice, goodbye, my love. Goodbye. What you like now. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're doing your husband no good. You understand my position, sir. There's nothing I can do. I'm a plain and simple man and just want to keep out of trouble. Oh, sweet Jesus! These plain, simple men!
Sir Thomas More, you were called before us here at the Hall of Westminster to answer charge of high treason. Nevertheless, and though you have heinously offended the King's Majesty, we hope, if you will even now forethink and repent of your obstinate opinions, you may still taste his gracious pardon.
My lords, I thank you. Howbeit I make my petition to Almighty God that he will keep me in this my honest mind to the last hour that I shall live. As for the matters you may charge me with, I fear from my present weakness that neither my wit nor my memory will serve to make sufficient answers. I should be glad to sit down.
Be seated. Master Secretary Cromwell, have you the charge?
I have, my lord.
Then read the charge.
It is the same charge, Sir Thomas, that was brought against Bishop Fisher. The late Bishop Fisher, I should have said. Late Bishop Fisher was executed this morning.
Master Secretary, read the charge.
That you did conspire, traitorously and maliciously, to deny and deprive our liege Lord Henry of his undoubted certain title, Supreme Head of the Church in England.
I have never denied this title.
You refused the oath tendered to you at the time.
Silence is not denial. And for my silence I am punished with imprisonment. Why have I been called again?
On a charge of high treason, Sir Thomas.
For which the punishment is not imprisonment. Death comes for all of us, my lords. Yes, even for kings he comes, to whom amidst all their royalty and brute strength he will neither kneel nor make them any reverence, nor pleasantly desire them to come forth, but roughly grasp them by the very breast and rattle them until they be stark dead, so causing their bodies to be buried in a pit and sending them to a judgment, whereof at their death their success is uncertain. Treason enough here.
The death of kings is not in question, Sir Thomas.
Nor mine, I trust, until I'm proven guilty.
Your life lies in your own hands, Thomas, as it always has.
For our own deaths, my lord, yours and mine, dare we for shame desire to enter the kingdom with ease, when our Lord himself entered with so much pain? Now, Sir Thomas, you stand upon your silence. I do. A silence betokening the most eloquent of denial. Qui tacet consentire. The maxim of the law is, silence gives consent. If, therefore, you wish to construe what my silence betokened, you must construe that I consented, not that I denied. Is that what the world in fact construes from it? Do you pretend that is what you wish the world to construe from it? The world must construe according to its wits. This court must construe according to the law. I put it to the court that the prisoner is perverting the law, making smoky what should be a clear light to discover to the court his own wrongdoing. The law is not a light for you or any man to see by. The law is not an instrument of any kind. The law is a causeway upon which, so long as he keeps to it, a citizen may walk safely. In matters of conscience. Conscience! The conscience! The word is not familiar to you. My God, too familiar. I am very used to hear it in the mouths of criminals. I am used to hear bad men misuse the word of God, yet God exists. In matters of conscience, the loyal subject is more bounden to be loyal to his conscience than to any other thing, and so provide a noble motive for his frivolous self-conceit. My lords, I wish to call Sir Richard Rich. Sir Richard?
I do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, Sir Richard.
So help me God.
Take your stand there, Sir Richard.
Now, Rich, on 12th of March, you were at the Tower.
I was.
With what purpose?
I was sent to carry away the prisoner's books.
Did you talk with the prisoner?
Yes.
Did you talk about the king's supremacy of the church?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said to him, supposing there was an act of Parliament to say that I, Richard Rich, were to be king, would not you, Master Moore, take me for king? That I would, he said, for then you would be king. Yes. Then he said...
The prisoner?
Yes, my lord. But I will put you a higher case, he said. How if there were an act of Parliament to say that God should not be God?
This is true. And then you
Silence.
said...
Continue.
I said, but I will put you a middle case. Parliament has made our king head of the church. Why will you not accept him?
Well?
Then he said, Parliament had no power to do it.
Repeat the prisoner's words.
He said, Parliament has not the competence. All words to that effect.
He denied the title.
He did.
In good faith, Rich, I'm sorrier for your perjury than for my peril.
Do you deny this?
Yes. My lord, if I were a man who heeded not the taking of an oath, you know well I need not to be here. Now I will take an oath. If what Master Rich has said is true, then I pray I may never see God in the face, which I would not say were it otherwise for anything on earth.
That is not evident.
Is it probable? Is it probable that after so long a silence on this, the very point so urgently sought of me, I should open my mind to such a man as that?
Sir Richard, have you anything to add? Nothing, Mr. Secretary.
Sir Thomas?
To what purpose? I am a dead man. You have your desire of me. What you have hunted me for is not my actions, but the thoughts of my heart. It is a long road you have opened. For first men will disclaim their hearts, and presently they will have no hearts. God help the people whose statesmen walk your road.
Then the witness may withdraw.
I have one question to ask the witness. That's a chain of office you are wearing. May I see it? The Red Dragon. What's this?
Sir Richard is appointed Attorney General for Wales.
For Wales? Why, Richard, it profits a man nothing to give his soul for the whole world. But for Wales...
And now I must ask the court's indulgence. I have a message for the prisoner from the king. Sir Thomas, I am empowered to tell you that even now...
No, it cannot be.
The case rests, my lord.
The jury will retire and consider the evidence.
Considering the evidence, it shouldn't be necessary for them to retire. Is it necessary?
No, my lord.
Then, is the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, my lord.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty of high treason. The sentence of the court...
My lord, when I was practicing the law, the manner was to ask the prisoner before pronouncing sentence if he had anything to say.
Have you anything to say?
Yes. To avoid this, I've taken every path my winding wits would find. Now that the court is determined to condemn me, God knoweth how, I will discharge my mind concerning my indictment and the king's title. The indictment is grounded in an act of Parliament which is directly repugnant to the law of God. The king in Parliament cannot bestow the supremacy of the church because it is a spiritual supremacy. And more to this, the immunity of the church is promised both in Magna Carta and the king's own coronation oath.
And now we plainly see that you are malicious.
Not so, Mr. Secretary. I am the king's true subject, and pray for him and all the realm. I do none harm. I say none harm. I think none harm. And if this be not enough to keep a man alive in good faith, I long not to live. I have, since I came into prison, been several times in such a case that I thought to die within the hour. And I thank our Lord I was never sorry for it, but rather sorry when it passed. And therefore my poor body is at the king's pleasure.
Would God my death might do him some good. Nevertheless, it is not for the supremacy that you have sought my blood, but because I would not bend to the marriage.
Prisoner at the bar, you have been found guilty on the charge of high treason. The sentence of the court is that you shall be taken from this court tower, sent to the place of execution, and there your head shall be stricken from your body, and may God have mercy on your soul. I can come no further, Thomas. Here, drink this.
Howard, my master had eagle and gall, not wine, given him to drink. Let me be going.
Father! Father!
Master, have patience. Trouble not thyself. Death comes for us all, even at our birth, death does but stand aside a little. It is the law of nature and the will of God. You have long known the secrets of my heart.
Sir Thomas, Archbishop.
Friend, be not afraid of your office. You send me to God.
You're very sure of that, Sir Thomas?
He will not refuse one who is so blithe to go to him.
Behold the head of a traitor! Thomas Cromwell was found guilty of high treason and executed on the 28th of July, 1540. Norfolk was found guilty of high treason and should have been executed on the 27th of January, 1547. But on the night of the 26th of January, the king died of syphilis and wasn't able to sign the warrant. Thomas Cranmer, that's the Archbishop, was burned alive on the 21st of March, 1556. Richard Rich became a knight and solicitor general, a baron and Lord Chancellor, and died in his bed. So did I. And so I hope will all of you.
Transcribe. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Hello? Is this Mr. Wolf?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Hello?
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell him no.
I will not.
Hello?
Confound you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Mr. Wolf's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolf?
Yes, Mr. Wolf speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble. Could I see you, please, immediately?
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello?
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
Oh, may I see you right away?
Well,
I'll pay you $1,000 as a retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolf. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
Room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We've usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolf, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolf, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolf.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Pole Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolf. Please phone me from time to time.
301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
Have you seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Well, yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolf?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolf's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. Got an automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. The fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolf. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am?
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolf?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once and bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye. That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolf. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolf.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolf.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's Nero Wolf, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolf?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Wolf, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolf?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolf, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, he's so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolf?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolf. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolf.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolf. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolf. Please, Wolf. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
But Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolf, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going. Archie, please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Please, boss, can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning, isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did. I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about our personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all our financial affairs. I went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rennie was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company.
Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
Noon? You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Yeah, lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolf.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company?
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio, who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie. Your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Arrow Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolf's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolf?
I don't get around much. Tell me about it.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolf's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Mario, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Mario, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical work.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in legit business. Things just don't jive. And she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rene out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfrew at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfrew. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Why, Mr. Renfrew, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Oh, Miss Bennett? First name?
Jean. Do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolf will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
Don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You're so kind. Mr. Wolf, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Renfrew, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfrew.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolf. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfrew. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Renee?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolf.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfrew. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolf, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfrew. By the way, was Miss Renee right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolf. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you would excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfrew, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I could be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolf.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes, it's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Nothing around here with a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolf knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
And this bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Hey, wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're talking.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand.
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point? Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you...
You're still in the play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolf, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morio's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolf. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolf, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why, what? Nothing. Mr. Wolf, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
The special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah?
Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolf, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Breen, you're a pilot of Wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orlyfield, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolf. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. So if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the desk.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well,
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me the true forger is her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
No, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolf?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much she had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Renee had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Mr. Wolf. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Stop it, Renfrew. What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean, late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolf.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get him. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes.
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured flattered by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop at the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
My boss.
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Oh. Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Daly. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Just listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon MacRae. Plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah, and you're invited. And on Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday, you'll hear the comedy The Man in Possession, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. Don't forget, hear Ethel Merman on the big show Sunday on NBC.
In Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun from Hollywood with our star comedian Fred Allen, who tonight brings us Jack Benny. Music by Peter Van Steeden. New features, new music, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Crowd cheer as Fred Allen leads his parade of stars to the old town hall. Fred's leading the band dressed as Santa, followed by those claws in the theater sides of the mighty Allen Arc players. Let's join the happy crowd, folks. Everybody's going. Here they come, Speed Demons.
What's the milk of you conference that speeds like a deer in traffic? I must, old bean. I've got to get to my radio in a hurry. It's Town Hall tonight.
You just came down, Professor Kickard. Why are you taking your balloon up again?
The radio reception is better in a stratosphere, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Deep sea divers. Don't tell me you've located a sunken treasure in that wreck, Bill.
Yeah, there's a radio down there that's still worse, and it's Jack Benny tonight.
Here we are before the old town hall, and there's Fred with an old oil lamp making light of the folks as they pass inside. Let's listen.
Eeny, meeny, miny, and the more the merrier, folks. All roads lead to the old town hall. Now, don't jostle, madam.
Hi there, croak boy.
Hi, Pest. Hello, Mrs. Sider.
Is Jack Benny here tonight, Mr. Allen?
Not all here, but all there is of Benny you'll find on the inside. With a joke, a tune, and we're starting soon. So hurry, 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 hurry.
You finished, Fred?
You bet, Harry. And it's up to Peter now. His first number is Be a Good Sport.
Well, I'll try, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Be a good sport. Now don't you be a poor loser. Be a good sport. It's great to be a good loser. I mean, kind and be forgiving. Don't cry over spilt milk. How not to make a living. Don't So be a good sport. What if today has its sorrow? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good ace, be a good scout, and be a good sport. What if today has its sorrow? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good egg, be a good scout, be a good fellow, be a good sport.
Presenting that zealous star of Zazu's as zither AD xylophone zephyrs, titillating somnambulant satire, Zanuck Zaney of the cinema, Fred Allen in person.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Go away, boy. Oh, all right. See, right away. Get away from this microphone here. Good evening. We must get a weather strip put on the hall. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we have a nice night for it this evening, and before the Hollywood Weather Bureau butts in with a commercial to take the credit for the weather, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the first grocer to sell bacon sliced so thin that the streets had to be pinned to the fatty part, has a special announcement. Hodge says that during the cold spell, he's taking out his dial phone and putting in one of the old stylers, folks. Hodge says you can't use a dial phone with your mittens on, and it's so doggone cold in the store, if you take your mittens off, it'll frost your hangnails. So until it warms up, Hodge is inviting all mitten lovers to stop in and phone in comfort. So much for smart customer appeal around the village, and now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
For certain, Fred.
The curtain for certain. A long fella, hey?
I'm only 5'2", Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. Government Weather Bureau predicts that backbone of recent cold wave is broken, and nation can expect moderate temperatures from now on. Town hall news, checking on recent snowstorms and below zero weather around the country, interviews prominent citizens affected. Tales of strange happenings are rampant in the land as a result of recent cold. At Bildad, Nova Scotia, Mr. Tufton Pump gives off-record statement. How did you find the recent snap, Mr. Pump?
It's the worst storm I've seen in these parts in the past 10 years, all but 1 year.
Didn't you see a storm that year?
I didn't see nothing that year, son. I broke my glasses.
I see. Well, how cold was it, Mr. Pump?
Well, to give you a rough idea, our Townshend Club gave a community sing last week, and they called on me to solo.
What happened?
It was so doggone cold, I opened my mouth to sing Old Man River.
What came out?
An icicle 2 choruses long.
Thank you, Mr. Pump. At Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Mrs. Nadine Whine, a housewife, tells her strange story. You say it was real stormy, Mrs. Whine.
Lord, yes. Snow was so high yesterday, folks going by the house were stooping down to look in my transom.
Was it uncomfortable indoors?
I was chilled so bad, I shook half the spots off a polka dot Mother Hubbard.
Must have been cold, all right.
It was plumb bitter. Why, I sat down on a chair and thought I had a frostbite.
Wasn't it frostbite?
No, I was sitting onto my false teeth, the lowers.
Thank you, Mrs. Whine. At Rockaway Beach, New York, Fordyce Westbaum, retired pushcart baron, had ghastly experience in the cold wave. What took place, Mr. Messbaum?
Why, what's happening to me should happen to a polo bear.
Did the cold affect you physically?
Not only physically, but financially.
Really? What happened?
For 15 years, my neighbor Gold Club, a tight bud, but a good one, is owing me $4. Yesterday in a blizzard, I am meeting Gold Club.
Face to face?
Beard to beard, we are meeting. The temperature is below.
Below zero?
Below zero, he's asking. On top of the mercury, zero is looking like a halo yet.
But what about Gold Club?
Gold Club all of a sudden getting sociable. He's saying, Miss Brown, for 15 years I'm owing you $4. And today you're catching me in a mood to settle.
Did you get the money?
Well, I'm putting out my hand in the cold to take it. And lo and behold, I'm hearing something dropping.
Was it the $4?
That's $4. It was 4 of my fingers. A climate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Messbaum. At Hollywood, California, Miss Fern Fickle, loyal Californian, denies the very existence of a cold wave. You say you didn't observe the sudden change in temperature, Miss Fickle?
In California, one doesn't discuss the weather with strangers, mister.
Why, not with strangers, huh? Only entre nous. Why, it was freezing. It was freezing last week.
Oh, yes, 0 night. The Chamber of Commerce arranges it annually. It's to help people with swimming pools.
The Chamber of Commerce wants your swimming pools to freeze?
Yes. Once a year, we tip up the ice and sweep out the bottom of the pools.
You Californians take the cake.
No, we lower it back in the pool instantly.
You deny... You deny the existence of bad weather here in Hollywood recently?
As a loyal Californian, I do.
Why, it was so cold last night, I saw hail coming down.
Not hail, tourists. You might have seen some puffed rain, but not hail. This is California.
Thank you, Miss Fickle. Many farm tenants report unusual happenings. At Pine Snuff, Arkansas, Farmer Conway Straggle is interviewed in his barn. Don't you feel the cold here in your barn, Farmer Straggle?
You're darn tootin', stranger. It's so cold in here right now, I'm steam heating them hens' nests.
You have to heat the nest?
Sure do. How'd you like to sit down in a nest of cold straw and try to lay an egg?
Well,
Me neither, son.
Does the cold bother your cows?
You betcha. Milk freezes right in them. I've been getting it out in sticks.
Milk steaks?
Yeah. Well, look, I'll show you. I'll move over there, Bessie. Quiet. I'll milk her for you. All right, easy, Bessie. Take it easy. Now, watch this. The milk comes out about a foot, then it freezes, and I snap her off.
Thank you, Farmer Straggle. Break me off a pint and I'll take it with me.
Well, I'll fix that.
These flashes have given you an idea of the present-day machine-age cold wave, ladies and gentlemen. But in the mind of the oldest inhabitant, the outstanding cold wave ever to sweep this country occurred during the winter of 1871. On the night of January 2nd, 1871, the mercury took a 52-degree drop. The drop... Gentlemen, our first guest stars tonight, the Basin Street Boys. You have heard their voices many times in musical cartoons, and tonight they sing their latest number, You Drove the Gloom Away.
When the sky is cloudy and gray, and the rain is hard all day, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. When the snow was on the ground, and the trees couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. Now beers warm around you. Da-da-da, baby, sing it divine. I'm so wild about you, baby, and the darkness off your mind. When the snow was on the ground, and the trees couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. about you, baby, and to drive it off your mind. When the snow is on the ground and the tree leaves goodly bound, you did something sweet to me. You drove the blue way, drove the blue way, drove the blue way. Now, honey, baby, drove the blue way.
And now, much as it pains me, and will you, may I present... Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. Will you go away? Oh, fuck. May I present, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mind riffraff coming in the audience, but when it comes to the microphone, of all... May I present Mr. J. Aloysius Grump, who sees all, tells all, and knows enough after reading a reliable weather report to come in out of the rain. Mr. Grump.
Hi, folks.
I understand you're a bit of a prophet in your spare time, Mr. Grump.
You said it, Alan, you said it. I'm in the know, see? So I can tell what's going to happen before it happens, see? And I'd like to say right here and now that from where I sit, the outlook's pretty gloomy indeed, yes, sir.
What, with Christmas coming on?
Well, that's just my point. Most of the gals who'd like to have mink coats for Christmas are going to get washing machines.
Willy-nilly, eh?
You said it. Father's checking account is going to have fallen arches, and that ain't all. People all over the country will go through the holidays eating too much and drinking too much and feeling like the end of a misspent life. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, now, come, Mr. Grump. You are painting a pretty gloomy picture here. I grant that a lot of us will overindulge during the holidays, and naturally we will feel stuffy or grouchy or have a headache, because that overindulgence has upset our stomachs. But there is something you can do about it, ladies and gentlemen. You can reach for a friendly bottle of Sal Hepatica, because so many physicians will tell you
that sluggish, under-par feeling is so often caused by two things: accumulated waste and gastric acidity. And Sal Hepatica is a quick-acting, effervescent mineral salt laxative made especially to get after both of these conditions at once.
That's why it is particularly effective, ladies and gentlemen, because Sal Hepatica not only removes accumulated waste through laxation, but besides, it also counteracts that acidity. So just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling alert, alive, feeling that there is a Santa Claus. If you'll just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Limehouse Blues. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't expect to meet Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Will you get away from here? Is this Wednesday night or not? Well, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, tonight you didn't expect to meet
Whom, Fred?
Well, right in back of this radio studio on the Warner Brothers lot here, Harry, there's a gentleman who operates a lunch wagon. Day and night, he is a veritable tornado of chopped meat and onions, for he is a genial Merlin who assembles hamburgers at an instant's notice for his customers. And his customers, Harry, are only movie and radio celebrities. Now, I think a man who works untold hours to help radio and movie favorites fend off malnutrition has an odd profession.
He certainly has, Fred.
Well, I've invited him to jump out of his frying pan into our fire this evening and see how it feels to be grilled himself. And so then, ladies and gentlemen, tonight I know you didn't expect to meet Mr. Willie King. Willie, you always make all of us feel at home at your lunch wagon, and Harry and I want you to feel at home here with us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I'll do my best.
Well, first of all, do you just operate this one lunch wagon in back of the studio?
No, I have 6 wagons altogether.
Where are the other 5 touring cafes?
They're in a garage. I only use them for special occasions.
For banquets, weddings, and things like that, you mean?
No, when Warner Picture companies go on location, I send out my trucks to serve lunch to the actors and mechanics.
I see. You have the location concession.
Right. I'm the only lunchman with the exclusive concession at the studio.
You haven't any competition then?
Well, there's one fella running a freelance lunch wagon, but he can't muscle in on my territory.
A freelance lunch wagon. It isn't that fella they call Tomaine Sam, is it?
I won't mention any names. Why should I advertise a competitor?
You're right, Willie. Well, tell me, has your lunch wagon ever been in any of the Warner pictures?
Yes. At the one you eat was used, I'm a fugitive from a chain gang.
It was in I'm a fugitive from a chain gang, huh? Well, how did it scream?
For not being made up and considering it's a wagon, it looked pretty good.
Well, you ought to paint your wagon red, Willie, and be ready for Technicolor.
You think it's a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. But say, there's one... don't mind my voice tonight, Willie. I'm taking voice lessons from Andy Devine's teacher. It's just having effect. But say, there's one question I forgot I should have really asked you first, Willie. How did you get into this a la carte cafe business?
Well, years ago, I used to be in picture business.
Uh-huh. Now it comes out. You were an actor, huh?
No, I was assistant director with Larry Seaman in silent pictures.
What was the last picture you worked on?
The Wizard of Oz.
Were there any actors who are stars today in The Wizard of Oz?
Clark Gable was an extra in that picture. He carried a spear.
I wonder what ever became of that spear.
I wouldn't know.
Naturally, but how did you happen to work yourself up from assistant directing to owning a lunch wagon?
Well, when the talkies came in, I asked Jack Warner to give me the lunchroom concession at his studio.
And Jack Warner did, huh?
Yes, Fred. That was 12 years ago, and thanks to his kindness, I've been in business ever since.
Well, I imagine, Willie, that during the past 12 years, you have sold a sandwich to practically every big star on the Warner lot.
Yes, I've known them all.
And you're acquainted with all of the Warner stars today, of course?
Oh, yes. Dick Powell, Joan Modell, Edward G. Robinson, Andy Devine, Pat O'Brien, Leslie Howard.
What does Leslie Howard usually have for lunch? Kippers and crumpets?
No, Mr. Howard generally has coffee and donuts.
Well, confidentially, Willie, have you ever caught Leslie Howard dunking?
Well, one day...
Now, wait for your laugh, Willie. Wait for your laugh.
Well, one day when he was drinking his coffee, I did hear a splash.
You heard a splash while Mr. Howard was drinking his coffee. Was Les dunking?
No, his wristwatch fell in his coffee.
Well, who else bolts calories at your table-d'hote trailer?
Ruby Keeler.
Does Ruby like your hamburgers?
She says they're the best in town.
No kidding, huh? Is Al, what's his name, her husband, Al, that fella, is he a hamburger addict?
No, Al generally takes his steak smothered in ketchup.
What about Betty Davis?
Miss Davis is crazy about potatoes. I've seen her order fried potatoes and potato salad in the same plate.
I imagine you treasure the mental picture you have of Miss Davis's potatoes among your starchy souvenirs, Willie.
There's no time for sentiment when you're running a lunch wagon, Fred.
Say, I've forgotten one of Warner Brothers' most important stars, Willie. Have you ever served Paul Muni?
Sure, but I have trouble recognizing him. He looks so different in every picture.
You've never chased Mr. Muni away from the wagon, have you?
No, but once when he was making Louis Pasteur, I kept him waiting a half an hour. I didn't recognize him with his beard on.
Did Mr. Muni stop in for lunch at Emil Zola?
Every day.
I'd like to have seen Zola eating a hamburger.
Say, if they're good enough for Paul Muni, they're good enough for Zola.
You've been catering to movie folks so long, Willie. Tell me, who eats more, the stars or the extras?
Well, the extra usually. Lots of the stars are dieting while they're working.
Have you ever witnessed any unusual gluttony at your wagon?
Once I saw Barton McLean eat 5 steak sandwiches in a row.
5 steak sandwiches? Is that an all-time vitamin record?
No. I think Al Dubin, the songwriter, holds the record.
Oh, I've seen Al. He's a pretty big boy.
Al must weigh about 250.
I know. I heard they offered him a job as a stand-in over at the Elysian Mountain until they get the runaway part. Till they get the runaway part back in place. What did Al eat the day he broke your record?
As I recall, Al had 2 ham sandwiches, 2 hot dogs, 2 hamburgers, salami sandwich with ice cream, and plenty of coffee and tea in between.
What did Al say when he finished?
It wasn't a word.
I get it. Well, thanks, Willie, for giving us this opportunity to put on our optical napkins and take a peek behind your mound of chopped steak and onion.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
You like the radio business, eh?
It's not bad. You don't have to wear an apron.
I know, but you found the secret of success in your own business, Willie. You've hitched your lunch wagon to a movie star.
And the Warner Brothers.
Right. Every sandwich a Warner Brother production. Now, before you go, is there a word of encouragement or advice you'd like to give to any youngsters who might be thinking of going into your business?
Only this, Fred. If you're going to be a success making hamburger sandwiches, you've got to make both ends meet.
Meat as in hamburger, I see. Well, good night and thank you, Willie King. Gentlemen, the King's Men. Tonight the boys sing Nobody Loves a Riveter But His Mother. Hammer away, boys.
Get me! Gotcha! Get me! Gotcha! All for one and one for all. That's how us girls play basketball. Get me! Gotcha! Get me! Gotcha! That's how I earn me weekly check. With a hammer on me shoulder and a girder around my neck.
Hey, you guys, look at that swell dame down below. There she goes.
Get me!
Hey, how do you get that hitting me there with a red-hot rivet?
Oh, look what you're doing, you clumsy boo.
Oh, I'm fed up with this lousy job anyhow.
Why? A girl can love a sailor, a butcher, or a tailor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love a plumber, or some guy even dumber, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. She'd love a crook who'd break into a jewelry shop. If she's a cook, she'd even love a cop or a nurse. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it, so nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love an actor, a lawyer or contractor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. But nobody loves a riveter but his mother. King Solomon, 10,000 wives, all paid his rent, and each one paid 1/10 of 1%. Oh, for goodness sake. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it, so nobody loves a riveter but his mother. Get me! Gotcha.
Thank you. Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eugene Lester. Mr. Lester is not a soloist by profession. Gene is the official candid cameraman for the popular radio magazine, The Radio Guide. Gene, you're out here in Hollywood doing candid camera work on some of the radio shows, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, I've been shooting all the shows originating from the West Coast here.
You have, huh? What shows have you done recently?
Well, so far I've done the Hollywood Mardi Gras, the Burns and Allen show, Phil Baker, and then I think that fellow sitting over there in the corner was on one of them.
Oh, Mr. Benny?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Well, see, you'll know as soon as you get the things developed. If there's any doubt as to what's been going on, Gene, in your camera, as soon as you get the strips developed, you can let us know. When are these going to be in, these pictures you've been snapping? I saw you taking some at our dress rehearsal today. When are they going to be in Radio Guide?
Well, these pictures that I've taken today will be in your issue of Radio Guide on January 7th.
January 7th,
That's right.
And I heard you humming at your work, the other day, and that is the reason why we've sort of invited you to carol for us this evening, Gene. Do you do much singing ad libitum besides your camera work?
Well, I do a lot of singing in the darkroom where nobody can hear me.
Well, that's... But tonight you're going to come right out with the lights on and see what happens, huh? Do you prefer photography to singing?
Well, they sort of both work hand in hand.
Well, they do in a way at that. The only difference is that a photographer would be apt to tell other people to look out for little birdie, whereas the singer would have to look out for the little birdie himself. But, well, all right, Gene. I guess we have exhausted the fun for the moment. We mustn't be too funny now because Mr. Benny is coming along with a wham shortly. What are you going to sing, Gene?
Well, there's a new tune called Rosalie that seems to be pretty popular today.
Rosalie from the picture of the same name?
That's right.
All right, Rosalie. Thank you.
Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream. Since the night when stars danced above, I'm so much in love, dear Rosalie, have mercy. Rosalie, don't decline. Won't you make my life thrilling and tell me you're willing to be mine, Rosalie, mine.
Mr. Dean Lester, ladies and gentlemen, Radio Guide and the camera expert. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have no serious objections, I'd like to conduct a little experiment at this point. You see, some expert has just burst into print with a statement that radio audiences listen with only half their minds, and consequently have only a vague idea of what they hear.
Well, do you think you can change all that, Fred?
No, Harry. All I want to do is to prove or disprove it. Now, if I can just get someone within the range of these tired eyes, this gentleman here in the front row. Do you listen regularly to this program, sir?
Every chance I get.
My public. Would you mind stepping up to the microphone just a second, sir?
Glad to.
Thank you. Now, will you tell me in your own words what Mr. Von Tell says every week about Ipana toothpaste?
Well, I'll try. Let's see. He recommends Ipana toothpaste and massage, and my dentist backs him up on it, too. He says you can help keep your teeth bright and sparkling with the regular use of Ipana. And then I think he makes a very good point when he says that the soft, creamy foods we eat don't give our gums enough work to do. But if we massage our gums every day with Ipana toothpaste, we can give them the exercise they need to help keep them firm and healthy. I guess that just about covers everything.
Well, Fred, this gentleman sort of knocks your expert theory into a cocked hat, doesn't he?
Well, of course, Mr. Von Zell, I've been using Ipana for a couple of years now, and just lately with one of those new double-duty toothbrushes, so I've had plenty of chance to check up on your statements. Maybe that's why I remember them so well.
Well, whatever the reason is, we're very indebted to you, sir.
Not at all, Mr. Von Zell. Oh, there's one more thing I didn't mention.
Well, maybe we better leave that for Harry. He might feel slighted if we didn't. Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I don't know. All that's left for me to say is since brighter teeth and healthier gums naturally mean a far more attractive smile, ladies and gentlemen, always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Town Hall tonight will continue immediately following a short pause for your station identification.
Peter, and Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played part of I'm Feeling Like a Million. We started our new service a few weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen. You know, on all of the hour programs, right in the middle, where the announcer says, this is station so-and-so and so-and-so, the music always sort of dies out, and for a few brief seconds, you miss part of the tune. So week after week now, we are going to give you back the few little bars of music you missed when the announcer speaks in our program. Will you play the few strains there, Peter, for us, please? Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you fit that back into the part you heard before the announcer spoke, you have I'm Feeling Like a Million. Now, on Friday night, the Port Jervis String Ensemble will...
Do you mind if I interrupt, Mr. Allen?
Why, no, Portland. Into each life, some rain must fall, unless one lives in Palm Springs, of course.
Or unless one is an old maid.
What has an old maid to do with no rain falling in her life?
If an old maid never gets married, she never gets a shower, does she?
Tub or shower as long as she's healthy. What is this?
Well, I've got a big surprise for you tonight, Mr. Allen.
Big surprise? Now, look. Portland, this is the day of digest publications, concentrated foods, and capsule criticism. Couldn't you sense the trend and show up with a little surprise?
But this is the biggest thing you've had on the program this year.
Hello again for the fourth time. Now, look, Portland, a thing on the program we don't need. Stuff I don't mind, but not a thing.
But, Mr. Allen, it isn't a thing. This is an old friend of yours from the days of vaudeville.
If it's Otto the Trained Seal, throw him a fish and tell him I'm busy.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. If you'll just take your nose, that one you used to talk through, out of that microphone, you'll see that it's me.
Oh, Jack Benny. Well, wait a minute. There's a reception goes in there.
Well, doesn't matter. I was worried there for a minute.
Well, you've been on 4 times. If you took a little bit each time, it's better you get it all at once like this. Let it pile up. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Jack. I didn't notice you. How long have you been standing there?
Since 8 o'clock this morning. They've been using me instead of the Boulevard watch time.
Say, Jack, did Mary come along with you?
No, Porty. She wanted to come over, but she's busy with her Christmas shopping.
Christmas shopping?
Yeah, right now she's over at Bullock's Wilshire putting me through bank.
That gives me an idea. Tally ho, Jack.
So long, Porty.
Well, Jack, this is quite a surprise, you dropping in. I didn't know you were going to be here tonight.
I didn't know it either, Fred, until I heard you announce it 5 times last week. But don't get me wrong, Freddie. I appreciate that build-up. I'm one guy who knows that it pays to advertise.
Now, listen here, Benny. If that's a hint, you're not getting 1 cent for crawling in here tonight, and you know it.
Why, Fred, I didn't expect to get paid for this. I haven't any more right to take money for working on this program than you have. You for a while there.
Now, those armchair jokes, they'll hold you for a while. Now, hold on there, Benny. That's an insult.
Well, if I was Professor Quiz, I'd say correct. Absolutely correct.
And if I was Major Bowes, you'd have left with a unit 10 minutes ago.
Hey, that's nice work if you can get it. You know, Freddie, I wouldn't mind being back in vaudeville again, though, would you?
Ah, those were the good old days.
Yes, sir. Say, Fred, no kid, will you ever forget the time you and I were together at the Orpheum Theater in Sioux City, Iowa?
Yep. Only I was on the stage.
I don't care, Freddie. I made more money selling peanuts in one day than you did all week.
Well, Jack, I didn't make much money in those days, but I was a pretty good juggler. Remember how I used to toss those Indian clubs in the air and do a funny monologue at the same time?
I sure do. And, Fred, you remember when you dropped those clubs? How you'd let them lay there right alongside of your joke?
Yep. Well, you ought to know. You swept up the theater every night. I did not. I used to stay in the theater late just to practice my violin.
Well, you should have stuck to your broom.
I should have stuck to my own program, too. I had to ask for this, Yester.
Well, you had to write it, Yester. Insult yourself.
Well, Fred, anyway, a lot of water has gone over the Don since then, huh?
Over the Don?
Yes, Fred, you know how careful we have to be. But just think, Freddie, just think, here we are, both in Hollywood and both of us in pictures.
It does seem unreasonable, doesn't it?
Of course, Fred, maybe I shouldn't point this out, but I do make a lot more pictures than you do.
Well, Jack, there's so little of you in each one, you have to make more.
Oh, is that why they do it? I'm glad you brought that up. How do you like pictures, Fred?
Fine, Jack. I just finished one called Sally, Irene, and Mary. I'm leaving for New York next week.
Oh, they're releasing you instead of the picture.
Now, Benny, if you're here to drip venom, heed your promiscuous spattering, and remember that retribution is the trailer that follows oral pollution.
Alan, you're just lucky I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I had a hunch you were going back east, Fred, and that's why I came up here to see you. Have you decided which way you're going back? I mean, which form of transportation?
Well, I was going to take the boat and go through Panama, but I've got a hat, so I decided to take the train.
Well, Fred, of course, I don't want to influence you one way or the other, but have you ever thought of driving back east? You know, by automobile?
What kind of an automobile?
Now, don't rush me. And it's in good condition, too. No kidding. Would you like to drive back home, Freddie?
No, Jack. I'll stick to the chief.
Well, if you'd rather hang around with Indians.
But the chief is a train, as you will find out when you finish your next picture, Mr. Benny. Say, what are you trying to get at, anyway?
Well, Fred, I own a Maxwell. And I thought that
You don't think you can palm that tin nightmare off on me, I hope. Why, I wouldn't be found dead in that car.
Say, you're no better than the engine.
Why, the engine in that steam cabinet is so dead, the front wheels are nothing but rubber. Where is that uncovered wagon?
It's right outside the door. Hey, boys.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Will you drive my Maxwell in, please?
Sure.
Now, be careful, fellas. It's a high-powered car there, you know. Right in here, boys. Right in here.
Well, want us to leave it right here, Mr. Benny?
Yes, thanks, fellas.
Hey, what's that noise?
Noise? I'll cut off the motor so we can hear it.
That's better.
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I guess this belongs to you.
Oh, the door. Yes, thanks.
I went to close it, and it came off in my hand. Well, you can stick it back on with a little new skin, Jack. Say, what's that bottle of scotch doing tied on the front?
That's for the radiator on New Year's Eve.
It looks like the car's got a hangover already. Benny, you may not be a snake in the grass, but you're sure hanging around with the rattler there.
That's libel, Alan. And if I had my writers here, what we'd call you be a four-bell raz.
Say, what's the... Say, who started it? Say, what was that? Did the engine drop out?
No, Smarty, it's the new sunken motor. And listen to this horn. That note is by Stokowski.
Well, how is the car on gas?
Well, I get about 4 miles to the quart. If I insist, of course.
If you put your foot down.
Yes.
Well, how much does that make to the gallon?
Well, I never put in a gallon. I don't believe in spoiling a car. You know how it is with gas tanks. Easy come, easy go. Well, Alan, what do you say?
Well, now that I've had a good look at this bear trap, Jack, I know why the Maxwell people went into the coffee business. Freddie, I'm not begging you to take this car, only I thought, well, you walk all the time. You're not getting any younger. I think you ought to take your varicose veins out for a spin once in a while. What are you asking for this Rhapsody and junk? I'm asking $95 FOB. FOB for old Benny. How about it, Fred? Say, if you don't know, laughing at your next Sunday show already. I can't wait. If you don't know, I'd give $1,000 if I could think of an answer right now. If you don't know by now that I don't want that car, you ought to have your skull in. All right, Fred, as long as you don't want to buy it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll wrap it in cellophane, tie a big red ribbon around it, and give it to you for Christmas. How's that? If I wake up Christmas morning and find that monstrosity in my stocking, I'll go barefooted the rest of my life. That would be nothing new for you, you hillbilly. So you don't even want it for a present, huh? I don't want it present, past, the future. You can take that animated skillet. All right, Fred, all right. I merely wanted to be a good fellow, that's all. You don't want the car, and I think you don't. I'll be on my way. No hard feelings, I hope. No, Jack, I haven't anything against you, not Benny the man. I'm just not in the market, that's all. I hope I didn't offend you. Oh, no, Freddie, I'll just have to sell it to some other guy. Well, Merry Christmas, old boy. Same to you, Jack, and good luck. Thanks, Freddie. Goodbye. What was that, Jack? That's what my car thinks of you, Alan. Go on, everybody. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, very well done, Master Benny. You've come a long way since the last time we met. And now... Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's all get together and make this coming holiday a safe, sane, and happy one. Will you buy your cap pistols, Roman candles, toy cannon, and firecrackers? Be sure...
Wait, just a minute, Fred. What holiday are you talking about, anyway?
Why, the 4th of July, of course.
Well, Fred, the coming holiday is Christmas.
I know that, Harry, but if you start talking about Christmas these days, you run into a lot of competition. And besides, I had a message up my sleeve. I want people to be careful. I want them to be able to enjoy their holiday.
Fred, I had a holiday message also.
Oh, Harry, did I spoil it for you?
Well, no, because I want everybody to enjoy the holidays, too. And I want them to be careful. Especially careful of a cold. Because nothing can take the merry out of a Merry Christmas more completely than a cold. That's why I hope that during the holidays everyone will be sure to have a bottle of Sal Hepatica on hand. Because so many physicians say
you can often help throw off a cold more quickly if, at its very beginning, you do two important and fundamental things. One, remove accumulated waste, and two, counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
And Sal Hepatica, ladies and gentlemen, is an effective mineral salt laxative that does both of those things at once. It not only removes accumulated waste through laxation, but it also helps nature counteract that acidity. So don't take chances on a cold spoiling your holidays. Take Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you those theatrical termites who have gone through their artistic lives trying to bring down the house. The mighty Allen Players. Tonight they present a Christmas fable. It's called Santa Claus Sits Down, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Over to you, Peter.
This is station NG, folks. Our next program will be...
Just a minute, folks. Here's a bulletin from the Radio News Bureau. A rumor has just reached us that Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. Unconfirmed reports rise throughout the country that Santa Claus is on sit-down strike. What's going on in Santa Claus's igloo? Stand by, folks. Assassinated Press is investigating the trouble, and we hope...
Is this the Santa Claus igloo?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Claus.
I'm Phil Beat of the Assassinated Press. I'm here to check on this rumor that Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
Oh, I'm glad to come. I've been fighting with him all week, and he refuses to budge.
Well, where is Santa Claus now?
Oh, the old fool's in the next room sulking. I'll get him. Hey, Santa.
Oh, it ain't no use coaxing, Ma. Oh, you ain't go.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Oh, well. What's on your mind, son?
Well, I'm from the Assassinated Press, Santa Claus. Now, what's this I hear?
Oh, no, I ain't riding now.
But this is Christmas Eve. Trees are lit up. Millions of children have hung up their stockings. The whole world is waiting.
Well, regardless, I ain't riding.
Ain't no use, mister. He's stubborn.
No, I ain't stubborn neither. I'm sick of being Santa Claus, holding the bag every year.
Well, you must have a reason for quitting.
I got plenty of reasons.
Well, will you talk for the press?
Might swell, I guess.
Well, now, Santa, why won't you ride tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, son. It's a long story. I've been clausing it for 1937 years, son. I've been a-bringing presents, toys for kiddies, loud neckties and handkerchiefs for grown-ups, every Christmas trying to spread joy. But my efforts down through the ages has been a bit of disappointment. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been nothing but grief. The first trouble I had was in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Is your emperor the best fiddler in Rome, Latches?
Yay, Nero!
Is your king a master of pizzicato?
Yay, Nero!
Shall Nero play an encore?
No, Nero!
What, you dog? Begone, hypocrite! Clear my throne room. Yes! Now I can play my violin. I'm alone. What's this? What fell out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who are you, Lumpkin? The chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Gadzooks, another basket of fruit from the Rome Kiwanis Club.
No, my gift is a trinket rare. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet.
Watkins, what is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn yon little wheel.
Gramercy, it's flames. It's flames.
Merry Christmas, Nero.
Oh, it's flames. Rome has scoffed at my fiddle. Nero will have his revenge.
Hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to the drapery.
I'm setting fire to all Rome. Revenge.
Look out.
Revenge.
Nero, be careful, Nero. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Well, I know that, but...
Here I was trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? Singed whiskers.
But that was 2,000 years ago.
Nero was only the start of my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I had trouble in a little country to the north of England. That Christmas, I had a present for a young poet. I peeked in the window. He was writing a sonnet. His mother come into the room.
Bobby? Hi, Mother. It's time you were to bed, lad. I'm composing, Mother. Have you not heard of a poet? A poet at your age, Robbie. I am Robbie Burns, the youngest poet in the Glen. Are you concocting a limerick? Where river wants to... It's no finish. Can I think of a rhyme for brave? Pay. Pay in a Scotch song? Are you daft, Mother? Will be last on the hit parade. Well, you'd better find a rhyme in a hurry and go to bed. Composing on Christmas. It's evil. Good night. Good night, Mother. Oh, a rhyme. Brave, clay, day, Chevrolet. Who are you coming out of that chimney?
I'm Santa Claus, Bobby Burns. Merry Christmas.
What's your business, Red Britches?
I'm Santa Claus, Bobby. I brought you something here.
A rhyming dictionary. Put one, let me look. I pray, ray, say, stray. Where me and my true love wherever wants to stray. I, a bonny rhyme, I've written a gem.
Merry Christmas, Bobby.
How much are you asking for the rhyming dictionary, Claus?
It's Christmas, Bobby. I'm giving it to you.
Giving it? Help, Feather, help! Oh, Feather!
What's wrong, son?
This man's a lunatic, Feather.
A Stop Sunday, huh?
I'm Santa Claus, Mr. Burns. I only gave Bobby a Christmas gift.
Give him? Grab him,
Now,
son.
let me
We'll
go.
take him to the asylum.
Hold on, Mr. Burns. I only gave your son a present.
Exactly. A man who gives anything away in Scotland belongs in a padded cell. Grab him, son.
Scotland. I was in the booby hatch there for 30 days.
But that was 200 years ago.
I know, but a few Christmases later, I got a raw deal in another suburb of England. It was called the American Colony. I dropped in at the house of some fellow named Paul Revere. His wife was preparing dinner as Paul came through the door.
Dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
No. Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? My, that ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once round Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spy.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul. The woods is full of them.
Hand me my gun. I'll talk to him through the door. Who's there?
Merry Christmas, Paul, dear. It's Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
Can I sit onto it?
You bet.
Sounds mighty tempting, Effie. I'll let him in.
It might be a British trick, Paul. Don't open that door.
I'm Santa Claus, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I've got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door. I'll crack it.
Merry Christmas, Paul.
Look at his suit, Paul.
A red coat. Take this.
Now, whoa, now, Paul. Well, sir, when I got back to my sleigh and start down, I was mighty glad I still had that cushion full of peach fuzz. You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
But all these troubles were years ago, Santa Claus. People appreciate you today.
You're wrong, son. Only last Christmas I went down to a place called Washington, D.C. I got confused and went down the wrong chimney. I come out in some office. Coming down the chimney, I heard a man phoning.
Hello. Hummingbird Conservation Project, Professor Beak speaking. $2 million for a hummingbird community bird bath in Florida. I'll mail your check Monday. Goodbye.
Here, what are you doing here? Merry Christmas. I'm Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? One of the Wagner Act clauses?
No. I'm a mythical character.
Oh, a friend of Jim Farley's, eh?
No. I come down from the North Pole once a year to give things away. I give and give all up and down the land to make people happy.
You do? Well, you'd better go back to the pole, Fatty.
But I'm Santa
No,
Claus.
you're not. The government is Santa Claus today.
And that was only last year, son. That's why my spirit's broken. Being Santa Claus is just one pain in the ermine after another.
Well, won't you reconsider? Think how the headline will look in the paper. Santa Claus on sit-down strike.
Well, Santa ain't a-getting up, son. This is one Christmas I'm gonna enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
12 o'clock, Santa. It's Christmas Day.
It is, eh? Well, I ain't moving. Don't mean nothing to me. I'm sitting here. I'm taking it easy. I'm leaning right back here. Not getting kicked around this Christmas. Oh, shucks. Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa?
Where's my mittens? My bag? My reindeer? My sleigh?
You mean?
Yep, I'm going, Ma.
But I thought you said...
I've changed my mind, son. Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm a-giving the world one more chance.
But what about my story, Santa on sit-down?
Change the headline, son. Just say, Buck Santa rides again. Merry Christmas. Before we meet again next Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas will have come and gone. So right now, I want to wish every one of you the merriest and the happiest kind of a holiday. This comes from Peter and Harry, and from our sponsors, the makers of Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. And so then, from all of us to all of you, Merry Christmas.
ladies and gentlemen, where Be a Good Sport from Love and Hisses, and I'm Feeling Like a Million from the Broadway melody of 1938. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Go South, Young Man. There's a popular song out now called April in My Heart, and that gives me an idea. April with its fresh springtime colors is a long way off, but you can get a touch of spring into your menu tomorrow. Just serve Jell-O for dessert, for Jell-O's 6 glowing colors are so bright and cheerful, so fresh and gay they perk up any meal. And those 6 delicious flavors bring you extra rich fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, every one is crammed with extra fruit richness. A depth of flavor that rivals the fresh, ripe fruits themselves. No matter how you serve it, dressed up or perfectly plain, Jell-O is a grand dessert. Tempting and good with extra rich flavor, bright and gay with springtime color. So ask your grocer tomorrow for America's favorite gelatin dessert, Jell-O.
Madam, would you mind taking your Pekingese off this seat? These stools are for customers.
Well, Cuddles is having a hot fudge sundae.
Oh, he is. That's all his face needs, some hot fudge on it.
Stop arguing, Jack. Here's a couple of seats over here.
Okay. Cuddles yet.
Oh, hello there.
Hello, Mary. What'll it be today?
Oh, just a sandwich. I'll have a peanut butter, jelly, olive, nut, bacon, cheese, roast beef, and turkey on whole wheat.
Wow. Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Hit the jackpot on whole wheat. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Okay. What do your father have?
I'm not her father. I'm Jack Benny. Now, let's see. I think I'll take the businessman's lunch.
Are you a businessman?
No.
Then you can't have it.
Now, wait a minute, young man. I ordered the businessman's lunch, and I'm going to get it. Ouch!
Oh, Cuddles, did you bite that man's ankle?
Ankle nothing, and take him off that stool. Fine Pekingese.
Well, I bought him at a sale.
A sale?
Yes, he was marked down from a Great Dane.
Well, that's very interesting.
All right, mister. What do you have?
Oh, I'm not in the mood to eat now. Just bring me a cup of coffee.
Oh, here's something good, Jack. A Dunker special.
A Dunker special? What's that?
Coffee, donuts, and rubber gloves, 15 cents.
Well, that's very sanitary, but not for me. Oh, I know what. I'll have a chocolate malted milk.
A chocolate malted milk?
Yes, and put an egg in it.
Fried or scrambled?
Look, I want a malted milk with just a plain raw egg in it. A raw egg.
Okay. Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
1 malted milk for a barbarian.
What a smart aleck.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
His face is familiar.
Here's your sandwich, Mary. A 5-decker.
Oh, boy, isn't that something?
Yeah, it looks like Grauman's Chinese with potato chips.
That's right. It's even got footprints in the mayonnaise.
Oh, you're just making that up.
Here's your malted milk, Groucho.
Hey, wait a minute, you. I ordered a malted milk, and this is an ice cream soda.
That's not ice cream. That's an egg.
Well, the least you could do is take it out of the shell. clumsy dope. Can't you break an egg?
If I could break an egg, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, you would?
Say, Radcliffe, is that man annoying you?
No, Gilroy. Put down that cupcake.
Well, that's a fine way to treat customers, I must say. Oh, fine.
Jack, look.
Cuddles, I'll give you just 10. Cuddles, I'll give you just 10 to let go of my garter. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, my leg. Darn it, he ruined a perfectly good pair of garters.
Go on, you've had new elastic put in them 12 times.
Well, the metal isn't the least bit rusty. Gee, I don't want this malted milk now.
Well, why don't you order something else, Jack?
Yeah. Say, Buddy, what's that lady having over there with the ice cream, pineapple, whipped cream, and marshmallow, and the cherry on top?
Where?
Right over there.
That's her husband.
Oh. Odd looking, isn't he? I'll tell you what, just bring me a cup of coffee.
Coffee?
Yes.
Sanka, Panka, or Schmanka?
Look, just bring me a cup of coffee with no ad libs.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
You know, Mary, I've seen that guy someplace. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jack. I gotta grab something to eat quick. My girl's waiting outside.
Your girl's waiting outside. Why don't you bring her in?
She's watching my bicycle.
Oh. Gee whiz, can't you put a lock on the bicycle?
No, I trust her.
Well, that's mighty sweet of you.
Hiya, Kenny. What'll it be?
Oh, let's see. Give me a tuna fish sandwich on rye bread.
Okay.
No butter, no lettuce, no mayonnaise.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
1 tuna on rye. No brush, no lather, no rub in.
Now that's just showing off.
Oh, say, Radcliffe, I want a side order of coleslaw with that.
Just a minute. Hey, Gil.
Yes, Rad.
Have we got any coleslaw?
Oh, just scads of it.
Well, that's entrancing.
Oh, Jack, there's a scale over there. I think I'll go over and weigh myself.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Mary. I'll go with you. Don't eat my sandwich, Jack.
I won't. Say, I wonder what time it is anyway. Oh, go away, you little runt. Scat.
Come here, Cuddles. He's just jealous because you've got hair.
Listen, lady, if you think that I... Oh, hello, Don.
Why, Jack, I didn't see you. Have I got time to eat?
Yeah, but hurry up, Don. We go on the air in a few minutes, you know.
What'll it be, Mr. Wilson?
Well, I'd like a glass of milk and a large dish of Jell-O.
What flavor? Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime?
Mix them up with sliced bananas.
Don, get 2 spoons with that. I'll race you to the middle. Last one there has to pay for it.
Pardon me. I'd like 2 more aspirin tablets and a glass of water.
Yes, sir.
That's 6 aspirin tablets. Say, mister, have you got a headache?
No, but don't tell the clerk. He'll think I'm nuts. Toodaloo.
Oh, now I know who he is. That guy's crazier than my Aunt Minnie's quilt.
Say, Jack, if we don't want to be late, we better be getting over to the studio.
Yeah, we're on in a few minutes there.
Oh, Jack, I just got on the scales, and how much do you think I weigh?
How much?
103 pounds. Boy, have I been put on weight.
You been what?
I said I've been putting on weight.
Boy, have I been put on in weight. 100. Listen. 103 pounds, and you put on weight.
Yeah, I only weighed 7 when I was born.
Well, you better watch yourself.
And you know what else, Jack? Kenny got one of those little cards with his fortune on it.
Oh, he did? What does it say?
Here it is. It says that you are shrewd, clever, and intelligent until you open your mouth.
That's me.
You said it. Say, Don, hey, Don, what's your weight anyway?
Oh, I really don't know, Jack.
Well, come on. Here's a good chance to find out.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, come on, Don. Here. Come here. I've got a penny.
You better put in a nickel.
Here we are. Now get on the scales.
Oh, this silly.
Silly nothing. Now stand still.
Well, all right. Here, Kenny, hold my hat.
A lot of difference that'll make. Now hold still, Don. Wow, look at that. 100, 150,
175,
200,
250.
God!
300, 300. Oh, my goodness, he broke the scale.
Oh, my
Kenny, help me pick up Don.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, John's fortune just came out of the scale. mail.
What does it say?
Yes, you better run. Here comes the manager.
That's a good idea. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Gilroy.
Yes, Radcliffe.
Turn on the radio. It's time for the Jello program.
Come along, Cuddles.
That was Could Be, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listened in to Fred Allen's program last Wednesday night, I bring you a man who needs no further introduction, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I gather from that little announcement of yours that Allen was throwing verbal darts at my bullseye again. Is that it?
Yes, Jack. Didn't you hear him?
No, my radio was on, but unfortunately I was eating celery at the time. The loud kind from Utah. Tell me, was Allen as witty as ever, or was he better?
Well, Jack, I have to admit he did get a lot of laughs at your expense.
Oh, he did? Well, I won't have to worry about him long. Television will soon be here, and he'll either have to have his face lifted or get in a barrel and broadcast through a bunghole.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Allen may not be handsome, but when you come right down to it, he isn't so bad looking.
He isn't? Don, he's the only Irishman I ever saw that could eat in a Chinese restaurant and be mistaken for a waiter. If he wasn't allergic to soap and water, he could open a laundry. Now, let's drop the subject of Mr. Allen. Oh, by the way, Don, I noticed you were limping when you came into the studio just now. Did you have an accident of some kind? Huh?
Well,
Come on, Don, tell us.
Well, let me see. Oh, yes, I was out riding this morning, and my horse threw me.
Oh, threw you? Don, there's a possibility that you could have fallen off a horse. But the horse that can throw you doesn't live. Tell me, Fibber McWilson, how did this unfortunate accident happen?
Well, Jack, it was like this. I was cantering through the park this morning.
Sure. Just stop, Don. Folks, I got to tell you what really happened to Wilson. We were in a drugstore just before our
Now,
program.
Jack.
Anyway, Don stepped on the weighing machine, and right now it's getting pennies in heaven. Boy, what a wreck.
Jack, I wish you hadn't have said that. Now people will get the idea that I'm really fat.
Fat? Don, when you step into your shoes, your rubber heels spread out like pancake batter. I can't understand how a guy can gain so much weight on the salaries I pay.
You're not kidding.
You know, Don, every time I look at you... That woman would have to bring Cuddles to the broadcast. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson? Phil, every time I meet you lately, you call me Jackson. What's the big idea?
Well, that's as close as I can get to jackass and still be polite.
Aha, that's very funny. You know, Phil, you're clever enough to have your own program, which you better start looking for.
Oh, no, Jack, I couldn't let you down. You need a guy like me around here.
Oh, I do?
Sure, after all, I'm the only sex appeal on the show.
Is that so? Phil, did you by any chance hear me on the Screen Actors Guild program last week in that romantic bit with Joan Crawford?
Oh, was that you? I thought it was Guy Kibbe.
You knew darn well it was me. I got that smart wire you sent me.
I didn't send you any wire.
Not much. Who else would send me a 10-word telegram with 7 lousies in it? And another thing, Phil, the next time you send a wire from Pomona, don't sign it George Bernard Shaw. He moved from there. You know, Harris, you remind me of a guy. Madam, must your dog bark when I'm talking?
You don't expect him to laugh, do you?
No, but he can wipe that sneer off his face. Now, keep him quiet, please. Let's see, what was I talking about?
I don't know. I just came in.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Say, Mary, Jack was just telling us about the program he did with Joan Crawford last week. Were you there?
I'll say I was. And boy, was Jack nervous.
I wasn't nervous at all. Naturally, I was a little keyed up working with Miss Crawford, but I was not nervous.
You weren't?
No.
Do you always sit down on chairs when they're not there?
Oh, I just did that for a laugh, that's all. Everything went along fine.
Did you tell the boys what happened at rehearsal, Jack?
What was it, Mary?
Oh.
Well, they were just about to finish their big scene, and Jack was supposed to kiss Miss Crawford.
Yes?
Well, Jack grabbed Joan in his arms and bent her over backwards.
Yes?
Then he bent her over a little further.
Uh-huh.
Now, Mary.
Then a little more.
And what happened?
Jack's toupee fell right in her face, and she fainted.
Now, Mary, that wasn't my toupee at all. That was my beanie.
Well, it had a part in it.
Mary, that only happened at rehearsal, but the routine sounded all right over the air, believe me.
Not according to Fred Allen Wednesday night.
Say, what is Allen anyway, a barometer or something? If he doesn't learn to keep his mouth shut, I'm going to do something about it.
I wouldn't get tough with him, Jack. You know, Allen's a pretty athletic guy.
Athletic?
Sure, I saw a picture of him in a fan magazine the other day, and he was posing in tights and boxing gloves.
Yeah, but the hair on his chest said welcome on it. And speaking of that picture, fellas, did you notice his legs? They look like 2 sleepy people. Imagine Allen posing as a fighter. One of these days, I'm going to have my picture taken being shot out of a cannon. And in a leopard skin. I'll show him.
All right, champ, relax. Take it easy.
Lead me to him. I'll get in the ring with Allen any day. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't get in the ring with Ferdinand the Bull.
That was very cute, Mary. When Phil has his own program, you're going to be a big help to him.
We've got the first show all written.
Oh, I see. And what are you going to call your little comedy act?
Mary and Phil. Corn as you like it.
You certainly got the right title. Say, where's Kenny? It's time for him to do a song.
Here I am, Jack.
Oh, where were you, Kenny?
I was over in the corner counting my toes.
Counting your toes?
Yeah. I count and I still get 22.
Kenny, either your arithmetic is bad or Ripley is waiting for you. And next time, don't come in here with such a silly routine of talk.
Well, I was just trying it out for Phil's new show.
Listen, Kenny, I just said that a while ago when I was mad. Phil isn't going to have his own show.
He is, too. He offered me $8,000 in car fare.
Oh. He's very generous, isn't he? $8,000 a week, huh?
Not only that, I get extra money for writing the program.
Oh, you're going to write the show, too. Well, that ought to be worth listening to you.
Yeah, not only that...
Oh, quiet! Now, go ahead with your song.
Wait a minute. Say, Phil, is it all right if I sing on this program?
Sure, kid, but hold back a little.
Now, cut out this foolishness! Now, you get up that microphone, young man, and sing.
All right.
Oh, shut up! Sing, Cuddles. I mean, Kenny.
I was born that way. And I was born to love you, keep dreaming of you each day. Then as the evening shadows fall, you seem to be so near. I only have to close my eyes and I can see you, my dear. I dim all the lights and I sink in my chair. The smoke from my cigarette climbs through the air. The walls of my room fade away in the blue, and I'm deep in a dream of you. The smoke makes a stairway for you to descend. You come to my arms, may this bliss never end, for we love anew just as we used to do when I'm deep in a dream of you. Then from the ceiling sweet music comes stealing, we glide to a lover's refrain. You're so appealing that I'm soon revealing my love for you over again. My cigarette burns me, I wake with a start. My hand isn't hurt, but there's pain in my heart. Awake or asleep, every memory I feel deep in a dream of you.
Very good. That was Deep in a Dream, sung by Kenny Baker. And, Kenny, that's one of the best songs you've sung this year. I know you put so much feeling into it. Really, it was thrilling.
Oh, you're just trying to flatter me, so I'll stay with your program.
Flatter you?
I can see through that, brother.
Kenny, for 3 years now, I've been raving about your voice, and all of a sudden it's flattery. You ungrateful little brat.
Now, wait a minute, you. Don't aggravate my tenor.
Phil, I refuse to continue this discussion about your imaginary program. However, if you do happen to get one, I'd only be too glad to let you have Kenny and Mary. Be sure to take those broken-down troubadours with you.
No, I'm sending them to Paul Whiteman.
Well, don't send them COD or they'll return with the swallows. Anyway, Phil, as far as I'm concerned, you and Kenny and Mary can all go. Just leave me good old Don Wilson and I'm satisfied.
Well, you should be. You're still getting more than half.
Well, let me ask you something, Mary. Suppose you did go with Phil. Who's going to give you those good, snappy jokes?
You mean like that last one?
Yeah, don't be cute. Who's going to write your material?
Oh, we've got 2 swell writers.
Oh, yeah? Who are they?
Noel Coward and Maxie Rosenblum.
It's a fine combination. Of course, I don't know what I'm getting myself all worked up for. It's all so silly.
Well, don't worry, Jack. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. I'll stick with you and Jell-O from strawberry to lime.
Attaboy, Don.
And I regret that I have but one life to give to my sponsor.
Thanks, John. You're a real pill. Pal. Maybe that'll teach these traders here something about loyalty.
Well, gee whiz, Jack, we're not the only ones. I heard you on a program with Joan Crawford last week.
Well, that was a special broadcast, Kenny, for one appearance only. Say, how'd you like it?
Oh, it was swell. Say, Jack, I was wondering, is Joan Crawford as beautiful as she looks?
Well, of course she's beautiful, and she's marvelous to work with.
Gee, I got so excited listening to the broadcast. Did you really kiss her?
Why, certainly I did. Who held her? Phil, don't be so flippant. Miss Crawford enjoyed working with me very much. She told me so. And as a little memento of the broadcast, I sent her a lovely bottle of perfume.
Well.
In fact, I sent Rochester over to her house with it this morning.
You were on the air with her a week ago. Why did you wait till today to send her perfume?
Rochester was making it.
I did nothing of the kind. I sent Joan some real imported stuff. It's called La Lune Bleue de Boeuf de l'Amour.
What does that mean?
Love at twilight also removes stains.
How do you know, Mary? Do you speak French?
Woo-woo, monsieur.
Well, you're all wrong. It's exquisite perfume, and I'm sure Miss Crawford will like it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may interrupt my cast, I would like to announce our play for next week. As a special treat, we are going to offer our version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, I will play the part. Pardon me, folks. Hello?
Hello again, this is Rochester talking.
I know who it is. What do you want?
Say, boss, I don't think I'm going to be able to pick you up after the broadcast. Your car's on the bum.
What's wrong with it?
Well, for one thing, the back tires are flatter than Mr. Wilson's rubber heels.
Well, for heaven's sakes, get busy. Can't you blow up the tires?
The pump ain't no good since you made those cream puffs with it.
Oh, that's right. Well, gee whiz, how am I going to get home?
Why don't you take a taxi? I'll split it with you.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I'll manage somehow. See you later.
So long, boy.
So long. Oh, Rochester, did you take that perfume over to Miss Crawford?
Yes, sir, in person.
That's good. Did she open it?
No, she just took a slow look at the price tag and then a quick one.
Why, darn you, Rochester, I told you to take the price tag off the bottle.
Well, don't worry, boss, I raised it.
Raised it?
I put a 1 in front. It's $12.50 now.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Rochester. That was quick thinking.
Yeah, but maybe I shouldn't have done it in front of her.
Maybe you shouldn't. I don't know why I ever trust you to do anything. You show absolutely no judgment or foresight.
I'm a butler, not a swami.
All right, forget it. Next time I'll know better.
So long, boss.
So long. By the way, Rochester, just a minute. I just thought of something. If the car is out of commission and you can't pick me up tonight, how did you get over to Miss Crawford's house with that perfume?
I'll think of something before you get home. Goodbye.
He better think of something.
What's the matter, Jack?
Listen, Phil, you'll not only have your own program, but you might also have a very good end man. Play, boys.
You know, the highest compliment your guest can pay you is to ask for a second helping. Well, here's the dish that's guaranteed to bring them back for more. It's the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding, and let me tell you right now, it's one of the grandest desserts you ever dipped a spoon in. It's mellow and creamy smooth. It has a grand, tempting color like rich golden taffy, and what a flavor. That good old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that you used to love when you were a youngster. And here it is in the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding. So grand you just have to taste it to appreciate it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and smooth and real chocolatey. And Jell-O vanilla pudding with a delicate creamy flavor that's delicious. All three Jell-O puddings are quick and easy to prepare with only a few moments cooking. You'll find the simple directions on every package, and the best way is to buy 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
General Motors on Safari. Here is adventure. Excitement. And danger. General Motors and their dealer organization throughout Southern Africa are proud to present the first broadcast of a brilliant new series of programs bringing you the African bushveld of today and yesterday in dramatized fact, fiction, and true-life documentary. General Motors on Safari.
Thank you, and good evening. Tonight, I bring you a classic story by that great American writer, Ernest Hemingway. It's a story of cowardice and the excitement of a bravery new found. It's a story of death, too. Although it's fiction, the events in the story are very true to life. I know you'll enjoy it. It's called The Short, Happy Life of Francis McClure to Their Romance by A Safari in Darkest Africa. Margot Macomber had been a great beauty, but she was not a great enough beauty to be able to leave her husband, and she knew it. And he knew it. Besides, he had too much money. They'd employed Robert Wilson to take them on safari in the bush of Kenya.
Morning.
Morning. I was just going to send the boy to wake you.
I've been awake for some time. What you got there?
Kippers and coffee. Sounds like an old-timer.
How can you tell?
From the way he's been coughing.
Yes. It was the coughing that woke me. Made him seem just outside the tent. Is he very close?
A mile or so upstream.
Will we see him?
We'll have a look.
I didn't think his roaring would carry that far. It sounds as though he were right in camp.
Carries a hell of a long way. Strange. I hope he's a shootable cat. The boys said there was a very big one about here.
If I get a shot, where should I hit him to stop him?
In the shoulders. In the neck, if you can make it. Shoot for the bone. Break him down.
I hope I can place it properly.
Oh, you shoot very well. Take your time. Make sure of him. And the first one in is the one that counts.
What range will it be?
Can't tell. Lion has something to say about that. Don't shoot unless it's close enough so that you can make sure.
At under 100 yards?
Hundred's about right. Might have to take him a bit under. Shouldn't chance a shot at much over there. 100's a decent range. You can hit him wherever you want to at that. Oh, here comes the Memsahib.
Morning. Are we going after that lion?
As soon as you deal with your breakfast, how are you feeling?
Marvelous and very excited.
Well, I'll just go and see that everything's ready. Noisy beggar. We'll soon put a stop to that.
What's the matter, Francis?
Oh, nothing.
Yes, there is. What are you upset about?
Nothing.
Tell me. Don't you feel well?
It's that roaring. It's been going on all night, you know.
Why didn't you wake me? I'd love to have heard it.
I've got to kill it.
Well, that's what you're out here for, isn't it?
Yes, but I'm nervous. Hearing the thing roar gets on my nerves.
Well, then, as Wilson said, kill him and stop his roaring.
Yes, darling. It sounds easy, doesn't it?
You're not afraid, are you?
Of course not. I'm nervous from hearing his roar all night.
You'll kill him marvelously. I know you will, and I'm awfully anxious to see it.
Eat your breakfast and we'll be starting.
Oh, it's not light yet. This is a ridiculous hour. Sounds almost here.
I hate that noise.
It's very impressive.
Impressive? It's frightful.
Oh, come on. Your gun bearer has your Springfield and a big gun. Everything's in the car. We've got solid ammunition.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm ready.
Oh, you get in front. The Memsahib can sit back here with me.
They climbed into the vehicle, and in the grey first daylight, moved off up the river through the trees. Macomber opened the breech of his rifle and saw he had metal-cased bullets. He shut the bolt and put the rifle on safety. He saw that his hand was trembling.
Look at the vultures up there.
The circling and then dropping down. What does that mean?
It means the old boy's left his kill. Chances are he'll come to drink along here before he goes to lay up. Keep an eye out.
There he is. Ahead to the right. Well, get out and take him. He's a marvelous lion. How far is he?
About 75 yards.
Well, get out and take him. Why not shoot him from where I am?
You don't shoot them from cars. Get out. He's not going to stay there all day.
Isn't he marvelous? Silhouetted on the bank there with the breeze just stirring his mane.
Go on. Take him. Got him in the flank. Hit him again before he reaches the grass.
I hit him. I hit him twice. I heard the bullets go home.
You gut shot him and you hit him somewhere forward. You may have killed him. We'll have to wait a while before we go in to find out.
What do you mean?
Let him get sick before we follow him up.
Oh.
He's a hell of a fine lion. He's in a bad place, though.
Why bad?
I can't see him until you run him.
Oh.
Congoni.
Buona.
Bring Saab's big gun.
Dear Buona.
The Mem Saab had better stay here.
Why?
Because I say so. You can see better from here.
I got Saab's big gun, Buona.
Now take it. Now let's go. Hold it.
He went this way, Buona. See, there is blood on the grass, Buona.
What do we do?
Not much choice. We'll go in and look for him.
Can't we set fire to the grass?
Too green.
We could send Congoni and the boys in as beaters.
We could, but it's just a touch murderous. You see, that lion's wounded. You can drive an unwounded lion. He'll move on ahead of the noise. But a wounded lion's going to charge. You can't see him until you're right on him. He'll make himself perfectly flat in cover you wouldn't think would hide a hair. You can't very well send boys in there to that sort of a show. Somebody's bound to get mauled.
What about the gun bearers?
Oh, they'll go. That's what they're paid for. But they don't look too happy about it, do they?
I don't want to go in there.
Oh, neither do I. Really no choice there. Oh, you don't have to go in, of course. That's what I'm hired for. That's why I'm so expensive.
Oh, why not leave him, then?
You mean pretend to ourselves he hasn't been hit?
Yeah, just drop it.
It isn't done.
Well, why not?
Well, for one thing, he's certainly suffering. For another, someone else might run onto him.
I see.
But you don't have to have anything to do with it.
I'd like to. I'm just scared.
Why don't you go over and join the Mem Saab while I just get it over with?
No, I want to go.
All right. You keep behind me and a little to one side. Chances are we'll hear him growl. If we see him, we'll both shoot. Now, don't worry about anything. I'll keep you backed up.
Could I have a drink of water?
Congoni, Margie qua buona.
Dear Buona. Margie, Buona.
Thank you.
Come on. Keep behind me and about 5 yards to the right and do exactly as I tell you. Watch the blood spoor, Congoni.
Dear Buona. This way, Buona.
You won't have gone far. Careful now.
Buona!
Macomber heard the coughing grunt, saw the swishing rush in the grass, and the wild roaring seemed to enfold him. The next thing he knew, he was running wildly in panic in the open, running towards the stream. He heard the crash of Wilson's big rifle. It crashed again. And turning, Macomber saw the heavy yellow bulk of the lion stiffening, the head sliding forward. The lion was dead, and the black men and the white man stood looking at Macomber in contempt. He walked towards Wilson.
Want to take pictures?
No.
Is it all right to come down?
Yes, it's all over. He's a fine lion. The boys will skid him out. We might as well stay here in the shade.
That was fabulous. I saw the whole thing. Mr. Robert Wilson, I'm gonna kiss you for that. There.
Oh, I say.
The beautifully red-faced Mr. Robert.
It happened.
Will you have lime juice or lemon squash?
I'll have a gimlet.
I'll have a gimlet, too. I need something.
I suppose it's the thing to do. What should I give the boys?
A quid'll be plenty. Any more and you'll spoil them.
Will the head man distribute it?
He will. Well, here's to the lion.
Here's to the lion. I can't ever thank you for what you did.
Let's not talk about the lion. You know, you have a very red face, Mr. Wilson.
Drink.
Oh, I don't think so. Francis drinks a great deal, but his face is never red.
Well, it's red today.
No, it's mine that's red today. But Mr. Wilson's is always red.
Let's drop my beauty as a topic, shall we?
Conversation is going to be so difficult.
Oh, don't be silly, Margot.
No difficulty. Got a damn fine line.
I wish it hadn't happened. Oh, I wish it hadn't happened.
Amounts to nothing. Strain on the nerves, one thing to another.
No. I suppose I wait that for the rest of my life.
Oh, nonsense. Forget the whole thing. Nothing to it anyway.
We might try. I won't forget what you did for me, though.
Nothing. It's all nonsense.
It doesn't have to go any further, does it? I mean, no one will hear about it.
You mean, will I tell it at the club? I'm a professional hunter. We never talk about our clients. You can be quite easy on that. It's supposed to be bad form to ask us not to talk, though.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. There are a lot of things I don't know.
And don't worry about me talking. I have a living to make. You know, in Africa, no woman ever misses her lion, and no white man ever bolts.
I bolted like a rabbit. Maybe I can fix it up on Buffalo.
In the morning, if you like. Oh, here comes the Memsahib.
Are you feeling better, Francis?
Much better.
I've dropped the whole thing. What importance is there as to whether Francis is any good at killing lions? That's not his trade. That's Mr. Wilson's trade. Mr. Wilson is really very impressive, killing anything. You do kill anything, don't you?
Oh, anything. Simply anything. We're going off to Buffalo in the morning.
I'm coming.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am. I wouldn't miss something like today for anything.
We'll put on another show for you tomorrow.
She's not coming.
You're very mistaken. And I want so to see you perform again. You were lovely this morning.
Lunch buona, sasa hivi.
Thank you, Congoni.
Well?
You're very merry, aren't you?
Why not? I didn't come out here to be dull.
It hasn't been dull.
No, it's been charming. You don't know how I look forward to tomorrow.
Lunch, Mem Sahib.
Oh, thank you. What is it?
It's eland.
Oh, they're the big cowy things that jump like hares, aren't they?
I suppose that describes them.
It's very good meat.
Did you shoot it, Francis?
Yes.
They're not dangerous, are they?
Only if they fall on you.
I'm so glad.
Can't we let up on this a bit, Margot?
I suppose so.
Well, tonight we'll have champagne for the lion. It's a bit too hot at noon.
Oh, the lion. I'd forgotten the lion.
Have some more eland.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, Francis Macomber woke suddenly, frightened in a dream of the bloody-headed lion standing over him, and he listened while his heart pounded. Then he realized that his wife wasn't in the other cot in the tent. It was 2 hours later that she came in, lifted her mosquito bar, and crawled cozily into bed.
Where have you been?
I just went out to get a breath of air.
Well, can't you be more original than that?
What do you want me to say, darling?
Where have you been?
Out to get a breath of air.
That's a new name for it. You're nothing but...
And you're a coward.
All right. What of it?
Nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, but please, let's not talk, darling, because I'm very sleepy.
You think I'll take anything?
Please, darling.
There wasn't going to be any of that. You promised there wouldn't be.
Well, now there is.
You said if we made this trip that there'd be none of that. You promised.
Yes, darling. That's the way I meant it to be. But the trip was spoiled yesterday. We don't have to talk about it.
You don't wait long when you have an advantage, do you?
Please, let's not talk. I'm so sleepy.
I'm gonna talk.
Don't mind me, then, because I'm going to sleep.
3 at the table before daylight.
Sleep well?
Did you?
Order her to stay in camp.
You order her. Let's not have any ordering. Go out and hunt the buffalo.
I wouldn't talk rot if I were you.
I'm not talking rot. I'm disgusted.
Bad word, disgusted.
Francis, will you please try to speak sensibly?
I speak too confounded sensibly. Did you ever eat such filthy food?
Two things to see to.
If you make a scene, I'll leave you.
No, you won't.
You can try and see.
You won't leave me.
No, I won't leave you. And you behave yourself.
Behave myself? Well, that's a way to talk. Why don't you try behaving?
I've tried it so long, so very long.
I hate that red-faced swine. I loathe the sight of him.
He's really very nice.
Oh, shut up.
Coming shooting?
Yeah.
I'd better bring a woolly. It'll be cool in the car.
I'll get my leather jacket.
The boy has it.
He spoke. The car climbed up a small rise and went on through the trees and then out into the veldt. The driver going slowly, and Wilson looking carefully out across the veldt through his field glasses. The driver avoided warthog holes and drove round the mud castles ants had built.
There they are.
Where?
There, you see. 3 of them.
Oh, they're enormous.
They're off. 3 old bulls. We'll cut them off before they get to the swamp. Come on, Conconi. Get this thing moving.
Indeed, what?
We're doing 45 miles an hour.
We're catching them.
Their necks are part of their shoulders.
You see the shiny black of their horns?
I see them.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm going to take that near one.
Not from the car, you fool. This'll do, Conconi. Stop. Now, get out and shoot. Well, that's one. Reload and get the other 2, quickly. Now you're shooting. Get that other one. All right. Nice work. That's the 3.
How many times did you shoot?
Just 3. You killed the first and the biggest. I helped you with the other 2.
The first bull got up and went into the bush.
Oh.
It's going to be just like the lion.
It's not going to be like the lion at all. Where did he go in?
That patch of bush over there.
The chances are he's dead.
Oh, that was wonderful. I never felt such a feeling. I don't think I'd ever be afraid of anything again. I feel absolutely different.
Well, much more fashionable than to say you're scared.
You're both talking rot.
If you don't know what we're talking about, just keep out of it.
You've gotten awfully brave awfully suddenly.
You know, I have. I really have.
Isn't it sort of late?
Not for me.
Take the Springfield. You're used to it. We'll leave the Mannlicher in the car with the Memsab. The only shot is straight into the nose because the boss of the horns covers any sort of brain shot. You ready?
Looking forward to it.
Let's go.
Patch of brush. They followed the blood spoor across the dry ground. One of Wilson's gun bearers was about to walk into the bush when the bull came out in a charge, his little pig eyes bloodshot. Wilson knelt and fired. Macomber stood and fired. Pieces of horn flew like slate from a roof. Then he fired again, carefully, for the nose. He could see the little wicked eyes, and the bull's head started to lower. Then he felt a sudden white-hot, blinding flash explode inside his head. And that was all he remembered.
Beaumont, Vauxhall, Opel, Holden, Bedford, and GMC Motor Vehicle. Motor Vehicle.
Hello. This is Father Bob Warren of the Franciscan Friars of the Atonement. Thank you for listening to this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour radio. Timeless classic stories of the Bible and the lives of the saints came to life each week through dramatic reenactment by professional actors and actresses. You know, friends, Christ once said, "Do not hide your treasure under a bushel." In saying this, he meant share your gifts, share your talents. The Friars of the Atonement feel the message in these broadcasts remains as powerful and timely as when they were originally aired, and we are so happy to be able to share them with you today. To learn more about the missions and ministries of the Friars of the Atonement, I invite you to visit our website, www.atonementfriars.org. In the meantime, sit back and enjoy this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour.
The Blessed Virgin Mary.
I am the Mother of Mercy, full of charity and sweetness. I am the ladder of sinners, the hope and pardon of the guilty. I am the consolation of the sorrowful and special joy of the saints. I will have compassion upon all them that call upon me. I will beseech the Father for you. I will beseech the Son, that you may be reconciled unto him through the Holy Ghost. Approach unto me, you sons of men. Behold and see my zeal for you unto God, Jesus Christ, my Son.
Isaiah the prophet, over 700 years before Christ, speaks of her to the Israelites.
Hear you therefore, O house of David, the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and his name shall be called Emmanuel.
As ever and again, in blue and sunny rifts amidst the storm of the prophet's wrath against the evildoers of Israel, is the hope and promise of those who shall be saved. So ever and again gleam the bright figures of the Virgin and her child, the hope and expectation of all mankind. In the book of Micaiah and in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Ezekiel, again and again we read prophecies of the Virgin who is to bear the Savior of the world.
I will rejoice exceedingly in the Lord, and my soul shall be joyful in my God. For he has clothed me in the garments of salvation, and with the robe of justice he has covered me, as a bride adorned with her jewels.
Truly those mighty mountain peaks, the prophets of the Lord, reaching up into the rare atmosphere of inspiration, caught glimpses of Mary, her fullness of grace, the virgin birth. It was in the reign of Augustus Caesar, a reign marked by peace over the world, a peace of corruption and decay. The world was becoming old. Its sunset was tinted with blood while it looked for the budding of a divine infant who would bring the pure light of a new day. In the temple of Jerusalem, an aged priest named Zachary approached the altar to offer his prayers.
Hear, O Lord, our God. Zachary, hear the word of God. Who calls me?
I am afraid.
Fear not, Zachary. Thy prayer has been heard, and thy wife Elizabeth is to bear thee a son, to whom thou shalt give the name of John. From the time when he is yet a child in his mother's womb, he shall be filled with the Holy Ghost. He shall bring back many of the sons of Israel to the Lord their God. He shall unite the hearts of all, the fathers with the children, and teach the disobedient the wisdom that makes men just, preparing for the Lord a people fit to receive him.
By what sign am I to be assured of this? I am an old man now, and my wife is far advanced in age.
My name is Gabriel, and my place is in God's presence. Behold, thou shalt be dumb and have no power of speech until the day when this is accomplished, and that because thou hast not believed my promise, which shall in due time be fulfilled.
Behold, Zachary stands as one in a dream.
He stumbles on the altar steps.
He will fall. Look! He imparts the blessing, but no words come from his lips.
Zachary has lost the power of speech. He is struck dumb.
And thus begins the prelude to the incarnation of Christ the Lord. Maternity now possessed Elizabeth, and her heart throbbed with the happiness of youth, as she secretly thanked God without ceasing for having blessed her, even in her old age, remembering her as he had Abraham's wife Sarah. And she hid herself from the sight of men for 5 months.
Come and hear, all you that fear God, and I will tell you what great things the Lord hath done for my soul. Rejoice exceedingly in God, all the earth. Sing a psalm unto his name, and glory to his praise. Come and hear me, all you that reverence God, and I will tell you what great things the Lord hath done for my soul. As the Lord liveth, in me he hath fulfilled his tenderness of heart, and I shall relate to you what great things he hath done for my soul.
In the 6th month of Elizabeth's fruitfulness, the angel again appeared. It was a day like any other day in Palestine. As usual, people were busy feeding their flocks, digging in the soil, talking aimlessly in the streets, and trafficking in the marketplaces. Amidst the general indifference of men, the most divine event in all history was taking place. The angel singled out a little village, Nazareth. It was only a few dwellings, huddled together haphazardly on a scorched elevation of ground at the foot of Mount Tabor. In one of these, a maiden, lost in meditation on God, was praying as she worked.
Hail, thou who art full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women.
What banner of greeting is this?
Be not afraid, Mary. Thou hast found favor in the sight of God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and shalt bear a son, and shall call him Jesus. He shall be great, and men will know him for the Son of God Most High. The Lord God shall give him the throne of his father David, and he shall reign over the house of Jacob eternally. His kingdom shall have no end.
How can this be, since I have not the knowledge of man?
The Holy Spirit will come upon thee, and the power of the Most High will overshadow thee. Thus that Holy One, which is born of thee, shall be known as the Son of God. And behold, Elizabeth, thy kinswoman, also has conceived a son in her old age. And she who was called barren is now in her 6th month, for nothing shall be impossible with God.
Behold the handmaid of the Lord. Let it be done unto me according to thy word.
Now in those days, Mary arose and went with haste into the hill country, to a town of Judah. The village of Ein Karim was a walk of 4 or 5 days from Nazareth. In the sun and wind, the maiden walked along through the hills, and when she arrived at Ein Karim, Mary entered the house of Zachary and greeted Elizabeth.
Peace be with thee, Elizabeth.
Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. How have I deserved that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For behold, the moment the sound of thy greeting came to my ears, the babe in my womb leaped for joy. Blessed art thou for believing, for the message that was brought to thee from the Lord shall have fulfillment.
My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit rejoices in God my Savior, because he has regarded the lowliness of his handmaid. For behold, henceforth all generations shall call me blessed, because he who is mighty has done great things for me, and holy is his name. And from generation upon generation is his mercy to those who fear him. He has shown might with his arm. He has scattered the proud in the conceit of their heart. He has put down the mighty from their throne, and has exalted the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he has sent away empty. He has given help to Israel, his servant, to Abram and to his posterity forever.
The handmaid of the Lord became the handmaid of Elizabeth, and with gentleness and simplicity attended for 3 months to the household duties of her cousin, turning the stone that ground the meal in the early mornings, caring for the animals, and baking the bread. And afterwards she returned to Nazareth, and Joseph, the spouse of Mary, was troubled when he saw her. For he perceived that she was with child, and was minded to put her away privately. For he was a just man, and not willing to shame her before the people. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to him.
Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take thy wife, Mary, to thyself. For it is by the power of the Holy Ghost that she has conceived this child. And she will bear a son, whom thou shalt call Jesus, for he is to save his people from their sins.
So be it, Lord God Most High.
Behold, our Lord cometh with power, and he shall lighten the eyes of his servants. Drop down, you heavens from above, and let the skies pour down the righteous one. Let the earth open, and let it bring forth the Savior. Behold, the name of the Lord cometh from afar, and his brightness filleth the world. Out of Zion the perfection of beauty, our God shall come. Lo, this is our God. We have waited for him, and he will save us. Tell it out among the people and say, Behold, God our Savior cometh. The Lord goeth forth from his holy place. He cometh to save his people. Daughters of Jerusalem, why look you curiously upon me? What you see is a mystery of God.
And it came to pass that her days were accomplished, that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him up in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger. And when the child was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem according to the custom of the feast. And having fulfilled the days, when they returned, the child Jesus remained in Jerusalem, and his parents knew it not. And not finding him, they returned into Jerusalem, seeking him.
Whither is my beloved gone? I will rise now and will go about the city. In the streets and broad ways I will seek him whom my soul loveth.
And it came to pass that after 3 days they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, hearing them, and asking them questions. And all that heard him were astonished at his wisdom and his answers. And his mother said,
Son, why hast thou done so to us? Thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing.
And Jesus replied, How is it you sought me? Did you not know that I must be about my Father's business? And he went down with them and came to Nazareth and was subject to them. And his mother kept all these words in her heart.
Teach me thy way, O Lord, and I will walk in the truth. Let my heart be glad that it may reverence thy name. Set me as a seal upon thy heart, as a seal upon thy arm, that it may reverence thy name.
The ordinary life of every man begins as it began for Joseph, with the struggle for his daily bread. Mary worked without sparing herself in order to keep her house and to help Joseph. She turned the millstone, carried the water, washed, cooked, swept, and sewed. All the tired labor that was wearing out her physical strength became a service of adoration for her son.
Rejoice with me, all you who love me, because the Most High has made choice of my heart, that he might establish his throne therein, and the reign of the Son of his love.
As soon as Jesus appears in the light of his messianic mission, Mary withdraws into the shade, from the miracle in Cana until his death. Her son dominates the scene. She follows at a distance, not throwing the shadow of her personality across his path, but freeing him for the salvation of all, until the dread hour of Calvary arrives.
Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow.
Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews!
They are multiplied that afflict me. Many rise up against me. Why, O Lord, are they multiplied that afflict me? Many are they who rise up against me. Many say to my soul, there is no salvation for him in his God.
If thou be King of the Jews, save thyself, and come down from the cross.
He saved others, let him save himself, if he be Christ, the elect of God.
My heart has become like melting wax within me. How long, O Lord, dost thou turn thy face from me? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? He hath made me desolate. All day I am faint with grief. My heart has become like melting wax within me.
Woman, behold thy son. Behold thy mother.
The bloodless body of Jesus weighs down upon the face and on the shoulder of the mother, as if he were a boy, heavy with sleep. She receives him with tears and caresses. Once more she is the sole arbiter of that adorable body. For a long time she remains motionless, in a posture that made her the mother of a dead man. Was she not to be the mother of numberless martyrs who would be tortured, mutilated, bled, sawed in pieces, drowned in cages, or put to death from the same old calumnies and with the same savage instruments for preaching and confessing him? Mary, mother of the living, shed then the first tears of anguish over all the dead, over all who were to be offered to God, in order that others might live. The written Gospels tell us nothing of Mary's witness of the resurrection of Jesus, of his ascension, of the early church after Pentecost, or about her hidden life of contemplation with St. John. She had gone through a death agony as Queen of Martyrs with her son. Now she died peacefully, was laid to rest in the tomb, and was taken up into heaven.
Then the Creator of all things commanded, and said to me, Let thy dwelling be in Jacob, and thy inheritance in Israel, and take root in my elect. And so was I established in Zion, and in the holy city likewise I rested. And my power was in Jerusalem, and I took root in an honorable people, and in the portion of my God. And my abode is in the full assembly of the saints. As the shepherd visiteth his flock in the day, when he shall be in the midst of his sheep that were scattered, so will I visit my sheep, and will deliver them out of all the places where they have been scattered on a day of clouds and darkness. I will feed my sheep, and I will cause them to rest, and I will feed them upon the mountains of Israel by the rivers, and in all the inhabited places of the earth. I will save my flock, and it will no longer be a prey to enemies.
Let us contemplate the infinite mercy of God. God who left the celestial bliss of heaven and took to himself our human nature from the substance of a Jewish maiden. God who walked the earth for a brief span, giving himself to us and for us, the way, the truth, and the light, giving himself at last, in fearful agony, the unblemished lamb, the innocent victim, laying down his life that we might live, and to make the sacrifice complete, giving us his last remaining possession, his gentle mother, who would now become in truth the mother of us all. You who listen now, will you just forget? Shall these words slip out into space without touching your hearts? Or will you take them to yourself and let the sun of God's grace warm your lives through a new love. His dearest love. His blessed mother.
I am the mother of mercy, full of charity and sweetness. I am the ladder of sinners, the hope and pardon of the guilty. I am the consolation of the sorrowful and special joy of the saints. I will have compassion upon all them that call upon me. I will beseech the Father for you. I will beseech the Son, that you may be reconciled unto him through the Holy Ghost. Approach unto me, you sons of men. Behold and see my zeal for you unto God, Jesus Christ, my Son.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on the famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman.
Mr. Chapman. Good evening, and welcome to our new series of Best Plays. In any form of enterprise, we're told that it's best to put one's best foot forward, except maybe in dancing. This evening, however, I have an idea we're getting off on the right foot, because our best play is Lawrence Hausman's fine comedy drama, Victoria Regina. This play was one of the great successes of the seasons of 1935 and 36. It was a remarkable season. Victoria Regina would have been a fine play no matter who acted the title role. But it had the enormous good fortune to have in it Miss Helen Hayes, who is widely regarded as the First Lady of the American theater. Miss Hayes' performance back in that good season was the outstanding one of the year. It was one of those rare things, a perfect impersonation. And now, in a moment or two, we shall be able to enjoy it again, for Miss Hayes once more is going to play Queen Victoria. It will be quite a switch from her current Broadway success, Mrs. McFing, in which she acts a society woman who is forced by witchcraft to become the cleaning woman in a pool hall. As she did in the original production, Miss Hayes has this evening a distinguished company of fellow players. They include Carl Esmond, who created the role of Prince Albert in the London production of Victoria Regina, and Clarence Derwent in the part of the Prime Minister, Disraeli. Our play begins now in Kensington Palace.
The 20th of June, 1837. In the early hours of dawn, William IV of England lies dead at Buckingham Palace. And through the hushed and misty streets, two august messengers hurry on a high errand of state. The Lord Chamberlain and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Their destination, the palace at Kensington.
Why doesn't someone come? Curse these lazy footmen. I ask your Grace's pardon.
You had better knock, my lord.
Wait, I think I hear him now.
Who rings at this... Oh, my lord.
You go at once to the Princess Victoria. Say that we'd like to see her at once.
The princess? Oh, my lord, her Royal Highness isn't up yet.
Up? Of course she isn't up. Send and have her wakened. Our business is urgent.
Yes, my lord.
Hurry, man.
Yes, your Grace. But I'll have to call her Royal Highness's maid first.
Well, call her then.
Yes, your Grace.
What a household. We shall have a wait, Your Grace. I'm told the princess sleeps with her mother.
The Duchess of Kent is a very determined character, I understand.
Very determined. The old cat.
Beg your pardon?
I beg yours. Your Grace has officiated before on a similar painful occasion, I believe.
Yes, I announced his accession to His late Majesty King William. But then he was only in the next room waiting.
How did he receive it?
With alacrity. Well, said he. I shall make a better king than poor George.
But he didn't, of course.
No. A better character, but not a better king. But women are different. Let's hope so, at any rate.
This is an 18-year-old girl, Your Grace. A king would have been much better.
Who knows, my lord? Heirs male of the last generation have not been a conspicuous success.
Well, you must get her married at once. Her cousin, Prince George of Cambridge, would be very suitable.
Yes. I'm told the Duchess of Kent has other plans.
Eh? Who?
She has two nephews, the Princes of Saxe-Coburg, Ernst and Albert.
They won't do. They won't do at all. The blood is tainted.
Indeed.
Hemophilia, the bleeding sickness. Won't do at all. And the foreign marriage, too. 5 o'clock. There's to be a council at 10.
Where? Here?
It'll have to be. Wouldn't be decent for her to appear in public as yet. People might cheer. That girl's a long time coming.
You mean the Queen?
No, of course not.
My Lord Cunningham, and Your Grace.
Madam.
You have news for us.
For Her Royal Highness we have news, madam.
The King, then?
Is dead.
And my daughter is Queen at last. And I am the Queen Mother.
No, madam.
No?
Only had Your Royal Highness been Queen in the first place, would that other title now follow.
Oh, then if it is not mine by law, she shall give it to me.
That, madam, I fear will be impossible.
I will go myself and speak to her at once. That shall settle it.
Madam, we are here to see Her Majesty the Queen on urgent business, and we must not be delayed. If you would be so good...
She is coming, my lord.
Mamma, what is it? Why is Your Grace here and Your Lordship?
Your Majesty, it is our painful duty to announce to Your Majesty...
My daughter, she is Queen. Queen.
Mamma.
Oh, my child.
They came to tell me that I am Queen.
You are Queen at last.
Really, Queen? No. Before I've been crowned?
Yes. No, at once. The King is dead. You are Queen.
Then my reign has already begun? I can do as I like?
As you like. Do not mind what anyone says. If you want to do a thing, do it. But now, my love, do not stand there to catch cold. Come back to your own mother's bed.
No, Mamma, dear. As I may now do as I like, I wish in future to have a bed and a room of my own.
Of your own?
Yes, please, Mamma.
Ah, so you have been waiting for that.
I should be very glad if you don't mind, now that I'm my own mistress. Yes, I would rather be alone.
Mind? Glad? Alone? Oh, what is to become of me?
1838. The Queen is still in mourning, but she does not mourn. Animated and happy, she sits listening to what, in earlier youth, she was never allowed to hear. A conversation of a gentleman of breeding, worldly, witty, and to a certain extent wise. Her Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne.
And now, with your Majesty's permission, ma'am, let me come to affairs of state.
Oh, pray do, Lord Melbourne.
You said the other day, ma'am, with a courage which I thought remarkable in one so young, some day we must marry. Has your Majesty given that matter any further thought?
Oh, yes, Lord Melbourne. A great deal.
I'm relieved to hear it. Then your Majesty has still an open mind.
An open mind? Oh, of course I shall make my own choice, Lord Melbourne.
Oh, of course, ma'am. I wouldn't suggest otherwise for a moment.
My marriage must be a marriage of affection.
That, I am sure, can be arranged.
And it must be someone I can respect, whom I can love and look up to.
Look up to?
Yes. I mean, eventually, when I have trained him for the position he will have to occupy.
Ah, quite so. And now I have here with me a list of possibles.
Oh, Lord Melbourne, how interesting.
interesting. How many?
At present, ma'am, only 5, but more are coming.
I would like to see your list, Lord Melbourne.
If Your Majesty will pardon me for a moment, while I explain the considerations.
Oh, yes, do go on.
First, a suitable consort for Your Majesty must, of course, be of royal blood. However, he must not be the heir to any foreign throne.
But why not?
Political complications, ma'am. To proceed, he must be sufficiently young. He must know the English language, or be capable of learning it, and adapt himself to English customs and prejudice, since the English have a prejudice against foreigners.
Do you dislike foreigners, Lord Melbourne?
No, ma'am. But sometimes, for political reasons, one has to pretend to.
Oh, well, and what more?
Well, he must have a certain amount of brains, but not too much. He must not expect to interfere in politics.
Indeed, no. I should never allow it.
Finally, he must come of good stock.
Good stock? I thought that meant cattle.
It does, ma'am, in certain connections, but it also means what passes from father to son. For that reason, acting under medical advice, I have not included 2 names which were first suggested to me. Your Majesty's cousins, their Highnesses, Prince Ernest and Prince Albert.
But they both look quite strong and healthy when I saw them 2 years ago.
Yes, appearances, though, are sometimes deceptive. I have now the honor to present this list to Your Majesty.
I don't know any of them.
Your Majesty knows one of them very well.
Prince George of Cambridge, yes. But I couldn't marry Cousin George. He's so...
Well, no one wishes to influence Your Majesty's choice.
Lord Melbourne, I should not allow any influence in a matter of this kind.
I see. I understand, ma'am. I only commend the matter to Your Majesty's good sense. The choice must be your own.
Yes. But you haven't shown me any portraits.
Portraits, ma'am?
But I can't decide about anyone till I know what they are like.
Let Your Majesty send for each of them and see.
Oh, I'm not going to send for them if I don't like the look of them.
Of course, I can get their portraits, but court painters, ma'am, know their duty. They only do what is expected of them.
Here is a portrait that was sent to Mamma the other day of my cousin, Prince Albert. Surely he must have grown very handsome. It wouldn't be possible for a court painter to imagine anyone like that.
You never know, ma'am. You never know. Well, am I to make a collection of portraits for Your Majesty?
Oh, no, Lord Melbourne. I wasn't speaking seriously when I said that.
No more was I, ma'am. But I do ask Your Majesty to think seriously. And now, if I may take my leave.
Indeed, Lord Melbourne, I pay great attention to everything that you say.
Your Majesty is most gracious.
Goodbye. Oh, Albert, Albert, Albert. Will you marry me?
A few more months have passed, and in a sitting room in Windsor Castle, 2 young princes are deeply immersed in a discussion of the future.
Well, Albert?
Ja, Bruder?
We must speak English.
Why?
For practice. One of us, you or I, will have to always.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, now, which of us do you suppose it is going to be?
That is not for me to say.
No? Well, then it is time that I speak. It must be me, Albert. Did not Papa tell you?
Tell me? No.
Perhaps he found it difficult, but he wishes it shall be me.
Then why did he make me come?
Well, she has to choose. But she has to choose me.
Why did Papa not tell me?
I do not know. You were always our Mamma's favorite. Perhaps that is why I am his. Do you remember our Mamma at all, Albert?
Oh, yes. I remember her. Just once. She was crying. She took me into her arms and cried.
Well, you were very young when she went away from us. She wanted to take you with her. Did you know?
When she went to Paris to live alone?
Not alone. Albert, suddenly I understand. You are not the son of my father.
I am not.
You are not the son of my father. That is why it has to be me.
If she asks me, I shall accept.
Then she shall not ask you. I shall have you sent home at once. No, I am not taking away from your happiness, Albert. You will be happier than I.
Happiness is not everything.
No? What then?
To do something that shall be worth doing.
You have only to do as you are told.
Well, about that, we shall see.
Cousin Albert, what are you two looking so serious about?
Why, the rain.
Oh, but it will clear presently, and then we will go for a ride in the park.
Well, that will be very nice, to be sure.
Have you practiced your music yet, Cousin Ernst? At home, I was told you practice every day.
Yes, but here, one cannot find the time.
Go and do it now, and there will be time.
But I tried one of the pianos the day we arrived, cousin. It was not in very good tune.
But that doesn't matter. No one will hear you.
But generally, Albert and I practice together.
Duets, you mean? But if the piano is out of tune, duets would sound dreadful. No, you go and practice by yourself, Ernst, and Albert shall practice by himself another time.
Is it a command, cousin?
Oh, my dear Ernst, I wouldn't think of commanding you. But I do want you to be quite at home here. And as you always practice at home, I want you to practice here. And now.
Well, very well, cousin. Albert, remember...
How strangely Ernst spoke to you then, Albert. You haven't been quarreling.
We never quarrel, cousin.
I think it would be very hard to quarrel with you, Albert. I couldn't.
Please, don't ever try.
Won't you sit down, Albert? No, not over there. Why don't you sit nearer? Talking is then so much easier.
You're very kind, cousin. Ever since we came. To both of us, I mean.
I'm very fond of Ernst.
Yes, so am I.
Would it be a great trial to you if you had to live away from him?
One gets very fond of a brother.
Yes. But one can get fonder of someone else, can one not? Albert, what are you doing?
I was listening to Ernst practicing.
Don't listen to Ernst. You must listen to me. Albert, I have something to say to you.
Yes? What is it, cousin?
In my position, it is I who have to say it, unfortunately. Ordinarily, it is not what a woman would wish to say herself. She would rather he said it.
Is there anything you wish me to say that I can say?
To hear you say you can love me is all I can hope. Yet, if you could say you already do love me, that would be almost like heaven.
I do love you, cousin.
Enough to marry me?
If it is still your wish, when you know me, I will very gratefully and humbly accept this dear hand that you offer me.
When I know you...
Yes, for I have just learned something about myself. I have no proof, but something tells me that it is true.
Don't tell me, Albert, if it's anything I shouldn't wish to know.
But I must. It is this. My mother and my father, that is, Ernst's father, separated after I was born. They did not love each other. My mother loved someone else. He was my father.
Who was it?
I don't know. So neither do I know who I am. Do you wish me to go now?
No. No, I wish you to stay. It makes no difference to me. And besides, who knows?
Ernst knows, and his father knows.
But his father sent you here and let you come.
Yes, but he hoped it would be Ernst.
Oh, how could it possibly be Ernst after I'd seen you? Oh, Albert, what does it matter? It's not your father I shall marry. It is you.
My very dear cousin. My sweet wife that is to be.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
If I may.
Again, please, again. Now, we must be married quite soon, Albert. Everybody expects it.
Expects it? But they don't know.
Expects me to marry, I mean. I had to choose somebody. But I wasn't going to choose anybody.
Not even Ernst?
Oh, I liked Ernst very much from the first. I still do.
He will be disappointed.
Oh, well, we must both try to be very nice and kind to him.
Then won't you send and say he may stop practicing?
Oh, there is no need, for here he is. Come in. The rain has stopped. Are you ready to come riding, Ernst?
Quite, if you are, cousin.
Oh, yes, we are quite ready now. Everything has been settled. Tell him, Albert.
Ernst, you told me to remember. I forgot.
Albert, may I come in?
Yes, dearest, if you wish.
What are you doing?
Shaving.
Oh, how exciting! May I stay and watch you?
If it would interest you, Weibchen.
Oh, but of course. To see you shaving is wonderful. Something I never thought of. How often do you do it? Once a week?
Every day.
Oh, fascinating. Is it dangerous?
No. Not if you don't talk to me.
Oh.
Vicky. Vicky, if it weren't for the soup, I would kiss you now.
The soup?
This thing on my face.
Oh, not soup, darling. Soap.
A soap, then.
But I don't mind the soap, Albert. Your soap, if you would like to.
Very well, then. I will.
Let me see what you shave with. How sharp it is.
Oh, it has to be sharp.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No. Not when I shave myself. I had a valet once who cut me badly one day.
Oh, what happened?
When the court physician came running in a terrible fright, he thought to find me bleeding to death.
To death? But why?
Because my brother Ernst and his father nearly did. But I'm not that way, you see. What I told you makes the difference.
And that difference has perhaps saved your life. Oh, Albert, how thankful I ought to be. Suppose you died before we got married. Could I have married anyone else?
But you had to marry, dearest. You could not disappoint your people by not giving them an heir to the throne.
Oh, Albert, shall I? Will that really happen?
We will hope so, dearest. In time.
I hope it will be very soon. We really are married now, aren't we?
Yes, Weibchen. I think so.
Yesterday seems like another world. All the crowds and the cheering and the bells. And now we are all alone. Just we two.
Yes. All alone. Are you happy?
Happy? Oh, so happy I can't tell you. And to think that this will go on for years and years.
Oh, no, not just like this. That is not possible.
But I shall never love you less than I do now, Albert.
But you will be less excited, less romantic about it. Today you have come to see me shave. You will not come to see me shave every day for the next 20 years. It would not be reasonable.
But I don't want to be reasonable with you, Albert.
But you will want, in time. You have a great life of duties to perform, in which I'm to share. Isn't that so?
We can't share everything, Albert. Some things I shall have to do alone. Affairs of state, in which it would not be right for you to concern yourself.
Oh.
You must take great care, dearest. The English are jealous, and to them you are still a foreigner.
And, to you?
To me you are everything. Life, happiness, peace, comfort. Hark! That is the band of my Royal Life Guard. I gave orders for it to be here this morning an hour earlier so that we might hear it before we came down.
It's very good music. Don't stand so near to that window, Vicky.
Why not?
The people might see you.
But why shouldn't they? It would please them.
Yes, too much. You are in your dressing gown. Besides, I want my breakfast. Please go and get yourself ready, quick.
Order me to go, Albert. Order me.
Go, woman. He says to you, go.
Oh, Albert.
True to her promise and to her tender heart, the Queen through the whole of her long life never loved her prince less than in those first shining days. But even marriages made in heaven have days that are less than heavenly. That is the prediction for a sunny morning in 1842, when the prince's secretary, Mr. Anson, is disturbed at his correspondence.
Come in.
Mr. Anson, sir.
What is it?
Her Majesty wishes to know whether the prince has yet returned.
No. At least so far as I know, he has not.
I'm told to ask, sir, whether you know where the prince is.
No, I don't.
It's very strange, sir. His Royal Highness's valet, Mr. Richards, says that His Royal Highness did not return last night from the Royal Academy dinner.
Hadn't you better report to Her Majesty that His Highness is not here? That, I believe, was all you were sent to find out?
Yes, sir, Mr. Anson. Immediately, sir.
The prying fool. But where is he, then?
Good morning, Anson.
Oh, good morning, Your Highness.
Any news this morning?
In the papers, sir? The report of your speech at the Academy banquet, sir. It reads very well.
Yes, it went well. Any letters?
None important. Pardon me, sir, but Her Majesty...
Yes, I know. I met her footman a moment ago. You may take these letters away and,
Albert.
You may go, Anson.
Yes, Your Highness.
Albert, where have you been?
To Windsor Castle, Victoria.
Impossible. Why did you not come back last night?
I did not come back last night, Victoria, because of the way in which you sent for me.
I told you before you went that I wished you to be back at 10:30 at the latest.
Yes.
At 10:30 you had not come, so I sent for you.
Oh, yes. I received this note. Albert, it is quite time you were back. Please to come at once.
But you did not come.
I did not come because I was not ready to come.
Albert, when you go anywhere without me, I do not expect you to be late. You knew my wishes. So, I sent another note.
Yes. At 11 o'clock, I received this. Albert, I order you to return at once. Victoria Regina.
Until you did not.
I did not.
So you disobeyed your queen.
Yes, my dear. Send me to the tower and cut off my head.
I do not regard this as a subject for amusement and jest, Albert.
No. Then it is lucky that I do. Or we might have a serious quarrel about it.
Albert, what did you do after I ordered you to return? Where did you spend the night?
At Windsor, as I told you.
I don't believe it.
Don't you?
Albert, I will not be treated like this.
Sit down, my dear. Sit down. We will talk it over quite reasonably and comfortably. Now listen to me. When you married me, you made a promise that was strange for a queen. To love, honor, and obey. And because it was so strange, I've never told you to obey me, except in fun when you wished it. Now, my dear, there are some things in which you must not expect me to obey you. That is why I told the coachman to drive to Windsor.
The coachman? What must he have thought?
When we got there, he thought he knew the reason. There were lights and music and dancing in the castle.
Music? Dancing?
The servants were so sure we would be away. They were having a fancy dress ball. 2 of them were dressed up like you and me.
What an improper liberty. Most extraordinary. And how fortunate that you should have caught them.
Oh, they were all very much surprised to see me.
Indeed, I should think so. What happened then?
Oh, it was very funny. I tried not to laugh.
I hope you did not laugh, Albert.
Oh, no. I composed myself to look very angry.
But if such a thing could happen, well, it means that a lot of other things might be happening, too.
I'm afraid so. I think, my dear, you had better make me your manager of Windsor. It will save you a great deal of expense.
And if I did it at once, everybody would understand why.
What are you smiling at?
It was funny. And I'm so glad you went. What a good lesson it was for them, to be sure.
Yes, a good lesson for them. But, Weibchen, you have not yet kissed me good morning. If you please.
The Queen, who had been a child, was learning to be a woman. But the early 1840s were hungry and restless years in England, and the child who was now a woman learned also to be a queen.
Anson, is there any news?
Sir, the Inspector of Police reports that they can't trace the man. He urgently begs that Her Majesty shall not drive out today.
That is nonsense. If Her Majesty does not drive in the park as usual, the man will know that we saw him with a pistol yesterday. Then we shall not catch him.
Well, it's a great risk, sir.
It has to be taken. The pistol missed fire. He does not know that he was seen. He will try again, and it is better that he do it this afternoon when we expect it than at some later time when we do not.
But Her Majesty...
It was her decision, Anson. When I told her the man was bound to make another attempt, she said that he had better make it at once and get it over.
That was very courageous of Her Majesty, but
don't you very sensible. Tell the inspector we start at the usual time.
Albert.
Oh, my dear. You look very charming. And you're very punctual.
Yes. We mustn't be late today. Come, Albert. Look at all these friendly people.
Waiting for you to smile on them.
I am smiling.
Of course. It is rather amusing that none of them knows in the least what we know.
Albert, this must be rather like going into battle.
Except that we do it in cold blood, without any excitement. That makes it rather more difficult for us.
But it excites me very much, Albert. For this is to be really a queen. And with you, I feel quite safe that I can behave like one.
So do I, Weibchen. You never expected that you would have to do anything like this. But you do it. It is heaven to do it that makes it possible.
Look, Albert.
Oh, my dear, my dear.
Albert.
They caught him. They've got the man. Vicky, they are cheering you. The people cheer you.
Yes. Have I pleased you?
You have more than pleased me. You have behaved like a queen.
In a moment, Act Two of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes, with Carl Esmond and Clarence Derwent. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes.
(1846). The Queen is the mother of 5 children now, with 4 others still to follow. Other changes have taken place. Sir Robert Peel's government, which followed Melbourne's, has fallen in its turn to Lord Russell, and Victoria has taken her first journey by railway, to the frightened despair of her master of the horse. But at Windsor Castle this evening, these things are not thought on. There is a concert in progress, but two ladies of the court have no time or attention for it. They are the Duchess of Sutherland, Victoria's mistress of the robes, and her young cousin, Lady Jane.
But, Your Grace, it is so difficult.
My dear child, court life is difficult.
But to be suspected, and for nothing, it's so humiliating.
Lady Jane, anyone who touches the prince sets off a bomb.
But I haven't touched him.
No, but you've looked at him, and that is enough.
Well, after all, Your Grace, he's there to be looked at. Why is she so jealous?
She can't help it. He's possessive, and she's in love with him.
But I'm not. I wish she'd send me away.
Oh, no, my dear. Hold your ground. And now, what exactly happened this morning?
We were riding in the park. My reins got caught, and the prince rode up beside me and was putting him straight for me. And the Queen pushed her horse right in between us, and she said, Lady Jane, if you don't know how to ride properly, you'd better not come out with us at all. And the prince said, Lady Jane rides...
Power. May I?
Oh, Your Highness, thank you. I am sorry. I'm sorry to have given Your Highness the trouble.
No trouble. A pleasure. The color of the rose suits you very well.
Albert!
What is it, my dear?
Lady Jane, give me that flower.
Your Majesty must pardon me. The flower is mine.
How dare you speak to me? Go. Go instantly.
Your Majesty,
Go, I said.
Your Majesty, to allow me to speak, to explain.
There is nothing to explain.
But there is. I saw everything.
So did I. I saw the prince give her this flower. Do you mean to deny it?
Your Majesty, he did not give it to her. She had dropped it.
Dropped it?
Oh, yes. No, Mom, quite by accident. It fell out of her hair. The prince only picked it up and returned it to her.
You saw that, you say? You know that for certain?
I assure Your Majesty it was so.
Do you know also what happened this morning?
Lady Jane has told me. It might have happened to anyone. It was a mere accident.
It may have been a mere accident. I don't know. But what has happened tonight is much more serious.
That is so. Your Majesty gave yourself no time to think.
I was too hasty, you mean?
Does Your Majesty wish me to say more than I have said?
I only wish you to tell me the honest truth.
I will try, Mom. But the truth is sometimes difficult.
It should not be.
Not even when it is to a queen, Mom.
A queen may need it sometimes, far more than others.
If she knows she needs it, Mom, she is already on the side of truth.
I do know it. I do. Tell me. Is it possible that I have been a... I am sorry. Forgive me, I was quite wrong. Oh, Your Majesty. Oh, there. And now, will you tell the prince? I mean, will you ask someone to ask the prince? Albert, I have asked Lady Jane to...
Queen, my dear.
With you to help me.
Threatens to shake her world.
Mr. Anson, has His Royal Highness not returned from the ceremonies at Sandhurst?
No, Your Majesty.
I wish he would come. This dispatch is very serious indeed. Is the messenger who brought it still waiting?
He has gone, Your Majesty.
Without staying for a reply. Yes, it causes is our fault, not theirs.
Cannot one of Your Majesty's messengers go, Ma'am, the matter being so urgent?
Oh, yes, he must. And, Mr. Anson, will you tell one of them to be ready to start at once?
Yes, Your Majesty. Victoria.
Oh, Albert, I've been waiting for you. Oh, Albert. Mr. Anson, the messenger.
At once, Your Majesty.
You have been so long, dear. And why did you wait to change?
My uniform was wet through, my dear, and I was very cold.
You're still cold, dearest. Your hand is like ice. Why did you go to Sandhurst in such weather when I begged you not to?
I had to, my dear. What is the matter?
Oh, it's about the trouble with America for having taken the Confederate envoys off one of our ships. And most wrong it was of them. But look, this is the dispatch that Lord Russell is sending to our ambassador in Washington about it. He wants it to go tonight.
Is the Foreign Office messenger waiting?
No, he's gone.
Gone? Ah. That is what one has to expect now, I suppose.
Yes, it's the Palmerston again, troublesome man.
Yes. He and Lord Russell. Quite a pair.
Read it quickly, Albert. I want to know what you think about it.
Her Majesty's government... So, this means war.
Yes, I was afraid so. How foolish of the Americans not to give in. They must know they are in the wrong. And everything that Lord Russell says is true, is it not?
Quite. But it won't do.
But Albert, as we are in the right, what else can we do?
Alter it. Say it. But say it differently. Often it is just the way a thing is said that decides whether it will be peace or war. It is the same when two people quarrel. You and I often might have quarreled had we said the things we did say differently. Lord Russell. Oh, no. This is Lord Palmerston.
But Albert...
He would have war. And this time we should win. But another time would come, and we should not win.
But we could always beat America now, Albert.
So, and if we were fighting someone else, Vicky, and America chose her time then. No, that is what these patriots never think about. It is always, this time we are right, and we shall do what we like. What fools their patriotism makes clever men to be. Palmerston. When he dies, they will say of this man, he always upheld the honor of his country. And when they say honor, they mean pride. And for this honor, we should send thousands and thousands to die. Oh, what a wicked black thing honor can become when men make use of it so.
Then what are we going to do, Albert?
We are going to alter this dispatch. Now, have your messenger waiting?
Yes.
Then go and write to Lord Russell, Vicky. Say this dispatch is not to be sent until he has heard from you.
I will.
This will take me more time. But go and write your letter, dearest, at once.
Yes, Albert.
And then, will you leave me alone, my dear, while I do this? I shall try not to be long.
Albert, you have been at work so long.
I have done now.
Albert, what's the matter? Are you ill?
Read this. Read it. If you approve, send it.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, this is so much better. Yes, I do, Albert. I do approve every word.
Then let it go. Now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
See that this goes immediately to Lord Russell.
Yes, Your Majesty. What?
Vicky.
Albert, what is it?
I'm so...
Albert.
Take me to bed. Please, Weibchen, take me to bed. Ich fühle mich so schwach. Ich konnte kaum die Feder halten.
Albert! Albert!
With half her life ahead of her, Victoria was alone. Alone, as Lord Tennyson wrote, to bear sorrow's crown of sorrow. Alone to rule by the guidance of her memory of what Albert would have wanted her to do. Never for a day to shed her garments of mourning, she yet returned almost at once to her duties of office. And so she grew old, and weary of London, took up her residence for longer and longer periods at her castle at Balmoral in the Scottish Highlands. There her ministers would come to report. There on a day in 1877,
she talks with a good friend, her Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, Lord Beaconsfield.
My dear Lord Beaconsfield, pray sit down. I had that chair brought especially for you. Generally, I sit here in the garden quite alone.
Such kind forethought, Your Majesty, overwhelms me. I gratefully accept.
Well, and how is everything?
Madam, there is almost nothing to tell. Politics, like the rest of us, have been taking a holiday.
So? This morning's news is not good, you know. It is not good. The Russians are drawing nearer to Constantinople.
They will never enter it, madam.
Oh, they mustn't. We will never allow it.
That precisely is the policy of Your Majesty's government. Russia knows that we shall not allow it. England shall dictate terms, moderating the demands of Russia, and under Your Majesty's protection, the throne of Turkey will be safe once more.
Ah, you are a true statesman, Lord Beaconsfield. When Mr. Gladstone was Prime Minister, he never talked to me like that.
No. You must have had interesting conversations with him, madam, in the past.
I have never once had a conversation with Mr. Gladstone in all my life. He used to talk to me as if I were at a public meeting, and one that agreed with him, too.
Was there, then, any applause, madam?
No, indeed no. I used to cough sometimes.
Rather like coughing at a balloon, I fear. Yet if there is one man who has helped me in my career, it is he.
Indeed, Lord Beaconsfield. How has he helped you?
In our party system, madam, we live by the mistakes of our opponents. Many times have I trodden the road to power over ruins the origin of which I could recognize either as my own work or as that of another. And most of all has it been over the disappointment, the disaffections which my great opponent has left me to profit by. I gain experience by his errors. Only today I learn that he has been in the habit of addressing, as though she were a public meeting, that royal mistress whom it has ever been my most difficult task not to address as the most charming, the most accomplished, and the most fascinating woman of the epoch that bears her name. But, madam, I am here as Your Majesty's First Minister of State. If you have any further commands...
No, my dear Lord Beaconsfield. I would rather talk with you as a friend. Of friends. Those that we do not have to keep at a distance. You and I have not many. But while I have many children and descendants, you have none, I remember. So your case is the harder.
I am not unhappy in my life, madam. Only so lonely. But sometimes I doubt whether I am really alive.
Oh, no, my dear Lord Beaconsfield, you mustn't say that.
I apologize, madam.
You spoke of your bereavement. I wish you would tell me more about your wife.
To her, I owed everything.
She was devoted to you, wasn't she?
I never knew the depth of her devotion till after her death. Then, madam, and this I have told to nobody but yourself, then I found among my papers a message written a few days before her death, begging me to marry again.
And you? Had you ever meant...
Never, madam. It is enough if I allow myself to love.
Oh, I understand.
Madam, will you let me kiss your hand?
My dear friend, there is just one thing I wish to say before we part.
Speak, madam, for thy servant here.
Have you any objection if I bestow on you the Order of the Garter?
Master,
I want your answer.
What adequate answer can these poor lips make? Let me come to you again when I have saved Constantinople, and secured once more upon a firm basis the peace of Europe, then ask me whether I have any objection, and I will own I have none.
Very well.
Madam, may I propose a toast? The Queen, God bless her.
Your glass?
An old custom, madam, observed by loyal defenders of the House of Stuart, so that no lesser health might ever be drunk from the same glass. To my old hand came a sudden access of youthful ardor which I could not restrain. Your pardon. And may I now crave permission, madam, to withdraw?
Go, Lord Beaconsfield. You need rest.
Adieu, madam.
Draw your curtains and sleep well.
When pain and anguish wring the brow, a ministering angel thou. Adieu.
Such devotion. Most extraordinary. Oh, Albert. Albert.
(1897). Victoria, a tiny figure in a wheelchair, represents to the whole world the highest symbol of a great nation and an unparalleled empire. The crown she has worn for 60 years, she has worn in purest devotion to private virtue and public honor. And from the farthest reaches of earth, kings, princes, potentates, and statesmen have assembled in London to do homage to her on this, her Diamond Jubilee. Now the long and brilliant ceremony of the triumphal procession is over, and ere the captains and the kings depart, let us see the Queen once more, in the large upper chamber at Buckingham Palace, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. Outside, the great throng of people still waits, and her oldest son, the Prince of Wales, is at her side. Are you tired, Mamma?
Very tired, my dear, but so happy. So glad that I had the strength for it.
May we drink to your good health, Mamma?
Certainly. Oh, yes, certainly. Please, all of you.
Your Imperial and Royal Highnesses. I have great pleasure in asking you to drink to the health of Her Majesty the Queen. May she continue long in health and prosperity to enjoy the love of her children and her people.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Won't you go and rest now?
No, not yet, not yet. My dear people are expecting to see me again. I must try not to disappoint them.
Will you go out on the balcony?
Oh, yes, oh, yes. But I can't get up, you know. I shall have to go as I am. Let the windows be opened and wheel me out. How wonderful. How kind. I will retire now.
How they love you, Mamma.
It is very gratifying, very, to find, after all these years, that they do appreciate all that I have tried to do for them, for their good, and for this great country of ours. We have been so near together today, they and I, all my dear people of England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland and the dear colonies and India. From all over the world I've had messages, you know. Such loyalty, such devotion, so extraordinary, really. So happy. Oh, Bertie, as we were coming back, perhaps none of you noticed this. It was just at Hyde Park Corner. There was a great crowd there, you know. And a lot of rough men. Of course, ought never to have happened, but it didn't matter, really. Broke right through the lines of the police and the troops guarding the route, and they ran alongside the carriage, shouting and cheering me. And I heard one of them say, "Go it, old girl, you've done it well." Of course, they were very unsuitable, the words, but so gratifying. And oh, I hope it's true. I hope it's true. Ah, they are still cheering. Oh, Albert, Albert, if only you could have been here.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Lawrence Houseman's romantic drama, Victoria Regina. And here again is your host, John Chapman.
Well, thanks to Arthur Houseman, Miss Hayes, Mr. Esmond, Mr. Derwent, and their fellow players, that was a fine beginning. For the sake of variety, next Friday we shall have a different kind of best play. Howard Lindsay's farce about the nightclub girl who was hidden in a men's dormitory at Princeton. She Loves Me Not. Our cast will be headed by two excellent comedians, Eddie Bracken and Ann Thomas. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Victoria Regina was adapted and transcribed for radio by Clarice Ross. Featured in the cast were Norman Rose as the narrator, Leona Powers as the Duchess of Sutherland, John Stanley as Lord Cunningham, Irene Hubbard as the Duchess of Kent, Robert Carroll as her, Guy Spall as Mr. Anson, Burford Hamden as the footman, and Charles Francis in his original role of Lord Melbourne. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Tonight, listen for a Radio City preview on NBC.
Wheat is so good to eat, yes, we have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups too to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal, presents Let's Pretend. That's the way to say hello, and how are you? Well, thank you, audience. And now, how about that story? What are you waiting for? Well, Gwen, that's your department. What's today's story?
Oh, it's one of the all-time favorites, Uncle Bill. Faithful John.
Oh, that's one I know. And how do we travel to Let's Pretend?
Today, that's in Arthur Anderson's department.
Well, I'm off for a ride on a roller coaster and get cooled off.
Well, Arthur, that's fair enough. All set, everybody? A 1, a 2, a 3.
for Let's Pretend and Faithful John. Don't stand up in the seat and hold on to your hat. Let it go, Fatso.
Oh, boy, this is what I call fun, Uncle Bill. You start kind of slow, and then all of a sudden you get going like a skyrocket flying along with the wind.
Yeah, almost like eating cream of wheat for breakfast, isn't it, friend? And maybe you're a little slow-pokey getting out of bed and getting dressed, but boy, oh boy, once you light into a big, delicious bowl full of satin-smooth cream of wheat, you're all set to take the whole morning in high gear. And that's because cream of wheat is so jam-packed with quick-acting food energy. It helps you get off to a real flying start every single day. So eat a better breakfast, feel better all day. Get a better start the cream of wheat way. And here's a reminder to keep listening for our cream of wheat game that we'll play right after the first act of today's story, Faithful John. Once upon a time, in a country beyond the sea, the beloved old king passed to his reward. Then it was that his son Richard was proclaimed the new ruler. As our story opens, we find the young king is being shown through the ancient corridors of the castle under the guidance of his father's devoted and faithful servant, John.
Oh, John, just a minute. This door here, what does it lead to?
That leads to a private room, Your Highness. One not to be opened.
What nonsense. There are no private rooms to me, the king. Open it at once.
Your Majesty, I promised your father I would never open this door.
I am Richard the king. Open that door instantly. I command it.
Very well, sire.
Stop that, John. Don't try to hide anything from me. Get out of my way so that I may see. Wow. Perfectly beautiful. What statue is this? Why should this be kept from me? Who is she, John? Tell me.
She is the Princess of the Golden Heart. Oh, sire, to fall in love with her would endanger your life as well as your most faithful friend.
I don't believe it. Tell me where she is. Tell me.
Very well, sire. She lives far, far away, across the sea, in a palace of gold. All her life she has been fascinated by its cliff splendor.
And we shall turn every possession we have into shining gold and sail away across the seas to her. Then, grant that I may have the power, the gift to plead my love, and she'll consent to be my queen.
So be it, sire. But I have tried to keep my word.
Well, John is bringing a party of people aboard the boat, Your Highness. Good. And the captain addressed me only as merchant, never Your Highness. Can you see who they are?
They're coming up the ladder now. Well, sir, there's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Where? By all that's holy, it's she. It's the Princess of the Golden Heart. Oh, good old faithful John. He's brought her to me.
Merchant, I have a princess who would see your rare golden cargo. Shall we come up on deck?
Of course. May I help you, Princess?
Thank you. Come, Matilda. Yes, Your Highness, I'm here.
Princess of the Golden Heart, this is the merchant, Martha.
Your Highness.
Lady Matilda and I are eager to see the golden treasures, merchant. Will you show them to us at once?
Certainly, Your Highness. Will you come with me? They are here in this cabin.
Captain. Yes, John? Lift anchor at once. Get underway as fast as you can. With the princess on board, John? It's the king's command. Be quick about it. And quietly, too. You must not know anything about it. Work fast. Aye, aye.
Here are the bracelets, Your Highness. The earrings to match. This yellow gold is very rare.
Oh, I'm delighted with them. What's that?
Probably the crew testing their signals, Your Highness.
This is the most marvelous collection I've ever seen, Princess. I'm fascinated.
Oh, Matilda, look at this curious material.
What is it, merchant?
Spun gold, Your Highness. It's like silk, isn't it?
And this incense bowl. What workmanship. Your Highness, the ship, it's moving. You're out at sea. What? Merchant, how dare you? Order the ship to return at once. At once, you here?
Not if it costs me my life, Princess.
We've been kidnapped. I'm terrified. Quiet, monsieur. Now then, merchant, explain instantly what this means.
It means, Princess, that I have deliberately stolen you from your home because I love you. Forgive me, but my love is greater than my patience.
And your judgment. How dared you presume? How dared you, a common merchant, think you could win the love of the Princess of the Golden Heart?
I wish that I might have won your heart before I told you this, my lovely one. But I am not a merchant. Like yourself, I am of royal blood.
I don't believe it.
It's true. I fell in love with your statue. I swore that I would reach you and tell you so. Oh, my beautiful one, forgive me for this bold step. Believe what my eyes and lips are saying.
Well, you are daring, Prince. I'm honest enough to admit your courage. But you should be beheaded for it.
But will I be, Princess?
It would seem that at present you're more or less safe. But, Princess, we have
Lady Mathilde, I've prepared a royal suite for you. Everything is there that a princess could need. And it's all in gold. May I conduct you, Princess?
Mathilde, we may as well make the best of this unusual adventure. And I'm sure, whatever happens, no harm will come to us. Come along.
Oh, bless you, my princess. Captain, full speed ahead.
Now, John, we'll soon be on our own shore. How goes it with Her Highness, the Princess? Very well, Captain. King Richard has pleaded his suit so ardently that the Princess has exchanged her heart of gold for one that beats faster when he is near. Then all is well. I'm not so sure, Captain. I fear there is much sorrow ahead for us all. Nonsense. My word, John, you're in a mood. We're about to land. See the crows flying over? Soon you'll be busy making preparations for the wedding feast. Well, I'm going below, John. Very well. I'll wait here.
Well, he'll never live to marry her. Why not, Aunt Crow? Because the moment he gets on land, they'll bring him a black horse which he will mount, and it will leap into the sky, and he will fall and break his neck.
Can that be stopped, Aunt Crow?
Oh, yes. If someone were to draw a gun and shoot the horse dead, he would be spared. But if the one who did it ever told why, he would be turned to stone from his feet to his waist.
I know something else, Cousin Crow.
What, little Crow?
Even if that were prevented, he'll not marry her, for his bride-to-be will faint away, and she will never regain consciousness.
Too bad so beautiful a girl should have to die.
Oh, she wouldn't. If someone were to pierce her right shoulder and draw out 3 drops of blood, she'd be all right then. No one would do that to the Princess of the Golden Heart. They wouldn't dare, Cousin Crow. No, that's true. Because should they ever explain why they did it, the person would be turned into solid stone forever.
Oh, well, that's what comes from opening the forbidden door. The prince should listen to his faithful servant.
Quite right, Aunt Crow. Well, come on. We've reached the land now. Let's ride to the castle and watch the fun. So, that is my fate, unless he should believe in me. To be turned into stone. That is how I must pay to keep my promise to the dead king. Very well. I shall keep my oath. So be it.
They are
Uncle Bill, with all these sounds and noises in today's story, isn't it about time for us to play our sound effects game again?
That's the very idea I had, Sybil. I'm going to tell my cream of wheat story, and I want our audience to supply the sound effects I need as I go along. Now, how about it, pretenders? Are you with me? Well, that's swell. Well, once upon a time, there was a young man named Jimmy Jones who hated to get up in the morning. Even his old dog Spike couldn't get him up. Not even by barking his head off like this. Well, sir, do you know what finally did the trick? Young Jimmy's mother found 3 magic words that had him out of bed all dressed and down to breakfast in practically nothing flat. And those words were... That's right. Enriched 5-minute cream of wheat, brimming with come-and-get flavor, simply busting with up-and-atom nourishment, body-building proteins, blood-building iron, teeth and bone-building calcium and phosphorus, vitamin B1 for a healthy appetite. And did Jimmy like cream of wheat? Well, you bet your life he did. Better than a buzzing bee likes honey. So, if you want a dish that hands you the smoothest, most delicious flavor in the whole world, a dish you can fix in practically one shake of a lamb's tail, get yourself a package of enriched 5-minute cream of wheat. It cooks to full digestibility, even for babies, in just 5 minutes of boiling. So tell me, what's the good word for breakfast tomorrow morning? You're right on the beam, pretenders. Yes, the treat that's fit for king or queen is cream of wheat. The flavor's keen. It's way up in flavor. It's way down in fat. It's plenty smooth. Thanks a lot, audience. And now back to today's story of Faithful John. In spite of the pleading of Faithful John, King Richard woos and wins the princess of the Golden Heart. On shipboard, returning home, John hears the enchantment surrounding the lovely princess and the price he must pay to keep his word to King Richard's father. He met the first challenge when he shot the horse that would have killed the young king. But while Richard was very angry, he did not press John for his reasons. Now it is the eve of the wedding. The castle is ablaze with light. As King Richard and his faithful servant pass the room of the princess, the door is opened frantically.
Your Highness, John, please, come in quickly, quickly.
Yes, Matilda, what is it?
The princess, she's fainted. I can't revive her. I've tried everything I can think of. It's as if she were dead. I don't know what to do. Oh, help me, please.
Oh, my beloved.
Do something. Help me. She mustn't die. She mustn't.
I'm sure she's only fainted, Matilda. She'll be all right in a moment. John, bring cold water.
Stand back, sir. What? Matilda, you too. Don't question me, but do as I say quickly before it's too late. There.
Oh, you beast. Your Highness, look what he's doing. He's cut her shoulder.
How dare you touch her, Highness? How dare you? What are you doing?
I had to do it, sir.
Oh, the shoulder is bleeding. You wicked man.
She's opening her eyes.
Richard.
Yeah. Help me hold her up, Matilda.
Oh, Richard, what's happened? I must have fainted. What's wrong with me?
My dearest love, are you all right now?
Yes. Yes, I'm quite all right now. But for a moment, I thought I was dying.
Love it.
Let me tend to your shoulder, Princess. It's still bleeding a little where that root cut it with a knife.
Now, John, you will explain your actions immediately.
Your Highness, won't you trust me?
Enough of this. This morning you shot my horse. That's what your reason was. You did not explain, but I trusted you. But this, when you dared touch her, Highness, to wound her as you did, then it's time to put you in your place. Now explain.
I promise, O King, I shall never leave him. I shall guard him and serve him faithfully, even though it cost me my life.
What are you saying? Speak, man, and quickly, or I shall take this sword and run you through myself.
Very well, Your Highness. I killed the horse because I knew that if you should mount him, he would leap in the clouds and you would be killed.
Oh, how did you know that would... John, what's happened to your feet?
Go on, John.
Just now, I drew 3 drops of blood from the shoulder of the princess. Because if I hadn't, she would have died. You see, I was warned these things would happen. Though it cost my life, I have kept my promise to your father, the king. And now, farewell, O prince. Farewell forever.
He's turned us south. Right before our eyes. Solid stone from head to foot. Oh, Prince. John is dead. Richard. What have we done?
I have killed the best friend I had in the world. I deliberately put him to death. He knew he had warning. And I doubted him. He gave his life for me. Oh, my friend, my faithful, loyal friend, forgive me. May I come in, dearest?
Oh, come in, Richard. Richard, you're pale. And excited, too. Has anything happened?
Just this. As you know, ever since my doubt and mistrust caused the death of my friend here, I've searched for someone who could restore him to life.
I know, dear. Oh, Richard, have you discovered anything that might help?
I have a sorcerer just outside who claims he can restore his speech. And at least that is something.
Oh, of course. Quickly, bring him in. Oh, if only this is true.
Come in, sorcerer.
Good morrow to you, Queen. Good day, sorcerer.
Here is the stone statue of my faithful John. Sorcerer, restore him to life, and I'll give you anything you ask.
We shall soon see what this magic potion will do. Shall I begin?
Please do.
Saints in heaven, help the magic work.
Remain perfectly quiet, both of you. And do not make this spell. God of thunder, slaves of lightning, attend me. Crack globes in your earthen jar. Crystal tablets melt the stone. Liquid silver bring to life. Turn into live blood and bone.
Is it?
Will it work? A moment. Yes. The lips are softening.
Look, they're moving.
He's trying to speak. Quiet, please.
I will guard him. I will never leave him. I will serve him faithfully, even though it costs me my life.
But John, my beloved friend, forgive me. On my knees I implore you.
I kept my word to the king. It is well. I forgive you.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Oh, isn't there any way that we may restore you to life? Speak, John.
Yes, John, is there any sacrifice we can make? Whatever it is, we shall do it gladly.
Do you mean that?
On my honor as the king.
Try it, John. Only try it.
Very well. I can be restored to life on one condition.
Name it. It will be done.
You have a little son, Roland.
Yes, John.
If you, King Richard, will take your sword and with your own hand cut off his head,
no!
I will be restored to life.
We must lose our beloved child, John. Our baby.
That is the only way.
Then, my queen, it must be done. I have sworn on my honor as king.
My baby.
I killed my friend. I took his life. John died to keep his word.
Then we cannot do it.
Father! Mother! Look, I caught a rabbit with my new bow and arrow.
Heaven give me strength to guide this hand. Make one clean blow the end.
What's the matter, Father?
lift your sword like that?
Farewell, my son. Farewell. Wait. Your Majesty, it is enough. Give me the sword.
John,
You're alive. You move. The stone is gone.
John, what happened?
Because you were willing to make a supreme sacrifice and give up the thing you loved most in all the world. The spell is broken. The stone statue is gone. And once more I am flesh and blood. Heavenly Father, I thank thee. And John, my faithful John, I've learned my lesson.
Who's this man, Father?
The truest man, the most loyal man in all the world, Roland. Trust him, love him. But there is nothing in this world more precious than a faithful friend.
And now, before we introduce today's cast and tell you about next week's story, how about it, audience? Let's hear you finish this little rhyme for me. When saving money is your goal, eat cream of wheat, a penny a... You said it, pretenders. Cream of wheat hands you all the wonderful flavor, that grand nourishment and swell food energy, all at a cost of less than a penny a bowl. And that's mighty helpful to your food budget in these times. So, if you want a tasty treat that makes for real economy at the breakfast table, ask your grocer today for enriched 5-minute or regular cream of wheat. Yes.
For all the family's breakfast, you can't beat cream of wheat.
The pretenders for today were
Sybil Trent.
Faithful John,
Don Hughes,
Prince Richard,
Albert Alec,
the Princess of the Golden Heart,
Patricia Ryan.
her lady-in-waiting Mathilde,
Miriam Wolfe.
the captain of the Golden Ship,
Jack Ryan,
Roland, the young prince,
David Anderson.
the sorcerer,
Donald Buca,
the first crow,
Gwen Davies.
second crow,
Robbie Reddick,
third crow.
Arthur Anderson.
Music conducted by Maurice Brown. Let's Pretend is dramatized and directed by Nyla Mack. Would you like to see a broadcast of Let's Pretend? Well, if you live in or near New York, just drop a postcard to Cream of Wheat, CBS, New York, for your free ticket. And listen each week to the Billy Burke Show on the theater of today. And next Saturday, be sure to join us when Cream of Wheat will take you on another magic trip to the land of Let's Pretend to celebrate our 16th birthday with a laughing and singing story of the elves and the shoemaker. This is Bill Adams saying, remember to eat Cream of Wheat, the great American family cereal. This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1, Chapter 2. Professors and Prehistoric Men. Science is weak about these prehistoric things in a way that has hardly been noticed. The science whose modern marvels we all admire succeeds by incessantly adding to its data. In all practical inventions, in most natural discoveries, it can always increase evidence by experiment. But it cannot experiment in making men, or even in watching to see what the first men make. An inventor can advance step by step in the construction of an aeroplane, even if he is only experimenting with sticks and scraps of metal in his own backyard. But he cannot watch the missing link evolving in his own backyard. If he has made a mistake in his calculations, the aeroplane will correct it by crashing to the ground. But if he has made a mistake about the arboreal habitat of his ancestor, he cannot see his arboreal ancestor falling off the tree. He cannot keep a caveman like a cat in the backyard and watch him to see whether he really does practice cannibalism or carry off his mate on the principles of marriage by capture. He cannot keep a tribe of primitive men like a pack of hounds and notice how far they are influenced by the herd instinct. If he sees a particular bird behave in a particular way, he can get other birds and see if they behave in that way. But if he finds a skull or a scrap of a skull in the hollow of a hill, he cannot multiply it into a vision of the valley of dry bones. In dealing with a past that has almost entirely perished, he can only go by evidence and not by experiment. And there is hardly enough evidence to be even evidential. Thus, while most science moves in a sort of curve, being constantly corrected by new evidence, this science flies off into space in a straight line, uncorrected by anything. But the habit of forming conclusions, as they really can be formed in more fruitful fields, is so fixed in the scientific mind that it cannot resist talking like this. It talks about the idea suggested by one scrap of bone, as if it were something like the aeroplane, which is constructed at last out of whole scrap heaps of scraps of metal. The trouble with the professor of the prehistoric is that he cannot scrap his scrap. The marvelous and triumphant aeroplane is made out of 100 mistakes. The student of origins can only make one mistake and stick to it. We talk, very truly, of the patience of science, but in this department it would be truer to talk of the impatience of science. Owing to the difficulty above described, the theorist is in far too much of a hurry. We have a series of hypotheses so hasty that they may well be called fancies, and cannot in any case be further corrected by facts. The most empirical anthropologist is here as limited as an antiquary. He can only cling to a fragment of the past, and has no way of increasing it for the future. He can only clutch his fragment of fact almost as the primitive man clutched his fragment of flint. And indeed, he does deal with it in much the same way, and for much the same reason. It is his tool, and his only tool. It is his weapon, and his only weapon. He often wields it with a fanaticism far in excess of anything shown by men of science when they can collect more facts from experience, and even add new facts by experiment. Sometimes the professor with his bone becomes almost as dangerous as the dog with his bone, and the dog at least does not deduce a theory from it, proving that mankind is going to the dogs, or that it came from them. For instance, I have pointed out the difficulty of keeping a monkey and watching it evolve into a man. Experimental evidence of such an evolution being impossible, the professor is not content to say, as most of us would be ready to say, that such an evolution is likely enough anyhow. He produces his little bone or little collection of bones and deduces the most marvelous things from it. He found in Java a piece of a skull, seeming by its contour to be smaller than the human. Somewhere near it he found an upright thigh bone, and in the same scattered fashion some teeth that were not human. If they all form part of one creature, which is doubtful, our conception of the creature would be almost equally doubtful. But the effect on popular science was to produce a complete and even complex figure, finished down to the last details of hair and habits. He was given a name as if he were an ordinary historical character. People talked of Pithecanthropus as of Pitt or Fox or Napoleon. Popular histories publish portraits of him, like the portraits of Charles I and George IV. A detailed drawing was reproduced, carefully shaded, to show that the very hairs of his head were all numbered. No uninformed person, looking at its carefully lined face and wistful eyes, would imagine for a moment that this was the portrait of a thigh bone or of a few teeth and a fragment of a cranium. In the same way, people talked about him as if he were an individual whose influence and character were familiar to us all. I just read a story in a magazine about Java, and how modern white inhabitants of that island are prevailed upon to misbehave themselves by the personal influence of poor old Pithecanthropus. That the modern inhabitants of Java misbehave themselves I can very readily believe, but I do not imagine that they need any encouragement from the discovery of a few highly doubtful bones. Anyway, those bones are far too few and fragmentary and dubious to fill up the whole of the vast void that does in reason and in reality lie between man and his bestial ancestors, if they were his ancestors. On the assumption of that evolutionary connection, a connection which I am not in the least concerned to deny, the really arresting and remarkable fact is the comparative absence of any such remains recording that connection at that point. The sincerity of Darwin readily admitted this, and that is how we came to use such a term as the missing link. But the dogmatism of Darwinians has been too strong for the agnosticism of Darwin, and men have insensibly fallen into turning this entirely negative term into a positive image. They talk of searching for the habits and habitat of the missing link, as if one were to talk of being on friendly terms with the gap in a narrative or the hole in an argument, of taking a walk with a non sequitur or dining with an undistributed middle. In this sketch, therefore, of man in his relation to certain religious and historical problems, I shall waste no further space on these speculations on the nature of man before he became man. His body may have been evolved from the brutes, but we know nothing of any such transition that throws the smallest light upon his soul as it has shown itself in history. Unfortunately, the same school of writers pursue the same style of reasoning when they come to the first real evidence about the first real men. Strictly speaking, of course, we know nothing about prehistoric man, for the simple reason that he was prehistoric. The history of prehistoric man is a very obvious contradiction in terms. It is the sort of unreason in which only rationalists are allowed to indulge. If a parson had casually observed that the flood was antediluvian, it is possible that he might be a little chaffed about his logic. If a bishop were to say that Adam was pre-Adamite, we might think it a little odd. But we are not supposed to notice such verbal trifles when skeptical historians talk of the part of history that is prehistoric. The truth is that they are using the terms historic and prehistoric without any clear test or definition in their minds. What they mean is that there are traces of human lives before the beginning of human stories, and in that sense we do at least know that humanity was before history. Human civilization is older than human records. That is the sane way of stating our relations to these remote things. Humanity has left examples of its other arts earlier than the art of writing, or at least of any writing that we can read. But it is certain that the primitive arts were arts, and it is in every way probable that the primitive civilizations were civilizations. The man left a picture of the reindeer, but he did not leave a narrative of how he hunted the reindeer, and therefore what we say of him is hypothesis and not history. But the art he did practice was quite artistic. His drawing was quite intelligent, and there is no reason to doubt that his story of the hunt would be quite intelligent. Only, if it exists, it is not intelligible. In short, the prehistoric period need not mean the primitive period, in the sense of the barbaric or bestial period. It does not mean the time before civilization or the time before arts and crafts. It simply means the time before any connected narratives that we can read. This does indeed make all the practical difference between remembrance and forgetfulness. But it is perfectly possible that there were all sorts of forgotten forms of civilization, as well as all sorts of forgotten forms of barbarism. And in any case, everything indicated that many of these forgotten or half-forgotten social stages were much more civilized and much less barbaric than is vulgarly imagined today. But even about these unwritten histories of humanity, when humanity was quite certainly human, we can only conjecture with the greatest doubt and caution. And, unfortunately, doubt and caution are the last things commonly encouraged by the loose evolutionism of current culture. For that culture is full of curiosity, and the one thing that it cannot endure is the agony of agnosticism. It was in the Darwinian age that the word first became known, and the thing first became impossible. It is necessary to say plainly that all this ignorance is simply covered by impudence. Statements are made so plainly and positively that men have hardly the moral courage to pause upon them and find that they are without support. The other day, a scientific summary of the state of a prehistoric tribe began confidently with the words, "They wore no clothes." Not one reader in 100 probably stopped to ask himself how we should come to know whether clothes had once been worn by people of whom everything has perished except a few chips of bone and stone. It was doubtless hoped that we should find a stone hat as well as a stone hatchet. It was evidently anticipated that we might discover an everlasting pair of trousers of the same substance as the everlasting rock. But to persons of a less sanguine temperament, it will be immediately apparent that people might wear simple garments, or even highly ornamental garments, without leaving any more traces of them than these people have left. The plaiting of rushes and grasses, for instance, might have become more and more elaborate, without in the least becoming more eternal. One civilization might specialize in things that happen to be perishable, like weaving and embroidery, and not in things that happen to be more permanent, like architecture and sculpture. There have been plenty of examples of such specialist societies. A man of the future, finding the ruins of our factory machinery, might as fairly say that we were acquainted with iron and with no other substance, and announce the discovery that the proprietor and manager of the factory undoubtedly walked about naked, or possibly wore iron hats and trousers. It is not contended here that these primitive men did wear clothes any more than they did weave rushes, but merely that we have not enough evidence to know whether they did or not. But it may be worthwhile to look back for a moment at some of the very few things that we do know and that they did do. If we consider them, we shall certainly not find them inconsistent with such ideas as dress and decoration. We do not know whether they decorated other things. We do not know whether they had embroideries, and if they had, the embroideries could not be expected to have remained. But we do know that they did have pictures, and the pictures have remained. And there remains with them, as already suggested, the testimony to something that is absolute and unique, that belongs to man and to nothing else except man, that is a difference of kind and not a difference of degree. A monkey does not draw clumsily and a man cleverly. A monkey does not begin the art of representation and a man carry it to perfection. A monkey does not do it at all. He does not begin to do it at all. He does not begin to do it at all. a line of some kind is crossed before the first faint line can begin. Another distinguished writer, again, in commenting on the cave drawings attributed to the Neolithic men of the reindeer period, said that none of their pictures appeared to have any religious purpose, and he seemed almost to infer that they had no religion. I can hardly imagine a thinner thread of argument than this, which reconstructs the very inmost moods of the prehistoric mind from the fact that somebody who has scrawled a few sketches on a rock, from what motive we do not know, for what purpose we do not know, acting under what customs or conventions we do not know, may possibly have found it easier to draw reindeer than to draw religion. He may have drawn it because it was his religious symbol. He may have drawn it because it was not his religious symbol. He may have drawn anything except his religious symbol. He may have drawn his real religious symbol somewhere else, or it may have been deliberately destroyed when it was drawn. He may have done or not done 500,000 things, but in any case, it is an amazing leap of logic to infer that he had no religious symbol, or even to infer from his having no religious symbol that he had no religion. Now, this particular case happens to illustrate the insecurity of these guesses very clearly. For a little while afterwards, people discovered not only paintings but sculptures of animals in the caves. Some of these were said to be damaged with dints or holes supposed to be the marks of arrows, and the damaged images were conjectured to be the remains of some magic rite of killing the beasts in effigy, while the undamaged images were explained in connection with another magic rite invoking fertility upon the herds. Here again there is something faintly humorous about the scientific habit of having it both ways. If the image is damaged, it proves one superstition, and if it is undamaged, it proves another. Here again there is a rather reckless jumping to conclusions. It has hardly occurred to the speculators that a crowd of hunters imprisoned in winter in a cave might conceivably have aimed at a mark for fun, as a sort of primitive parlor game. But in any case, if it was done out of superstition, what has become of the thesis that it has nothing to do with religion? The truth is that all this guesswork has nothing to do with anything. It is not half such a good parlor game as shooting arrows at a carved reindeer, for it is shooting them into the air. Such speculators rather tend to forget, for instance, that men in the modern world also sometimes make marks in caves. When a crowd of trippers is conducted through the labyrinth of the marvelous grotto, or the magic stalactite cavern, it has been observed that hieroglyphics spring into sight where they have passed, initials and inscriptions, which the learned refuse to refer to any remote date. But the time will come when these inscriptions will really be of remote date, and if the professors of the future are anything like the professors of the present, they will be able to deduce a vast number of very vivid and interesting things from these cave writings of the 20th century. And if I know anything about the breed, and if they have not fallen away from the full-blooded confidence of their fathers, they will be able to discover the most fascinating facts about us from the initials left in the magic grotto by Ari and Ariet, possibly in the form of two intertwined A's. From this alone they will know, 1. That as the letters are rudely chipped with a blunt pocket-knife, the 20th century possessed no delicate graving tools and was unacquainted with the art of sculpture. 2. That as the letters are capital letters, our civilization never evolved any small letters or anything like a running hand. 3. That because initial consonants stand together in an unpronounceable fashion, our language was possibly akin to Welsh or more probably of the early Semitic type that ignored vowels. 4. That as the initials of Ari and Ariet do not in any special fashion profess to be religious symbols, our civilization possessed no religion. Perhaps that last is about the nearest to the truth, for a civilization that had religion would have a little more reason. It is commonly affirmed again that religion grew in a very slow and evolutionary manner, and even that it grew not from one cause, but from a combination that might be called a coincidence. Generally speaking, the three chief elements in the combination are, first, the fear of the chief of the tribe, whom Mr. Wells insists on calling with regrettable familiarity the old man; second, the phenomena of dreams; and third, the sacrificial associations of the harvest and the resurrection, symbolized in the growing corn. I may remark in passing that it seems to me very doubtful psychology to refer one living and single spirit to three dead and disconnected causes, if they were merely dead and disconnected causes. Suppose Mr. Wells, in one of his fascinating novels of the future, were to tell us that there would arise among men a new and as yet nameless passion, of which men will dream as they dream of first love, for which they will die as they die for a flag and a fatherland. I think we should be a little puzzled if he told us that this singular sentiment would be the combination of the habit of smoking woodbines, the increase of the income tax, and the pleasure of a motorist in exceeding the speed limit. We could not easily imagine this, because we could not imagine any connection between the three, or any common feeling that could include them all. Nor could anyone imagine any connection between corn and dreams and an old chief with a spear, unless there was already a common feeling to include them all. But if there was such a common feeling, it could only be the religious feeling, and these things could not be the beginnings of a religious feeling that existed already. I think anybody's common sense will tell him that it is far more likely that this sort of mystical sentiment did exist already, and that in the light of it, dreams and kings and cornfields could appear mystical then, as they can appear mystical now. For the plain truth is that all this is a trick of making things seem distant and dehumanized, merely by pretending not to understand things that we do understand. It is like saying that prehistoric men had an ugly and uncouth habit of opening their mouths wide at intervals and stuffing strange substances into them, as if we had never heard of eating. It is like saying that the terrible troglodytes of the Stone Age lifted alternate legs in rotation, as if we never heard of walking. If it were meant to touch the mystical nerve and awaken us to the wonder of walking and eating, it might be a legitimate fancy. As it is here intended to kill the mystical nerve and deaden us to the wonder of religion, it is irrational rubbish. It pretends to find something incomprehensible in the feelings that we all comprehend.